Test 2, test 3, test 4.
It's the captions are live and in charge. Oh, see.
Let me get on.
Check 2.
We don't have a name tag
3.
for Kara? Do we have a name tag for Kara?
Check 4.
Oh yeah, get her one.
Check 5.
Huh? That's funny.
Or she took it and doesn't want to see her name.
6.
Do it on secret.
Probably both. We have like 5.
Test
someone
7.
hidden.
Test 8.
Test 9. Well, you said they were all muted.
They were. But
Oh, there we go.
They're unmuted.
I went the opposite direction.
option down
You
here.
made
Share
me do
sound.
some other thing. That's
Share sound. Does it have any video embedded?
oh no.
Okay. Yeah, and then application window, and then go ahead and hit share. Okay, so right now you're sharing that view because
Okay.
that's the view that
Right,
you're sharing.
right.
So the green box. So if you come over here to
But if I go to the if I hit from beginning then
so go back to the beginning. Yep, there you go. So that's what everybody should be seeing right now. And if we go,
The property at 720 Madeira Avenue,
can you see
historically known as 710 Obispo Avenue,
to here,
just
is
to test
before
the
you for
audio?
consideration for designation as a local historic landmark. The owners have requested the
Did you
designation.
change in Zoom? I can't remember. No, it was just that share.
it was just
the
to share
audio.
with
This
audio.
is Article 8,
That's what
Section
we got.
8-103
runs
of the
itself.
Borough Gables zoning code, criteria for designation of local historic landmarks. A local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part
Actually, you know what? I don't think we need this.
And my mic is off right now. Okay, so the audio's not. Maybe I do need the speakers?
We may need to unmute. No, because if you unmute, you're gonna loop. You're gonna loop. So keep that music out.
Hello.
They probably need to unmute the computer that it's playing on.
of the historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic,
I'll show
or
you.
architectural heritage
I have to
of the
show you
city,
the
state,
link.
or nation.
They're really cool.
For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria outlined in the code. 720 Madeira Avenue is eligible as a local historic landmark based on 3 criteria. Historical cultural significance, criteria 4, exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. Architectural significance, criterion 1, portrays the environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style.
Need to unmute.
And criterion 2, embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. 720 Madeira Avenue is located in the Coral Estate section north of the Granada Golf Course. The property sits on an interior 50 by 145-foot lot and contains a single-family residence and a detached auxiliary building, both constructed in 1937. In 1901, Miami pioneer James Gertman bought 40 acres of groves and launched a campaign to build Lejeune Road. His holdings were essentially within the red circle of the map on the left. Although Gertman would not sell to George Merrick, in 1925 he decided to develop the southern section of his land, abutting Coral Gables.
Bring the volume down.
In March he platted Coral Groves, shown here in orange, and he retained ownership of this subdivision. In May, he sold the eastern portion, shown here in blue, to the merchant home builders, who platted it as Coral Estates.
Okay, no, then leave.
In launching Coral Estates, in late 19 property, the single-family residence at 720 Madeira Avenue was built
Okay. All right, perfect.
I'm gonna talk about this. Windows.
Where's the mock-up?
It's in there. You gotta request access.
Where is it? Somewhere.
It's in. You have to go through those doors, and somebody has to with a key card has to let you in.
You wanna go?
We can't go talk, don't talk to each other.
How are you?
Good.
Merry Christmas.
Good.
I'm assuming we'll go at some point.
Okay,
I talked to the clerk.
okay, everything's good, all right.
Yeah,
We'll check too.
everything's good.
Okay,
No,
good,
I
I just
mean,
wanted to make sure I didn't miss your
I
call.
got it.
Late today.
Understand what's going
Yeah,
on.
and we're gonna,
Okay.
Oh, good. It always feels so much better. Like it doesn't feel like
That's
Christmas.
really good. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's just not
I know,
enough time.
I get it, I
We're all
get it.
busy.
No, no, I get it. Okay, good, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing your call. Okay.
I didn't want to take up your time.
No, 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 I appreciate it. I'm just double checking.
She had to
Thank you
work
very
on the
much,
plane,
Donna.
and it was
There's
due
cookies. Donna,
on Wednesday, so she just finished them and submitted
Yes.
them from here.
Yeah.
So,
there's cookies and
yeah,
coffee in
she's
there.
Oh, thank
good
you.
about
I'm
that.
good, though.
And I know we all need them.
Something like, read a magazine or something, and
The calories, you know,
I know.
if you break them
I know.
before you eat them, Donna,
That's horrible.
the calories
If you
all
stand
leak
up, it
out.
doesn't count.
Put the wireless over here.
Okay.
And this other person.
They're all on?
Hey, good.
Testing what?
Take a look at that. 'Cause I'm gonna offer it as a resolution, we'll talk about it,
No, they,
things like that. Not for, have you seen the window?
Yes, yeah. I mean, I like it.
How are you? Good to see you.
Anna, nice seeing you. You Spain?
Hi.
How's everything? Good.
What I feel like. I still don't have all my gifts.
Me neither. There's nothing to be funded.
Does somebody have a pen I can borrow?
I have some.
You have some? Do you have to collect my, my little
That's the short version.
Yes. Hey, Amos, how are you? Nice to see you.
Oh, all right. Look good.
I'm gonna fix that for you.
I know, for you. I'm not here every day.
Hi. Hi.
Thanks for coming.
What am I doing today?
Okay, we have minutes.
Yeah, I know.
It was specifically about
They showed up.
these ones? No. But if it's about the product,
Okay, come on, open up. I know.
Did they bring coffee?
there is coffee in there.
What time we got?
I'm leaving.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to begin the meeting.
I don't need
No, I want cookies. I'm not gonna have them.
Right.
5, 6.
She's reminding us to speak into the microphone.
Hello. It's on, right?
Pastor House and your
Good, how you doing?
I'll be a good boy.
Okay, go ahead.
They're Jewish. So that's why they're silver.
Recording in progress.
Are we ready?
This whole discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think you can hear me because I can really hear me. It's kind of loud. If it's too loud, I hope they'll turn it down. Good afternoon and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board. We are residents of Coral Gables and are charged with the preservation and protection of historic or architecturally worthy buildings, structures, sites, neighborhoods, and artifacts, which impart a distinct historical heritage to our city. The board is comprised of 9 members, 7 of whom are appointed by the commission, 1 by the city manager, and the 9th is selected by the board and confirmed by the commission. 5 members of the board constitute a quorum, and 5 affirmative votes are necessary for the adoption of any motion. Any person who acts as a lobbyist pursuant to the City of Coral Gables Ordinance 2006-11 must register with the City Clerk prior to engaging in lobbying activities or presentations before city staff, boards, committees, or the City Commission. A copy of the ordinance is available in the office of the City Clerk. Failure to register and provide proof of registration shall prohibit your ability to present to the Historic Preservation Board on applications under consideration this afternoon. A lobbyist is defined as an individual, corporation, partnership, or other legal entity employed or retained, whether paid or not, by a principal who seeks to encourage the approval, disapproval, adoption, repeal, passage, defeat, or modification of an ordinance, resolution, action, or decision of any city commissioner. An action, decision, recommendation of the city manager, any city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial advisory board, trust, authority, or council, or any action, decision, or recommendation of city personnel during the time period of the entire decision-making process on the action. Decision or recommendation which foreseeably will be heard or reviewed by the City Commission or a city board or committee, including but not limited to quasi-judicial advisory board, trust, authority, or council. Presentations made to this board are subject to the city's false claim ordinance, Chapter 39 of the City Code of Coral Gables. I now officially call the City of Coral Gables Historic Preservation Board meeting of December 19th, 2024 to order. The time is, what time is it? 10 after, 3 o'clock. Present today are, let's see, who do we have? Present today are, to my left, Javier Banos. Next to him, we have Ms. Margaret Rolando, Vice Chair Alex Silva. To my right, Cesar Garcia Pons, Donna Spain, Anna Alvarez, and I'm missing one here. I'm sorry, Javier Durana. We also have this, okay. Our staff members present are Assistant City Attorney Stephanie Throckmorton, and our staff, Anna Pernis, and Kara Kauth. I'd like to call for the approval of minutes, which is the next item on the agenda.
So moved. Move for to approve?
Okay.
Both months?
We need to go for which month?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have 2 months.
So
Yes,
would
you
you
had
like to
the
start?
received the October and the November meeting.
I
minutes.
apologize. So I move for approval of the item 24-8420, the Historic Preservation Board meeting minutes of October 16th, 2024.
All right, we have a motion to approve the October minutes. Do we have a second?
Second?
We have a second by Mr. Garcia Pons on a motion by Mr. Banos. Any questions or discussion? Okay, if you'd call the approval.
Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Ms. Rolando? Yes. Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Silva?
Yes.
And Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more set of minutes for approving.
I'll also move for the approval of the Historic Preservation Board meeting minutes for October 20th, 2024.
I'll
All
also
right.
second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Banos, a second by Mr. Garcia Pons. Okay, call the roll, please.
Okay. Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yep.
Ms. Rolando? Yes. Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Banos?
Yes.
Mr. Silva?
Yes.
And Mr. Maxwell?
Yes. Okay, minutes are approved for the 2 months. Okay, notice regarding ex parte communications. Please be advised that this board is a quasi-judicial board, and the items on the agenda are quasi-judicial in nature, which requires board members to disclose all ex parte communications and an ex parte communication is defined as any contact, communication, conversation, correspondence, memorandum, or other written or verbal communication that takes place outside the public hearing between a member of the public and a member of the quasi-judicial board regarding matters to be heard by the quasi-judicial board. If anyone has made any contact with a board member when the issue comes before the board, the member must state on the record the existence of the ex parte communication, the party who originated the communications, and whether the communication will affect the board member's ability to impartially consider the evidence to be presented regarding this matter. With that, I'd like to move also to let everyone know that, speaking of ex parte, that we have a window to take a look at, which is outside. And the board members, if you have not seen it, we'd like to take a quick pause for just a few minutes to have them go one by one to do that. We're not allowed to speak about this issue to each other before the meeting.
We can, we're in the meeting.
Outside of the
While we're there.
chambers.
Outside of chambers.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, if we could wait until that item is called, I believe we have that was everything? No, but you didn't have to do the change.
And we can invite the public to go and visit it as well.
No? Okay. Okay, certainly we can take a brief recess if we go one by one. Members of the public, of course, are also welcome to go see it around the corner here. I would ask that no board members speak to each other about the item or anybody when they go up and see the window, and then come back if we have a time, 10 minutes perhaps.
Let's set that for 10 minutes. That would be
Okay.
fine. Okay, so we have a 10-minute recess. Ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to go see this, you go out the door and then off to your left, there'll be another door. The staff will have it open for you, and a window mock-up is there for you to take a look at.
Ms. Rolando?
Board
you know
members?
Which way you're going?
Anna's window.
Okay, you go through those doors or in the front over there, right underneath the stairs. Okay?
We'll go get a cookie.
Blood sugar drops for the 6th item.
I think Peggy's going. Just go and not go in.
Let me go see what we've got.
back there? Can we make a vote on that or something? Okay. I mean, I think we'll be fine. Yeah. I mean, I don't mind. It's the same thing, whatever. But it's just,
Recording stopped.
it's closer.
I'm getting 4 hours of sleep.
Yeah, correct. This feels a little informal. Like it feels temporary. It feels like COVID.
Right.
Like people are like over there, like in a mask or something.
It's not. Yeah, and we can't even dial in.
Recording in progress.
It's always hard, man. Ever since like, dude, ever since college.
Oh,
it's,
God.
it's hard to keep the weight off.
Does everyone that wanted to see the window have an opportunity to do so? Board members?
Yes.
Okay. And the public? All right, very good. Then we'll reconvene the meeting. So the meeting is reconvened at about 16 minutes after. Okay, where we are. Okay, the first item is a City Commission item, number 24-8422, Historic Preservation Board review of the window replacement proposal for the City Hall complex. Staff?
If you can give me 1 second to join back on the Zoom to get the presentation up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. While we're doing that,
Busy time of the
we'll
year.
do a little bit of housekeeping.
For everybody.
Does any member of the board have an ex parte communication or site visit to disclose at this time? Is
Yeah, I had a meeting with staff to review the window yesterday.
very good.
I reviewed, I didn't look at the windows out here, but I went with staff probably a couple of weeks ago, and we looked at the existing windows outside in City Hall.
Okay, very good.
All right. I apologize.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, if I may, while Anna brings up the presentation, I just wanted to remind this board and the public that this item is coming in a little bit of a different posture to you all than a normal certificate of appropriateness. This board adopted a motion about a year ago, which went to the City Commission and it was adopted, that directs that any alterations to the City Hall window, if they're going to proceed pursuant to Section 1-104 of the city's zoning code, which I believe the manager has elected to do, that those windows be presented to the Historic Preservation Board with a staff report on the alterations for non-binding review and feedback prior to any public hearing held pursuant to that section of the zoning code. So it's coming to you today not as a COA, but but rather for your review and recommendation and feedback to the City Commission. I think it would still be preferable to have a motion from this board one way or another, just to direct your feedback to the City Commission, but it's coming in a little bit of a different posture. So happy to answer any questions about that, but it will be presented to you by city staff, and as soon as we get that up.
Thank you.
Through the chair, just to understand, so what happens after it goes through here? It goes directly to commission, or is it another, does it have a byway stop anywhere else?
So the manager appears to be proceeding under section 1-104 of the zoning code that requires a public hearing at the City Commission for proceeding under that section. So there will be a public hearing at the City Commission for approval of any alterations to the windows.
I'm sharing my screen, but if we could put the Zoom feed up. Thank you. All right. So, thank you, Anna Pernis, Preservation Officer. I'm going to quickly review the staff analysis that I circulated to the board and just to have it on the record. This is an application before you, like mentioned before. The City Commission requests the Historic Preservation Board non-binding review and feedback of the window replacement proposal for the City Hall complex. The proposal includes the replacement of the existing wood windows with a steel window product by Hope's Windows. Over the years, the building has undergone minor modifications and general repairs, but many of its original features remain, including the original wood windows and doors. The city is considering the replacement of these elements. On September 6, 2023, the City Commission passed a resolution that any alterations to the City Hall complex windows proceeding pursuant to Section 1-104 be done in consultation with the city's Historic Preservation Officer and be presented to the city's Historic Preservation Board. The original wood windows at Coral Gables City Hall are an integral part of the building's Mediterranean Revival style. The windows are characterized by their wooden frames, divided light patterns, and large size, allowing natural light into the building. These elements contribute significantly to the building's architectural appeal and historic integrity. The intent of the proposal is to replace the wood windows with a steel window product that would replicate the existing windows in type, configuration, and operation. To ensure compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, any modification of original wood windows and doors at City Hall should be carried out in a manner to protect the building's historical and architectural integrity. Before replacement is considered, a thorough evaluation of the current windows should be conducted to determine their condition. Today we have Nati Soto and Claudia Noval from, you guys are I'm gonna butcher the firm's name, to talk to you about the process of choosing this window, and how they have a short presentation for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nati Soto with Ferguson Glasgow Schuster Soto, FGSS. We will be rebranding soon to be able to make it easier for everyone. We are at 901 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. And with me is architect also Claudia Noval, has been working with the city to assist them in this process. So we were asked to assist the city in review of the existing condition, a brief review of the existing conditions and options that would be available to improve the conditions, because the windows are not in good shape. They are, some of them are literally falling apart, as we found in our project that we're doing on the third floor, where one of the contractors opened the window and it basically didn't want to close anymore, didn't want to exist anymore. So we looked at several options of what could be done here. First option was obviously restoring the existing windows, these sashes with custom profiles to match what's there, finishes, again, consistent with what would be a historical study of what the original colors were, so that we could replicate it as much as possible. The frames would be repaired and repainted in the field, hardware repaired, and if possible, a lot of it is no longer there. And we would be consistent with the existing items. Obviously, there's pros and cons to that. The pros is obviously that it retains the exact aesthetic and material properties of the existing historical building. We also considered the possibility of converting to fixed sashes instead of operable windows as requested, so for energy conservation reasons. And we decided that wasn't really what was appropriate for the building. Obviously, the main con is that it's not a hurricane-resistant product, so it leaves the building vulnerable to hurricane forces from any storm. And what's happening is that the windows require biannual maintenance to treat and prevent rot and damage. And even if we evaluate it and fix as much as possible to make them more resistant to wind forces, they would never be brought up to meet the current wind pressures from the increasing hurricane forces. Also, the windows do require annual painting and sealing. There's a limited amount of window restoration companies in Florida, unfortunately, and we have reached out to one that's very well known, and we've had some difficulty getting feedback because they know it's only not an immediate need. So that is one of the challenges as to getting the windows repaired. Then we also looked at the possibility of leaving the thing as it is and repairing the windows and providing using the shutters. Right now, the shutters that are there are attached to the stone facade. They're really not meeting the wind pressures for the negative wind pressures and would likely fly off, number one. Number two, it takes the city, I think they said 3 days, up to 3 days to put whatever products that they've had stored. They need to get a company out with a lift, et cetera. So there's some increasing challenges to that because the storms have been not as clear in their path as they used to be. So there is the challenge of when to come out, how to mobilize that protection right away. And obviously the shutters are not really embedded structurally to prevent them from flying on to resist the current wind forces. Another item that was explored was interior storm windows, basically a combination of repairing the existing windows once an assessment was made as to what the exact position is and condition of each of the openings and what had needed to be done there. So the option was to install storm windows on the interior. To do so, it would be similar to the procedure of putting a new window, which is the existing structure around each window needs to be reinforced because the building is built out of primarily terracotta, and that needs to be reinforced for any attachment of any product that would withstand the hurricane forces. So for that particular purpose, obviously you have to go through the same process of reinforcing the existing building. The interior is obviously affected because you have to take off what's on the inside. We can try to save it, or restore can try to save some of it, but it's a big challenge, and then put everything back exactly the way it was, either with new materials or such. So the cost of that would be extensive. And obviously the aesthetics of the interior, it would be obvious that there's a storm window inside, number one. Number two, you would no longer have the benefits of an operable window that you could open the window if necessary for whatever process. And then Obvious other con is that the regular annual and biannual maintenance of the exterior windows would still be necessary. And the interior storm window also provides some unusual conditions to the interior of the wood because it's basically sealing the gap, that gap that's created between the wood window and the storm window needs to be treated in a certain way, and the windows operated very often so that those gases and things that form, the heat that forms in that cavity doesn't destroy the restored window. So then
Would the chair allow for a question on this point, or you want to wait for him to finish the?
I'm sorry, let's wait until the presentation is finished, please.
So then the next step was to say, okay, what does it take to replace windows here? So we looked at aluminum windows, we looked at wood windows, and we looked at steel windows, all three with impact and hurricane force resistant products, Florida approvals, or local Miami-Dade County notices of approval. There were various products that we were looked at, and what we did is we analyzed the profiles and what could be done with those products within their approval process that would allow to basically have the aesthetics of the existing windows, but also the impact resistance. And of those, we saw that the Hopes product could be customized by applying moldings and such to the exterior made of steel as well, so that the look, the aesthetics would, and the profile of the window section would be matching as closely as possible to the existing wood windows. And that's what that's what this sample is. This is obviously a work in progress. That sample that you've seen outside, that is almost there, but it's not totally inclusive of all the extrusions and moldings that are planned for the project if it goes through, because there's only so much material that's available without extruding the exact shapes that are necessary for that finished product. So that's what I've got for you guys. Anna, any other questions or things you want to cover?
Mr.
Do
Banos,
you want to go over the
question?
proposal with the section? Sorry that my internet is not disconnected, so to cut off the presentation to go over the section. But if not, we can just take discussion maybe now while this is getting restarted.
It was in the package. It was in the board package.
Yeah, they all have it.
Yeah.
So once I get back up, I could put some photos on.
Okay, Mr. Banos, you have a question? And then for those board members, just raise your hand and let me recognize you.
It wasn't clear to me when you did this explanation. What's the difference between functionally and monetarily? Don't you have to reinforce the structure anyway to put in the window that you have out there?
Yes.
So why would the reinforcement that you would have to do to put an internal shutter, okay, why would that be an impediment if you have to do the reinforcement anyway?
It's not. It's the same process. The big difference that you're adding between the steel new window, impact window, and the storm shutter is basically the cost and the viability of restoring the existing windows.
But it would be a true restoration of the existing windows, because you will not be getting rid of them. And like they will be maintained there. You would have to, do the whatever essential work is necessary in order for some of those windows to be restored to what they're supposed to be, replacement of the wood in some areas, etc. But the original windows will be kept, and then you would have hurricane protection from the inside. And if do they give the same level of protection when it comes to, in the commentary by the commission sometimes, and I've heard it from staff, I understand that there's some issues with humidity and would that give the same protection if the shutters will be put inside, or would it be different?
Well, structurally, it's a similar process. You have
Okay.
to attach the product to a substrate that's going to handle the structural conditions
So it would,
from a structural standpoint.
so it would have the same benefit of giving the building the general protection from the outside elements. It would just be an internal shutter, right? As opposed to, and then it has the added benefit with the expense, I understand, but with the added benefit, so we can keep the original windows on the building.
Well, the likelihood is that if there's a hurricane that would pass the area, a large amount of those windows would get sucked out.
Well,
And damaged.
couple of issues with that statement, though.
Okay.
The building has been there since what time? 19 what?
We've been very lucky since
Okay,
1925.
So I think, it can probably withstand another hurricane. And plus,
I don't know.
if we so desire, we can always put the same protection that we have stored, we can put it outside to protect the windows themselves. This would just be an internal protection, so there's nothing else to be there. I'm trying to achieve a goal where some of these windows, I mean, they may have wood rot or things like that, but the windows themselves, the original Florida pine, that's a very resistant type of wood. And then it's a beautiful window out there, but it's not the original window. It doesn't have all the moldings, it changes, in my view, the view of the building, but that's just an opinion. I just want to ask the question specifically. Structurally, you would have to do the same work to replace the window than to put the shutters internally, right?
Okay, structurally, to protect the interior of the building and the roof, structurally, it's a similar situation.
Okay.
Obviously, any damage to the windows and the exterior created by the damage to the windows would not be protected at all.
Okay.
And
That's it.
to be honest with you, I'm not sure, the assessment hasn't been done yet as to whether those are Dade County pine windows. I don't believe they are.
Ms. Rolando?
I have a couple of questions about how you ended up selecting the steel window. I've had, in a historic home,
Can you please speak into the microphone a little closer? Sorry.
I've had steel windows, and they rust together and required annual maintenance as well. And I've also had wood. And you've presented us with the steel option. Is that, what kind of coating, or what is the anticipated maintenance on that? And then you also showed that a possibility of a wood window that, to me, the texture and the appearance, if you're recommending replacement, should we be considering a like-kind replacement?
Okay, the wood window products that we explored that have impact resistance, the profile of the sash and the frame was much wider.
Okay.
So the existing windows have a pretty narrow profile for a wood window, which is very nice, and the new wood windows are much wider in the profile. The finish, I know, Claudia, you know a little bit better. It's like a 20-year paint finish.
For the wood windows or the?
No, the metal.
I believe so. It's longer standing.
Please
I don't
speak
know.
into the microphone.
10 years. Sorry. For the finish, I think the 10 years is what with the finish.
So the finish on the steel windows comes with a 10-year guarantee?
I believe so, and warranty. And to Nati's statement, when I believe there's only one wood window product available, and it was the one that we listed. And that one, in order to keep the Florida product approval, they can't make them any thinner. So it would substantially change the light in the building, in the window.
They also were hesitant to apply any of the very unique pieces that make the City Hall windows, like the bottom trim, the drips and such. Their new windows don't have that at all, and they would not participate in altering any of that.
Okay. Ms. Alvarez?
Did you explore other wood manufacturers? Because I know of a few others that
Yeah, we-
make an effort to copy the exact profiles. And
We explored the ones that had a product approval product approval, and we were not able to identify anything with that narrow profile on the sashes.
You might want to give them names of companies, if you know
is that
others.
appropriate? Or? I don't know. Okay.
I mean, not
So I'm not sure if this is applicable, but a few years ago, I attempted to use Hope's windows on another project, and back then the frames came from the manufacturer somewhere up north, but the glass was installed here.
Yes.
So it created some issues, with the contractor. How do they
Anna, please
control?
speak. There you go. Very
Oh,
good.
sorry.
Much closer.
and warranties, et cetera. Do you know about that? Or is that no longer applicable?
I know that the window product has a long-term warranty. Whether they still have difficulties, I have not heard that.
Okay. So I was thinking of other projects in the city that have had the windows replaced. So I can think of the Merrick House. So in that case, maybe staff could speak to that, how that was done. That has the storm panels and the original windows restored.
Yeah, the windows were restored, and we kept the panels.
Mm-hmm.
One last question. So if you did have to reinforce the structure on the existing windows, whether you do replacement or some storm paneling system, do you have an idea of what that detail looks like? Do they have to
No.
make some kind of cavity to reinforce, or?
We do have an idea. If I know that what what we've done on the third floor is the perimeter of the window has been carved out and reinforcing installed, and then it was filled with grout. So if
Was
I
that
don't know
done
if
without damaging interior finishes, or?
Oh
how
no,
was
all
it?
the interior finishes were removed. On the third floor?
No, the interior finishes are remaining on the third floor. They cut the drywall, they cut the plaster around the trim of the existing
Windows.
Yeah, not the window itself is still in place. It's still there. It's like floating in this crevice. Actually, it's been done, so it's not a crevice anymore.
The entire perimeter of the window is, on the third floor, the entire perimeter of the windows have been reinforced. But the window, in essence, they're still there. Even the sill, the molding, they were able to just, what has been removed is basically the wall finish around the window box, let's call it. And that's how they've reinforced it.
Okay. Are you finished, Ms. Alvarez?
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Durano, you have a...
For me, I'm pretty much okay with replacing the windows if the existing windows are in bad condition. My only concern is what Peggy brought up is the steel, because it will eventually rust. I don't know what, if we could maybe find out a little bit better on the warranty and what they do or what type of maintenance is required, because I know that could be a problem, but I understand that the steel ones are the ones that have the best profile to mimic the original ones. So
Yep.
I think but that's something we got to consider, because that could be a maintenance issue later down the road.
Ms. Spain?
I just have a couple of questions. First of all, on process, whatever we end up with, the recommendation to the city commission, when is that going to the commission? Is that something that is,
That's
you
a
don't
question
need to
for
do
the-
anything else, and you'll just take it to the commission?
It's a question for city staff and the city manager. There's no timing requirement in this process that's happening here today, but.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and honorable board members. Joe Gomez, Assistant City Manager the city of Coral Gables. Our intent would be to bring this to the commission either in January or February of 2025.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing, there hasn't been any type of study done as to the condition of the existing windows. Are you planning on doing that before January or whatever it is? Because, I mean, that was in the report and that's what they've said. So you really don't know what condition these windows are that you're wanting to take out that have been there for 100 years, what condition they're in. Yeah, one of them may have fallen apart, but one of them may be okay. And we really don't know that now, right?
No complete window assessment has been done unit by unit.
Right, so I believe that should be done. If we're talking about removing them, okay, that's my first comment. And also, you said that there had to be a biannual window repair if you put in if you restore these windows? Is that what I heard?
That's what it's recommended for wood windows.
That's not something that's being done now, right?
No. by century, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, it's not being done.
Okay, so
You got it right.
that may not happen. And also, I really think that it's important, whether these windows are restored or replaced, that we figure out what the original paint color was.
Yes.
And that's fairly simple to do. Companies do that.
Well, we've had sampling done recently, and it's been sent to the lab.
Okay.
So there may be some surprises. We're excited about that.
She was there last week or the week before.
Yeah.
For that.
And I brought up those interior storm shutters at a previous board meeting, but I don't think necessarily they need to be permanent. I mean, just like someone goes around on the outside, which is terrifying to watch, I have to say. I had my office in City Hall at one point, and the guys walking along in those ledges, putting up the panels were terrifying. But if they're on the inside, they could easily be removable, and it would not take 3 days to put up one panel. Because I do appreciate you saying the humidity in that gap between the shutter and the window might be a problem for the wood.
Yeah.
But I don't see how it would be, I don't think it'd be difficult to just have removable panel on the interior. And so I'm thinking one panel, so they don't have to, but whatever. So they don't have to spend a lot of time so that we can still restore the windows. I don't know, the windows, and actually if you do that, you can restore the windows little by little. You can put the panels on the interior, removable panels on the interior, and so every storm that comes, they're fine, you put it up, but then you can take your time and put it in multiple, it may take 10 years in the budget to actually do a restoration of the windows. But I would suggest that that's what we should do.
Mr. Garcia-Pons, discussion?
Sure, did you want an answer to that?
What?
The last part?
No.
Okay.
I was expecting one.
So I think I understand how the city arrived at this suggested alternative, but I do have a couple of questions as to how we got there. So my first points were going to be Donna's points, which is the thorough evaluation. I think it's premature to say we're going to take out all the windows and replace them with steel when we don't know. And I wouldn't be able to vote on it to do that without that information. So I understand the urgency of the matter as well, but I would urge the city to please do that first. And then once we know what the extent of the problem is, then craft a solution. I think we're trying to craft a solution prior to having all the information, which is difficult for me. I also tend to agree with Donna's suggestion, but before we get there, I think it's a question for the city, but I don't know if the architect wants to answer, is what's the impetus, what's the number one priority for the window replacement? Not 17 priorities, but the number one priority for the window replacement at this time is what?
I don't know if you want. I certainly can tell you what mine is, but that's yours.
Because there's lots of them.
Yeah, there is.
the replacement of the windows, it's integral to the long-term viability of the building. We're going to enter into a full-term assessment and restoration and rehabilitation of City Hall, so hopefully it can last another 100 years. It's important that that structure be as sealed and as airtight as possible, as moisture tight as possible, in order for that structure to continue on in its glory for the next 100 years. That's why it's imperative that, at least from an engineering perspective, and I'm just going to speak as an engineer, because again, I'll defer to the architects and to the historic preservation. But as an engineer, my job is to protect that asset as best as I can. And I know that if we replace the windows with windows that are hurricane rated, that structure has a much better chance of surviving long-term than if not.
Okay, thank you. And I imagine that was the priority because all the alternatives were hurricane-proof, hurricane-rated, hurricane. And I'm not sure, we know that that building is not a shelter. It's not going to have people in it during a hurricane. We already have an EOC, which is probably what this building was built for. So understanding, I think the phrasing that you mentioned of we're trying to protect the building for the future and airtight is important. And that is different to me than hurricane. So I think if you're trying to protect the investment that the city is going to make on the interior, I think we can all agree that humidity plays a factor, and I'm pretty positive that those windows leak like crazy. But they were designed to at that time because back then it was passive as opposed to seal, which is what we do today. And I think that's where the conflict comes in for at least my role on this board, which is historic preservation, is the original intent of those windows were to be operable and to be to match the aesthetic of what the Coral Gables was in the 1920s. And we are so fortunate that they are still there today that it is painful to, particularly without a thorough evaluation, just say, hey, we're going to do our best, we're going to take them out, we're going to try to make steel and move it forward. We as a board often, or we know that having historic property may require more maintenance, right, for everybody, not just the city, for the private property owners, for everyone that has these buildings. And we know that the biannual maintenance is going to be a requirement, and I know that the city has their priorities with budgets, and these, governing is difficult. But from the perspective of this board, I think our priority is to give you advice based on what we think is best for the historic nature of the city and this particular building. And this particular building being City Hall, like this is the marquee building almost, to me, in front of the Biltmore. The Biltmore is a beautiful building, but this is our civic building. I just took a moment to read, as the meeting was starting, as provided by staff in the report, is the National Park Service Historic Preservation Tax Incentive Replacement Window Standards. And all the bullets on the front page talk about replacement windows on primary street facing, replacement windows on the low areas, replacement of existing windows, material for material, wood for wood, metal for metal. It's really specific. It also refers back to the fact that we should have a thorough evaluation of the problem, and we currently have windows that haven't disintegrated. So I think there is a conflict, and again, I understand why, I believe I understand why the city moved in the direction that they're moving, but I think there are alternatives that can do both. And I think Ms. Spain's alternative of sealing the building in a different fashion and then protecting the windows as possible should be further considered. And it may cost more money and it may take more time, but we as a city, what are our priorities? And I can only speak to my priorities, and this board can only speak to our priorities. The city has other priorities, and the city's going to have to do what they're going to have to do, but I think it's incumbent upon us to make our priorities known, particularly in this particular way. The solution of an interior sealant, whether it's permanent, as the architect has mentioned, is we're going to have to redo the framing anyway. We're going to have to seal those things in to make it airtight. That, I think, addresses what Mr. Gomez mentioned earlier, is 100% sealing of the interior for protection of drying the air, right? That is one solution. The solution of putting it up when the hurricane comes in temporarily solves the hurricane problem and not the sealing problem. So that's why I asked what the number one solution
Can
was.
I comment on that?
Sure.
I don't think it's always a good thing to absolutely seal historic buildings. We had all kinds of issues with the Merrick House, and I personally have had issues. I lived on Santa Maria Street on a hollow clay tile structure, and I put in hurricane proof windows in that because they were awning windows when I first moved in. Peter Iglesias was essential in that process, and so was Manny Lopez. I have to kudos to them. They came over and we figured out how to fill the cells. But once they were put in, it was hermetically sealed, and it was a huge problem. So I don't know that it's a good idea to necessarily really seal that building, but go ahead.
And I don't know about 100%, and you can't do it. I'm sure there's mechanical engineers for that. I'm not one of them. I think that's sort of half the point. The second point is, following the priorities, is technologically, we can rebuild that window, right? We can. It's the 21st century. Of course we can rebuild that window. It's just a matter of time and money. So maybe a quick question for any contractor that might be on the board is, or in the audience, are there craftsmen available in this country that can rebuild a wood window to match that, in your opinion? Do you know?
Absolutely. We're doing it at the Congregational Church.
Right. So again, I think there is an opportunity.
You want to take it further that will meet the conditions of procurement of the city of Coral Gables.
But that's up to the city
It's
of Coral
not like your
Gables.
house.
That's really up to the city of Coral Gables, right? We make our own rules, right? If it's a priority to the city to do this, they can do this. It's not written in stone.
Doesn't the procurement code have, there's a clause in there that talks about historic preservation, and they can waive the process?
Yeah, they have special exemptions for restoration.
And
But again,
conservation.
there's ways to work the procurement code if that was the case, if we needed it out of state.
And those of us
It
that
wouldn't
have-
be easy. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but
Those of us that have worked in government know that if there's a will, there's a way. And I think if there's a will, there's a way. So I think the city should do the thorough evaluation before proceeding, please. And then possibly entertain another alternative if one comes out of this board, to evaluate as an alternative, and think about what are the city's priorities with regard to this civic building and the face that we show the world that who we are. And we've had this debate over other landmark items, which are difficult. I'm not going to conflate the two, but it is an ongoing debate. And at some point, if we just keep on giving in to these things are expedient to be done this way, we're going to lose the heart and character of what things are. And I know it's a fine line because we replace windows all the time. In private residences, things change. We replace kitchens and bathrooms, things change over time. But this is so special, I think it would merit some consideration. The last sort of comment, sorry, this is all comments, not questions. The last comment is in the parks comment, in the parks notes, they do talk about prioritizing window replacement. And not every window needs to be replaced in kind. So the primary faces, the one closest to the people, the one in the major rooms, so maybe the windows facing the parking garage are different, right? I don't know this because I'm not going to identify what are the priority windows and what aren't the priority windows, but I know for sure that the windows in the chambers, those are pretty spectacular on that curve, right? There are some things that could be really kept there as identifying elements that could be preserved forever, and it doesn't have to be all however many windows are in the building. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Silva?
Sure, thank you. I agree. I think Cesar said it perfectly, so I'm not gonna repeat his comments. I do appreciate, Ms. Soto, the work you did in in the work with the new window and trying to match as closely as possible. I think if you look at the side-by-side comparison, I think we are to go the replacement route, I think this is maybe a viable option. I did want to add something to Caesar's comments, I guess, on the ceiling of the building. If that is the number one priority, I don't want us to hyper-focus on the windows because the entire building, it's an envelope, right? If we're proposing to replace these windows.
I don't think we should put words into Mr. Gomez's mouth. It's a protection of the building, which included the ceiling.
Understood. Understood. But I don't want to hyper-focus on sealing these windows 100% when the rest of this building, we all know, is a porous building, right? It has cladding, it has gaps, and I know there's a project coming along to restore it, but you know, those walls were meant to weep in some way, and maybe it's not a bad thing that these windows weep out. You know, the thing has to be looked at as an envelope in its entirety. And I think hyper-focusing on just the windows without looking at the entire wall system is maybe a mistake. And that's why I would echo the request for kind of an overall analysis of the existing windows and which ones are bad, which ones are really bad. And maybe that'll give us some clues, right? Maybe it's windows that are protected on the south facade or whatever it is. And then we can start looking at not a whole replacement, but selected, or we start identifying tiers of windows that maybe could be replaced. I mean, I think we need to look at this a little more carefully because this building is so special to our city.
I'm going to pick up where my colleagues have left off and ask the question, are the doors going to be replaced?
Yeah, that's right.
Amos Rojas Jr., City Manager. I think the first step for us, for the city to do, is do a complete evaluation, not only of all the windows, like you said, before we bring it to commission, is to also do the doors, because the doors do have some damage. Anna may be able to answer a little bit more specific as to which doors are in worse shape, but I believe that, and I'm not sure which member said it, we will do a complete evaluation of the doors and windows, and then we'll schedule it for commission meeting once you all have had an opportunity to look at the documentation.
Thank you. Has there been a study on a cost-benefit analysis on looking at these various options? We know that one cost is, for all of them, is to remove the windows, and then to also, cement the inside so that storm windows can be there. Is there a range of costs and a cost analysis has been looked at?
Like I said, we're here today to get the feedback, and I'm making my notes here as to the comments that you all are making on this. I do agree that before moving forward, we will do the evaluation, and then, we'll see where we're at.
And how far are we from selecting an architect?
That was approved at the December commission meeting. We have selected the consulting firm that will be doing the assessment and then eventually the design for the rehabilitation and restoration of the building.
So are you expecting the architect doing the assessment to specify the windows?
The lead of the team is an architectural firm. It's Heisenbottle that was selected. The team also has Douglas Wood's firm as a structural engineer who has been intimately involved with the structural repairs of the building for many, many years. And we also have a conservator that's part of the team as well.
So we're really not in a huge hurry to make this decision whatsoever. Correct. I'm going to make a couple of comments. Thank you very much. And I'd like to begin by saying that this is the building that we have in front of us, our City Hall, is very much like your grandfather's gold watch. The one that has the 24-jewel movement, that was beautifully machined by craftsmen and people who have made, wonderful watches that sell for very expensive sums of money. But in order to maybe be a little more convenient, we're thinking of taking out all of that beautiful clockwork inside and replacing it with a battery operation. The Coral Gables City Hall is one of our city's most iconic buildings. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. It is eligible and should be, and I hope it will be very soon, a national landmark, like the Biltmore. This building is unique. It's survived not only 100 years with the same windows, but the windows haven't been painted since Les Bailenson was a consulting architect to the city when they were painted green, and that was about 20 years ago or more. So that was when Mr. Bailenson discovered that they were green through a chemical analysis of the original paints rather than white. Windows, as we all know, are one of the most important architectural elements of a building. And therefore, we need to take extra time rather than rushing this or coming to a predetermined decision. Those windows have lasted 100 years through lots and lots of hurricanes. There are multiple examples of this. I understand that a set of windows like this will run in excess of maybe $25,000 or more for one window. That's a pretty staggering sum of money. I restored the Opa-locka City Hall a number of years ago and had all the windows rebuilt. My church right now is looking at restoring and rebuilding its windows, and they're wood too. And by the way, there's probably not more than a half a dozen historic buildings from the 20s that still have their wood windows in here. This is not a residential building. We don't have the option of saying, I want to do this because it's more convenient to me. Our brand as a city is history. We sell that. We tell everybody. All you have to do is go on our website, and we tell you that is it. So the Secretary's standards are very clear. Those standards are the same as our city's standards. We need to make sure that we follow our standards and our code and meet up to the obligations of which we as a city and citizens have stated that we believe in, that is our brand, and what it is that we all aspire to. We can have a real teaching moment with this building, and I hope that we do. I hope that we bring in craftsmen. I hope that we bring in all kinds of people to showcase to the world not only our willingness to restore this building properly, but to show people how to do it. I think that's essential. With that, I think that there's really no real urgency to this, and I would urge you to urge the City Council to slow down and to get the studies done, and whatever you do, don't have an MAI direction. Don't have it made as instructed. Let us come up all together as a city to determine the best possible way to do this.
Mr. Chairman, will you allow a question of the city attorney?
Can I make a comment?
Okay.
Everyone from the commission down to myself and to the staff, we all understand the need to preserve the history of the city of Coral Gables. We understand that, and I don't want to give the impression that we're just let's just replace the windows, it's just easier to throw new ones instead of we looked at many options, as you heard the architect explain. But I just want you to know that we too feel that when we do it, we need to do it right. And we are concerned, during the budget year this year, my first priority in the budget was historical sites, because I saw that there was a lot of historical sites, not a lot, some of them, that needed tender, loving care. Now, with that comes money. So when we talk about restoring the water tower or some of the other Venetian pool, it costs money. But I just want you to know that when we talk about doing repairs or doing work at City Hall, we also keep in mind the history of Coral Gables and what it means to us that work and live here in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. We really appreciate that. Mr. Banos.
Just had a question of the city attorney. So I don't want to let go of this question because I think that to the chairman's point and the point of Mr. Garcia Pons and the rest of the colleagues, we don't have the information in front of us to truly be able to provide the response and the educated recommendation that the city is asking of us. The manager has just conceded that, giving our feedback, that he believes that we need to do a study of the windows. So wouldn't it be advisable, instead of for us to give any recommendations, so we can keep the jurisdiction that has been allowed by that ordinance, that we have to give our recommendation before anything is done, that they will table, defer the item until we have that information, so this thing doesn't move along the line and gets to a void, so that we can continue to have the influence on the debate, okay? And receive the information from the manager, and then after that, once we have it, then provide an educated reflection as to what should be done based on that, and then and only then have the matter move over to the city commission.
If the applicant, who's the city today, is proffering that they will return to this board and will seek your recommendation then, that's certainly fine, and we can defer the item until that date. But I would ask that the applicant confirm that they will be returning, and we'll defer any decision-making on the behalf of this board until that date.
Well, it's funny because I asked that same question in regards to had we done all of the window evaluations yesterday, which is I found out we had not. I think it's Mr. Baños's suggestion is correct, and we're willing to go back. Let's gather the information that we have there. We'll include the doors as well, because I think that's a very integral part of what we're doing. And then we'll come back for feedback to the board.
Given that proffer, I will move to defer the item until we have that information.
Through the chair, before we defer it, I would like to ask the city staff and possibly the consultant, whether it's within their scope or not, to take into consideration the comments that were made on the board today as to if the results come in as A, B, or C, these may be the alternatives that we could proceed with, so it's not all or nothing. That would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, we have physical agreement from the manager and the vice manager.
So with that in mind,
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah, okay.
the commission resolution directed that this item come for non-binding review and feedback prior to any public hearing, but I'm hearing from the manager's office that they're not going to consider that review and feedback pursuant to the resolution until they return with that additional information.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
I should move to defer, and the motion should make reference to specifically as to what Ms. Throckmorton just said, and it should reflect in the motion that is being done at the manager's proffer that this item, that this would not be considered, or that opinion that is going to resolution, that we have not yet provided that input.
That's how I understand the motion, that this item will be deferred for that additional information about the windows and doors to be provided by the city, and that it will not proceed to the city commission until further review by this board.
So we have a motion. Do we need a second, please?
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mr. Paño. We have a second by Mr. Garcia Pons.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I know we don't necessarily need it, but I don't know if we have any public comment on this item, but I just wanted to make sure that was.
Can we take the motion first before, and then we can receive
we have a motion in a second. I would prefer, if we're going to take public comment, that we take it before the vote.
Very good. Also, do we have any kind of public comment that has come in the mail or by other means?
Yes, we did receive a public comment letter from Correlia Carbonell on behalf of the HPACG that was circulated in advance of the meeting. That's the only one that we received digitally. And if there's anybody in person or in Zoom that would like to speak, please go ahead.
And through the chair, I think the letter that Anna just mentioned was actually really clearly written. So if it's online, I would encourage anybody to read it.
Yeah, we will attach it to the agenda with the minutes.
Okay. Mr. Torrey, would you like to come up?
For the record, please state your name and address, anybody who's going to be speaking today. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Vinny Torrey, 208 Andalusia.
This isn't quasi-judicial.
Yeah, it's not.
Thank you for letting me speak. So I concur with the majority of you that this is one of the more significant buildings. It is the most significant building in the city. And with all the regulations, all the demands that we put on folks, I think it's a bad example not to do what's right, which I think may be to look at really hard at keeping those original windows, if at all possible. I think that would be first try. The couple of things that were said earlier that caught my attention. One was that the folks that do restoration, and I think there's one major group in town, had not either had the time or the ability to look at them. I would think that that should have been taken further and determined whether some other folks out there could do this either nationally or internationally. Because I think that either we can send them to somebody here, or we can put them on a ship and send them to Italy. And I'm sure somebody that does work in Venice can bring them back beautifully painted for us. I'm sure that's available, probably for a good cost. And the second thing is that if you were to really pursue the impact-resistant window, there may be a one-time inspection or one-time approval for a window that may not be a Marvin, may not be a Luxembourg, but could be something completely different that may meet the design criteria that you guys may wish. So that may be an option, and that's something that I did not hear. But I think that could also be explored if, in fact, that's the route that the city would like to take. The Hope's windows are top of the line. I just don't know that that's the right solution at this point. Possibly later, but at this point, I think, like you said, the breathing of the building and all that is not really a major concern, at least as far as I'm concerned. The continuing or the keeping of those windows, I think should be really thought through. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other public comment that people would like to make a statement? All right. Well, hearing none, then we'll go back to the motion and the resolution. Would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Rolando?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Silva?
Yes.
And Mr. Maxwell?
Yes.
It's a yes from me too.
And just for me as well. My motion, his second.
Apologies.
All right.
It's all right.
Mr. Manager, Mr. Vice Manager, I'd like to thank you very much for your time, for your patience, and for listening to us, and for bringing this issue to us. As we all know, we love this city. All of us do. And that's why so many people are here today. Mr. Torrey, thank you. Your professional opinion is always highly appreciated. So let us move forward in the spirit of cooperation and working together. I think that we can find a solution that meets all of the criteria that we have in our code and all of the criteria that we have in our hearts. And that's the most important thing I think that we can do. We have a beautiful city. Let's push it to the next 100 years. Thank you, sir. Okay, moving on. We have changes in the agenda.
Would you consider moving the other city item up, or the gondola building?
So I think
If
Mr.
I-
Garcia Pons wanted to move up the gondola building, and I wanted to move up Santa Teresa. So I think with the indulgence of the chair, we could do that.
So, right, so the gondola building right now is scheduled as the first COA. If you want to take the gondola building and the St. Teresa, we can do that.
Okay.
Unless you want to do the designations and then do those two COAs first.
I think that would be preferable if we could follow that suggestion Mr. Garcia Pons wanted to do the gondola building and then Santa Teresa, so that
So
I know
you'd like
Father
to-
has an
They
event.
have
I just want to make
yeah,
sure.
St. Teresa has another
So
meeting
continue.
beginning at 7 p.m.
I know we have people with another meeting, so would you want to do this before the gondola building or following?
Staff is,
It's your decision, Mr. Chairman. So just you have two members of your board are asking you to move two items up. That's all.
As the chair, I do not object.
Okay,
And I'm happy to
perfect.
do that, and I'm happy to accommodate. So we'll take item number 6 then out of order, if we would please, which is, let me get to my chair. This is case file COA SP 24-036, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property located at 2701 Indian Mountain Trail, a contributing resource within the Church of Little Flower Historic District, legally described as all blocks 6, 6A, and 7, Coral Gables Section D, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 25 at page 74 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. The applicant is requesting design approval for the new construction of a one-story, approximately 19,123 square foot multi-purpose building.
Mr. Chair, if we could please make sure that anybody who's going to speak on any of the remaining items stand up and be sworn in by the court reporter. And if we have anybody on Zoom, if we could please have their faces appear so that we can swear everybody in as we proceed now with our quasi-judicial items.
Yep. If you did not hear that, if you're going to be testifying before of any item, please stand to be sworn in.
Thank you.
And if we have anyone on Zoom that would like to provide testimony, could you please turn your camera on? You might have to give, or request, you have to turn Elizabeth's, make her co-host. Miss Gwen?
Yeah. She's been pinned, and
Even if she doesn't come out, if I can see her there, I can.
No, I don't. I did with the there she is.
Elizabeth, will you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear that, or affirm the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, before you move with the item, so just a personal disclosure, I visit this site every morning to drop off my children at school. So I just want to make sure that the board knows that. And I think you all know that this property happens to be right across from my home. So I just wanted to make that disclosure, okay?
Thank you for protecting Dr. McShane's house.
It's my pleasure.
And of course, you will not be influenced by any of this, will you?
I will not be influencing in any way by any of these items, okay? Although I do have to say that Dr. McShane's house was really protected by Sister Rosalie more than by me. Okay, so.
We thank Sister Rosalie.
And Mr. Banos, just for the record, you remain
I will
ready to
I will
proceed
remain
free from bias.
unbiased, and I will give my my vote today will be based on the evidence, not based on any preference or information with or knowledge about the school.
Thank you.
Or members of the school.
Are we ready to proceed?
Yes. I'm just going to share the presentation.
We have a wonderful building here, ladies and gentlemen. However, our technology, well, we haven't caught quite up to 1924. I mean, 2024.
You are dating yourself.
You are dating yourself, sir.
Yes, I know. I was born then.
Anna Pernis, Preservation Officer. The proposal before you is an application to request design approval for the new construction of a one-story, approximately 19,123 square foot multipurpose building. The site considered today is located in the northeast corner of the school property, utilizing a portion of the existing athletic field. The main entrances faces an interior parking lot facing the historic school buildings. The new multipurpose building uses cues from the architectural styles of the contributing buildings within the historic district to create a compatible design that is sensitive to its historic context. The new building is designed to complement the Mediterranean design buildings on campus and to integrate seamlessly with the surrounding context. The building has a textured stucco finish, two-piece barrel tile terracotta roof, multi-light windows, arched openings, exposed rafter tails, and an arcade along three sides. The scale of the building is dictated by the size requirements of the new gymnasium, but the architect has manipulated the mass so that it feels more in scale to the other buildings on site. As per the letter of intent, the large mass of the building will be scaled down with a series of barrel-tiled roof porticos and parapet roofs. The tile will be a Ludovici terracotta barrel tile, previously approved for other structures on the campus, and the parapet roofs will be trimmed with a coral stone band to match the existing buildings. Staff believes that the proposal meets the criteria for new construction within the boundaries of a historic district and requests that the following conditions be incorporated into any motion for approval. The window and door buttons are to be high profile, dimensional. Window and door glass to be clear, non-reflective, no tint. Roof tiles is to be a true two-piece barrel tile terracotta. Textured stucco should be differentiated from the original stucco on the historic buildings. Specifications and details of the decorative precast screen, cast stone wall plaque, wall tile inserts, columns, rafter tails, and parapets to be included in the permit plans. further study of the door opening sizes to be worked out with staff, and similarly provide the NOAs for the impact-rated windows and doors to ensure that the configuration shown in the submitted drawings can be installed. Staff recommends approval of the special certificate of appropriateness.
Thank you. We'd like to have a presentation. Please introduce yourself, state your name and your address.
Good afternoon. I'm Suzanne Doherty with the firm J. Patrick Fitzgerald and Associates, and address 110 Merrick Way, Coral Gables. We represent Archbishop Wensky, who's the property owner, Father Manny Alvarez, who's the pastor of Little Flower Catholic Church, who's in our attendance, and Sister Rosalie, who's the principal of St. Teresa Catholic School, also in attendance. We are pleased to present our application for design approval for a multi-purpose building with a gym and issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness. Just a point to update from the staff report, the applicant now has full unconditional approval from the Board of Architects. And please note that the applicant does accept all of staff's conditions that are included in the staff report. We thank you for your time and humbly request your approval of our application. And now I'll turn the presentation over to our esteemed team of architects led by Michael Erling from Zitzkovich.
Hello, good afternoon. Distinguished staff, distinguished board, chair, and vice chair. Thank you for hearing us today on what we believe is a wonderful project, both for the children of the school and the community at large. And we're very excited to present it to you today. My name is Michael Erling. I'm from 7640 Southwest 112th Street in Pinecrest. I'm with Zitzkovich Architects, and we're here to kind of take you through the project today. Here you can kind of see a rendering as it would be from Indian Mound Trail. It is a gymnasium for the school, so it does come with a certain scale to it, just to meet the codes for gymnasiums and playing on inside the facility. But what we've done is try to take extreme care in scaling it down to the community, the adjacent homes, but yet working with the existing facilities on the campus, going all the way on the far side of the campus from Comber Hall, all the way to the original building, which was the school done back in 26, to the adjacent classroom building that's right next to it. That was done around 58. And maybe we can go to the next slide. Here you can kind of see a before and after. So what we'll be doing is we're placing the gym as it was originally placed back in meetings about 2 years ago with city staff, trying to find the best location, because it also puts it very near the entry to the school, as the admin is right there on Indian Mound Trail. We're also going to be replacing the field structure and track that is on the adjacent part of the parcel. But that is the main area of our project. And if we can go to the next slide. Here you can see the plan. So it does have a few classrooms in it, a lobby up front, but it's largely a gymnasium building, and it has a small performance platform in it so that they could have Christmas plays and pageants and other elements. And adjacent to that, there would also be a music facility, dressing rooms in the back, and storage for the PE facilities on the fields. Next slide. Here you can see several images showing at the top left how it would face Indian Mound Trail with kind of the portico running along that edge. We've also put slope barrel tile roofs along the top edge, also to bring the scale of the gymnasium down with cornice detailing that would be cast in per the city's codes. And then that would be mimicked on the opposite side facing the fields as well. And then at the front, we have a more significant portico there that would create the entry to the school in that location. And then on the back side, it steps down further to the community as there's a series of homes in that area. It has a simple, nice roof in that area with scaled and appropriate windows to bring a more residential scale and feel to the facility. Next slide, please. Here you can see it overall with the church off to the right. The church rectory would be the next building. Then you have the school, and then finally the new gymnasium facility off to the left there. Next slide, please. And here's some kind of shots up close and up front. So you could see Comber Hall up off to the right. So we've tried to here create a new front door to the gym, which is at the bottom, create details with precast elements, true barrel tile roofing. We've reached out to Ludovici. They actually were able to find the files on the original tile that was used on the adjacent building, true two-piece barrel tile, and that's one of the ones we'd be able to use. But we'll be working that, the rafter beams, the precast detailing, the windows. We know it's also very important that we have true divided lights with profile, other elements, and also looking at the textured stucco. We know the existing campus has textured, but it's relatively different than every single facility out there. So we'll be working samples with historic and with the city architect to make sure we have a very appropriate and well-scaled facility for the building and for the community. Next slide. And then here's a final picture of the front, which will also have barreled elements behind the front with inserts of tile, which again, we would work with the city architect and historic to make sure that the selections are appropriate and the detailing along those areas there. Next. And with that, thank you. And we're really excited for this facility for the students. It's something that the campus really would need. It's also part of the requirements that they have for accreditation. So we humbly submit this to you guys for review.
Thank you very much. I'm
Yeah,
going
I
to
just-
start over here with Ms. Alvarez.
Could you put up more of the two-dimensional drawings?
Sure.
Could we get the Zoom back on? It's a large file, so it takes a minute to run through. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's not loading here.
Yeah, I can't get it to load.
Oh, no?
No.
Okay. It's just
Yeah, we
thinking about
apologize. It's
loading.
probably a very large file, but we wanted the detail to be there.
You looking for elevations or, okay. So this is an overall, including the school buildings, and then I could go to the zoomed in versions. And let me know, I could get in closer if you need me to.
Sorry, can you go back to the, I'm jumping in and I apologize. That the bottom elevation is the gym and the school?
Yes.
Facing the street?
Yes.
Do you have an elevation of the interior across from the front of the gym? The interior elevation of the school, the existing, the
top of the roof there?
The parking lot facing elevation of the existing building?
Of the existing buildings? Our building is probably about 35 feet tall at the roof. The existing is probably about.
I'm not asking about the height. I just want to. Do you have an elevation of it?
Oh, that facade facing the school. I believe we have pictures, but not a drawn elevation.
This shows it a little bit in the rendering. I think
Yeah,
that's
you
what
can
you're
see
looking
we've
for.
modeled it, so you can kind of see it there, co-adjacent.
So
Sorry, Anna.
that's not a parking lot, that's the blacktop.
I went to the BOA meeting, and I did see it.
Yeah,
And
so-
they should have.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes, sir.
that's not a parking lot, that's the blacktop where the kids play.
Yeah.
So is that where I go get my car washed at the
Uh,
boys?
well, the Boy Scouts will be doing the
Yeah.
car washing
So
there.
for me, it's a
but-
parking lot.
But we can use it that one time, right?
Yeah.
But yes.
That area too is, we've also added brick and paver detailing in that area to kind of dress it up along the edges, but we wanted to keep the asphalt in the middle as it is a key play area for the students, and it needs to kind of have that surface for them to play.
My question, and I'm going to stop because this is Anna's question, is when it comes to me, I'm going to ask about the relationship of the design of the architecture of the existing school
Yes.
across from it. And I will let Anna go, and then I'll get back to that question.
Ms. Alvarez, would you please move your microphone very close to? Would you please move your
You could
microphone
pull it up.
very close
It's
to
not
your-
connected to anything.
Thank you.
I just wanted to see the drawings.
No, of course, thank you.
So I'd have to zoom in, because.
Yeah. If it lets me. All right, so this would be the elevation facing the school building into that
Yes.
motor court.
/ playground.
Did you have a question, Anna? I think we're doing it for you.
No, but that's not the only drawing.
I
asked to see the
let
drawings.
Let her know.
Let me know.
Oh, sorry.
Doing your investigation.
Okay.
And then this is the side that faces Indian Mountain Trail, right?
No, this is the rear side that faces, I believe it's Valencia, the bottom elevation.
Oh, right.
Yes.
That's the north elevation.
Yes, sir.
Then you have a Valencia.
It's the north side
elevation.
elevation of the
Yes.
property.
That is Valencia.
This is Valencia, I apologize.
Oh, okay.
And then, let me go.
And there we tried to also step the building back. So even though the flat elevations show the building relatively tall in scale behind that, because it steps back through several pieces of the building, the scale from the community off of Valencia, it should be very appropriate.
Yeah, this is the section that you were looking at, that Valencia side. So this here faces the actual athletic field,
Yes.
and then this one faces Indian Mound Trail. And I could zoom into those. So if you need me to. Ooh, or not.
Anna, there's a very large hedge that covers the entire space with a fence, and then there's only one home on the Indian Mountain Trail side, which it has had cars and kids go through all the time. The north side elevation has one home to the left, and then to the right, there's a very large space of greenery. So, look, this building is actually less imposing than the way Comber Hall is to me, even on my side, because Comber Hall doesn't have the hedge, right? So all the activity happens there. So the scaling that they brought it back, even though it's fairly close to the line, it only really affects one home that is at the very end, and that home has had but part of the idea behind this, which is what he made reference to at the very end, is that they need the school needs accreditation for this to happen.
Yes.
In other words, the archdiocese cannot continue to have the school there unless they provide the amount of classrooms that are inside that building. So, they've scaled down the building significantly from what originally was provided to the BOA. They're sort of constrained by the use of it.
I understand. I, by coincidence, was at the Board of Architects I was present for several iterations of the building, and I think what was an important comment from the Board of Architects was to focus on the detailing.
Yes.
If you look at this building just at a 16th of an inch, you don't get to see what it's really made out of. And I would encourage the architects to have someone in their team that really looks at the detailing. I think some of the markups or the comments, as noted from the Board of Architects, speak to basic design principles for traditional design. So I just want to stress that I think that's very important.
No, I believe
it
that.
can't be schematic in the detailing. I think it would be unfortunate for a building of this of this presence.
Yes, and we've been having conversations both with city architects and historic staff, going through a lot of those details that were mentioned, and just down literally to the scaling of the rafter sizes, other components, selecting the tile, and even finally down to, say, the texture of the stucco that would be on the building. So we would be looking at all of those details. As you're right, they are significant in a building like this to have that true feel when you're up close to it, not just from a distance.
So, and I believe that the Board of Architects, it says approved as noted, which means that the notes are part of the approval. I would
Yes.
imagine they're a requirement of the design.
Yes. And we've had, as was mentioned, we've agreed to all of the comments, but many of them we will work out with staff, to make sure we find the right fit.
Okay.
So, follow up with my question: is there an elevation of the existing building facing the front of the new gymnasium?
As mentioned, not in the set of drawings.
Just
we
the rendering?
applied to you, just the rendering that they
pull
had
that
showed
one?
you, where you can kind of see it across the
please.
way. And photography that was in the original set. And I apologize for not having that.
And part of our charge is context, to make sure that it's not just a beautiful building, but it's a beautiful building in context to the
Yes,
existing
yes.
buildings. And I appreciate the street elevation, but I would really like to see
The
the
inside,
facing elevation.
The facing elevations.
Before I go to the rendering, here are some of the photos of that building. So view one would be, to the right was where the building would be located. So that's the school building facing the theater
Zoom
or
in
the
to that one,
gymnasium.
V1.
Yeah. You could see the kids in that area, the asphalt area.
And does the entrance to the gymnasium align with the void on that side? What is there some sort of a dialogue between that elevation and the new elevation?
It does not quite align with that void there because, and in the end also that facade doesn't really have a particular centrality to it. There's a green awning at one point, there's a vertical tower with the cross on it, then you have the colonnade, you have, at was one point brought in probably an elevator tower at that location, and then probably off to the right, you have a more significant element to that facade that's kind of got a porch element with 4 columns in that location, but it's a facade of a series of elements, not a particular front per se.
Cesar, that elevator tower is very in the middle. So that main tower, not the one with the cross, the one on the left of that, that's not original to the building. That was an addition that was done before. If you look at the original pictures of the school, that entire space was open and you could actually see all the students come from the other side. So there's an elevator on that particular side, and that's the only addition to that changes that structure.
And I can appreciate that. Can you go to the front elevation of the new building? So I think my comment, and I'm going to respect the notes from the Board of Architects, but I really appreciate the non-singularity centrality of the east and west elevations. And because the front elevation has its center and it has its pediment,
Yes.
and it's very pronounced, it just seems to me not aligned with the building across the street because it doesn't have any of that. And I find the east and west elevations to be beautiful, and I would think it would be great to have a linear portico across the whole front of the building as
Right.
opposed to that one jutting pediment that comes out that to me seems out of place. And I think that would just sort of fit into the character of the horizontality of the existing building and sort of the asymmetry of the existing building so that you're not defining a point that doesn't exist. You're creating one that doesn't quite fit. I understand why you'd want to why that elevation exists. Can you go to the next one, the east and west ones? But, that is, I believe, a gorgeous elevation. And I love the sort of repetitive nature of it. And you just it becomes a filtering from the entirety of the playground versus whatever fictitious point that you've placed. So can you go back to the elevation, the front elevation? And I'm not changing your project, I'm making a comment. To me, if that central triarch area with the cross on top, if that were just a horizontal colonnade, it would be just as gorgeous.
Yeah, part of that was also done programmatically because of the balance in the building, getting into the gymnasium. And we were also not just looking at the adjacent facades, the adjacent buildings, but also Cumber Hall and the church rectory. We tried not to borrow too directly for the church as the significance of that is completely different than this facility.
Are there any further comments from the board? Any further discussion from the board? We have a motion? Oh, Mr. Silva, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would just echo the Board of Architects comments. I think it's an excellent project overall. I think especially the detailing on the kind of portico and on the colonnade in front of the building as it faces the existing school. I think we have to be really careful about those because it's taller than it seems. And I think we want to make sure that whatever you do for the rafter tails and for the column capitals and the bases, if there are any, that gets carefully worked through.
Yeah, and again, we're looking at the rafter tails specifically size, but also the detailing them. We've gone back to the original drawings that were at Cumber Hall, which probably has, where there's 2 porches up top, which probably have the most significant rafter tail detailing on any part of the campus. So as we're trying to look at those pieces, we're trying to also go back to the historic overall facility, not just the exact adjacent building, as we're borrowing from multiple pieces.
Mr. Chair, did you ask for public comment or was it?
Not yet.
I'm getting to that as soon as the board finishes. Are we done, ladies and gentlemen, up here? If we are, I'd like to entertain any Are there any online comments, first of all? And then we'll go
I
to the
did not
public.
receive any letters in advance of the
All right,
meeting.
very well.
Is
there
anyone
any-
on Zoom that wants? Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, please. Is there anyone on Zoom?
Please raise your hand.
Yeah, we're all off. Except for Donna.
What can I say?
Here we go. Oh, you turned yours on and I turned mine off. Okay, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Is there anyone in
Can-
the audience that wishes to speak in favor of or against this proposal?
Does everyone have a cord to plug it in? Oh, okay, good.
All right, hearing none, we'll close the public meeting.
May I make the motion?
Thank you. You may, Mr. Banyo.
Okay, so thank you with the indulgence of the chair. I would like to make a motion to approve the design proposal approval for the new construction of the one-story, approximately of 19,123 square foot, multiple-purpose building on the property located at 2701 Indian Mountain Trail, a contributed resource within the Church of Little Flower, a historic district legally described as all of Block 6-6A and 7, Coral Gables Section D, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in the Plat Book 25 at page 74 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. Such approval shall be consistent with the staff's recommendation and incorporate by reference staff's report, including items 1 through 7 of the staff's additions.
All right, thank you. We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Rolando. Okay.
Can I add friendly, what did you call
We
it?
have a friendly amendment.
Amendment.
by Ms.
Absolutely.
Alvarez.
To look
Ms.
at the
Alvarez.
detailing carefully with the city architect.
I will accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, we have an amendment accepted. All right.
Yes.
Just
All
with
right, very good. It's accepted by the
Oh,
chair.
and historic staff, I'm sorry.
And the historic stucco, absolutely. I'll accept the friendly amendment as well.
All right, very good. Shall we call the roll, please?
Yes. Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Ms. Alvarez,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Ponce,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Ms. Rolando,
Yes.
Mr. Banos,
Yes.
Mr. Silva,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to the next item. We've been here 2 hours now. Why don't we take just a couple of minutes break, if you don't mind? Let everybody go to the restroom, let everyone go to the restroom, take a quick cookie break or coffee break. We have some cookies in the other room if you'd like to do that. We'd like to share our hospitality with you. We'll reconvene in 5
Recording
minutes.
stopped.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to reconvene
Recording
the
in
meeting.
progress.
If you're welcome to talk, if you just take it outside, that's fine. We're happy to do that, but we want to get on so that we can all get out of here. I know there's lots of Christmas parties, and we have a long agenda, and those of you that are out there can get to go to the Christmas parties before we do. Okay, we have our next item on the agenda is case file COA SP 2024-035, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1200 Anastasia Avenue, the Biltmore Hotel, a local and national historic landmark. A lengthy legal description is on file in the Historic Resources Department. The applicant is requesting design approval for the demolition and reconstruction of the gondola building.
Thank you. All right, give me 1 second. I'm out of order here. I'm sorry?
Our next item will be an application for the reconstruction of the IT in this building.
All right. As mentioned, the proposal before you is for the application requesting design approval for the demolition and reconstruction of the gondola building. The gondola building is an original accessory historical structure of the Biltmore complex built in 1925 and inaugurated in 1926. The location was strategically selected to provide a launching area and service for the facilities of 15 to 25 gondolas that were imported from Italy, along with their gondoliers. The waterway canal gondolas concept was well within George E. Merrick's City Beautiful vision. In addition, the gondola canal experience gave the hotel a level of surpassed elegance and exclusivity for that era. After years of neglect, the building has partially collapsed and cannot be salvaged. A grant application for the rehabilitation of the gondola building was applied for in June 2019 from the Department of State Division of Historical Resources. The city has been working with the state to use these funds to reconstruct an exact replica of the structure in its original location. The proposal meets the state's grant funding requirements and the Secretary of Interior standards for reconstruction. Staff is recommending approval with no additional conditions.
Okay, do we have a presentation?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Daphne Gurry, and I live at 6420 Southwest 46th Terrace, Miami, Florida 33155. And my firm is Gurry Matute. We are the architects, and we are located at 5001 Southwest 74th Court. Thank you. And if we can go to the next slide. So as you heard, the project is located within the area of the Biltmore Hotel, which the physical address is 1200 Anastasia Avenue, but the building itself is located where the blue circle is, somewhere in the middle of the golf course. Next. So here are some photos of circa 1930, and also some photos that we received from the city of Coral Gables approximately in 2017 before the building had collapsed. And approximately somewhere a few years ago, 2021, the building partially collapsed. As you can see in the Google map, most of the building has already fallen down. So this project aims to reconstruct the building exactly as a replica to what was already there in exactly the same location. The only thing that is different is that it's not going to be used as a storage space for the gondolas. It's actually going to be used as a rain shelter. The drawings, oh, if you can go back one. If you can go to the floor plan real quick. So yes, you can just see the proximity to the water's edge, and that is a wall. Let me see. I can't get the pointer to work, but oh, it did work. I see. Sorry about that. Okay, so the pointer would be this. Okay, I can't do that one. Okay, so right around here, yes, right there is a culvert wall that's going to get repaired, but that's how close it is to the existing building. And then down to the bottom, you'll see the existing asphalt drive up into the building. That's all existing. Couple of things that I want to note before we move on. It does not have any windows. It just has shutters, wood shutters. Next. Can't see it too well. It's a little light, but we are having the same exposed wood joists that were there. It's not going to be the same type of wood. It'll be a different type of wood because we are building the building to Florida Building Code. But we will be providing them with the same distance and the same proportions, the wood joists. So it'll be an exposed ceiling. It's a flat roof, and then the circles on the parapet are the ornamental pieces like the urns, etc. Next slide. We have a conservator that's going to be working with us. She's already prepared a preliminary report, and the next phase of her service is going to be to come out to the site and actually catalog the pieces, and eventually we will be doing measured drawings of all of the pieces that can be salvaged, and then the aim is to store those before the building gets demolished, and then we would reinstall those pieces, whatever can be reinstalled. Primarily, it's going to be what you see there, like the ornamental work. The finishes will all stay the same. The textured trowel finish on the outside, everything. Next slide. These are just some drawings on the inside. And the finishes, again, up at the first row is existing. So you have the existing joists. Then the images below are what the images kind of would look like. The first one being the wood joist. It'll probably be like a glue lamp product. And the wood shutters, like 2 images to the right of that, those are the existing shutters as seen from the inside. The exterior walls, the wood shutters, and the floor would be concrete. Next slide. And that's it. It's 911 square feet. Thank you. That's it.
So does that conclude your presentation?
It concludes my presentation.
Oh,
Thank
wonderful. Thank you. Very good. Okay, do we have, I'm going to go this side here. Start over here. Mr. Silva?
Sure. I just wanted to thank the Public Works Director. I know that you had brought this to us previously, and there was a lot of discussion about where it was going to be sited and the use, and I'm glad that you heard us, and it's being reconstructed where it originally was, and that it's being opened again to the public. So thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Ms. Rolando? Mr. Baños?
And again, I apologize if I'm being a novice here, because I'm hearing that you're demolishing the structure as well. So is there any opportunity to, even though you're reconstructing the structure, you're not incorporating the existing structure into it?
The ornamental pieces that you saw that are on the floor and whatever is still on the cornice line, yes.
So, but it will be the original ones that will be going
Yes.
back up?
And the ones that already have completely fallen apart, they'll have a new mold made to match.
Okay, and then perhaps this is a question, perhaps my colleagues as opposed to the rest of you. The fact that this thing will have no doors, it will be inconsistent with its original use and intention. It's that, in other words, what is our purview with regards to this? Can we allow for that, or it's our discretion? Is that something that is desirable? I'm trying to ascertain.
I recall when this matter was up before the board before, we had discussions about adaptive reuse / reconstruction and maybe expanding the use of it. the problem is, my recollection, there's no plumbing. And so if it were being used as a part of the hotel, it would need bathrooms and it would need air.
Could you speak
air
into the microphone,
conditioning
please?
And that kind of thing.
Mr. Londo, speak into the
Oh,
microphone, please.
that it would, if this property were rebuilt in such a way that it could accommodate, say, hotel uses, a bar, pavilion, wedding site, whatever, it's not big enough, one, plus two, it lacks plumbing.
Right.
And I don't, is there electrical there?
There's electrical.
Oh.
Yeah.
Perhaps the question is this the best possible use? You know, is there any way that we could reincorporate the to the extent that they will be consistent with this intended use, the doors that were there, or a replica of those doors or those openings? What I'm trying to say is, I would like to be more consistent or a closer to his original look and aesthetic, as opposed to it being so repurposed as to lose his integrity.
If I can just clarify one thing, the building didn't have windows, so in changing the use to have a habitable use, like what you're recommending, that in and of itself is a monumental change, deviation from what the building.
But he had they opened
It had shutters.
Had shutters. That's
not
all he
windows. Yeah, because it was
Mr.
storage.
Baños, if
Yes.
I may,
It was
is
storage.
the building going to be exactly as it was? In fact, let me ask the question, what's going to be different in the reconstruction than what was existing?
The only thing that's going to be different is it's going to be a rain shelter. It's not
So
going to be a
the
storage.
use, not any part of the building. It's going to look as close to existing as possible.
Correct.
So I don't think there's going to be any changes, Mr.
So
Baños.
it will have the shutters still?
Everything
Yes.
except the
Yes.
use is going to
Yes.
change.
Oh, okay. Well, then
And that's what I want to make
I
clear.
have, because I thought it was just the opening, because I'm thinking of a rain
It's
shelter, it
gonna
doesn't
have
have
all of
anything on it.
If,
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a photo from prior to the collapse. So there was like a wood shutter within the openings, and then obviously the larger opening did open. So that will remain open, but there will be like a barn door kind of opening
Okay,
there
so
that will exist.
all that will be, okay.
Yeah, it's all going to be rebuilt and then just left open when in use for the rain shelter and closed up when it needs to be.
Okay, never mind then. All right,
So
thank you.
we're bringing back the building, but not the gondolas.
Yes.
You should bring back the
Not
gondolas.
yet.
When I was a freshman at the University of Miami, I lived in Pearson Hall, and I was a biology major, so I had to walk past the Low Art Museum to get to the science building. And in the yard, in back of the Low Art Museum, there was a gondola. And I asked somebody, why is there a gondola here? And they said, the city of Coral Gables donated it to the Low Art Museum. So one of the gondolas was there rotting away in the back of the Low Art Museum for years. Anyway, I think we should bring one back. That would be great.
Mr. Silva, you have anything? Mr. Garcia Pons?
Ms. Gurry, the ceiling, is it going to be planks or plywood above the beams?
It'll have the tongue and groove.
Okay, because the picture had plywood on it.
Yeah.
I just want to. And then I think the adaptive reuse is great. I mean, I would, if it was storage, it would be great. If it's the golf court rain is going to be great. I hope it's open when the golf is open, whether it's rain or shine, so you can take a break. I appreciate, I think we're all mourn the fact that we lost the original building due to whatever the reason we lost it, but this is really great for the city, and we appreciate the city's efforts in making this happen. Or I appreciate, I'm not saying we.
Ms. Spain?
This makes me very happy. That's not easy. But I really, really appreciate the efforts of keeping it in the same location and putting it back to where it was. Now, I thank you all for doing that. I had just one question about there's a parapet? And when you say you're going to bring it to code, are you just keeping the original height of that parapet?
No, all the heights, all the proportions, everything
Okay.
stays the same.
Because
If
that
we have
may
to-
not meet zoning, but they can sign for it.
Yeah.
So when you get to zoning, you can just, backtrack and go to historic.
All right.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Ms. Alvarez?
I was just curious, what type of work is the conservator doing? I'm just curious.
Well, she did the initial assessment report, and then now she's going to do the paint analysis, so we can capture that information. She's going to do the cataloging of the pieces, and
And
we're
who is
going to be
this? Yeah, who?
Rosa Lowinger.
Oh, good.
All right. Perfect. Even happier. She's great. The Cartagena shoes at the Cartagena Circle, they were, while I was the preservation officer, hit by a car. They missed the azaleas and hit the shoes. And the city manager at the time called me and said, "We need new shoes." And I said, "Well, I had not seen it." And I said, we need to restore that. We can't get anything new. And so I went out there, and it was dust. I mean, it was horrible. And I called Rosa, and she managed to put them back together again through photographs only. She's amazing.
Great. Okay. Ms. Alvarez, did you have anything else?
No.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Durano?
I'd just make one comment on drawing A 2.0, the exterior elevation keynotes. I noticed that you say new replica cast stone urn, new cement plaster ornamental, new cast stone windows, new, everything kind of says new. If that you could make a note maybe
I will,
there
yeah.
that says,
Yep.
existing, whatever's salvaged, because sometimes the contractor gets this and he's going to say, "Oh, all new," and he tosses
No,
away
understood.
all the historic stuff, and and then we're back here.
You're right.
All right.
We're going to make sure that any materials that are going to be salvaged are removed prior to demolition. So there are some items that can be done manually, some that might need some mechanical assistance, and also some that might need like trucks to be able to take them out just because they're heavy. So that
Okay.
will all be worked out before demo.
All right. I have a question. Has the feasibility of shoring up the existing walls and reinforcing those and incorporating those into the new structure been investigated? Because according to our standards, would, just like what we talked about for the windows, that's really, one of the things that we should be discussing.
Yeah. Well, we only have one wall left, and it already has a significant crack, so I'm surprised it hasn't already fallen. With that said, we are building back to Florida Building Code. So that wall would have to be reconstructed completely. The only thing you would maybe save would be the finish on the outside, but that is also affected by the deterioration and the cracks.
Okay. I would like to comment, though, that, most all of our original buildings were never painted. And we've come up with a, when we do paint analysis, people say, "Oh, well, here's the last color." But that's not the last color.
Correct.
It was the stucco. All of this building, just like Coral Gables Congregational Church, just like the Biltmore, like the City Hall, and you can see it in the annex building. None of these buildings were painted. The color of the building was the stucco. And so I'm very keen to make sure that comes across. And the cast material was the cast material, not any different from where we are at the DeSoto Fountain or some of our other things. So it's very keen to do that. I say this and I bring this up because I'm involved in the restoration of the Congregational Church, of which we had a professional consultant tell us what the last paint color was. But they were from Washington, D.C., and didn't really understand, that it's the stucco that was the color, not anything else. Most of the buildings were not painted. Remember, this was supposed to be Spain and all these old buildings. Nobody in Spain painted anything because they didn't have the money. And by the way, paint wasn't invented. So, and if there's any paint that's used, I would highly recommend that it be mineral paint rather than anything else, because the paints that we have today are not compatible historically.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting proposal to do. And I would recommend something to the Biltmore, that it be a storage barn in addition to a rain shelter for bar carts. so that when one plays golf, the bar cart can go out and service the people playing. This is a very common practice in Costa Rica. So,
The 19th hole.
yeah, well, let's just call it, you can have the 19th hole at the 10th hole. So, is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak for or against this proposal? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I think we've made all the comments that we're going to make here on the board.
Yeah, just to double check, if there's anybody on Zoom that would like to speak, please raise your hand.
Do we have anybody online? I didn't think we did.
Oh, there's
somebody
people
online?
on, but
Okay, I'm
no
sorry.
one's asked to speak. We did receive a letter also from Corelia Carbonell from HBACG with an attached article that was circulated to you all.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. We have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1200 Anastasia Avenue, the Biltmore Hotel, a local and national historic landmark, for the demolition and reconstruction of the gondola building, including the comment regarding the salvaging and reuse of any salvageable elements.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Garcia Pons. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Durano. Okay. Any amendments, anything else? If not, please call the roll.
Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Ms. Rolando?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
Yes.
Mr. Banos?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons?
Yes.
Mr. Silva?
Yes.
And Mr. Maxwell?
Yes. Motion's approved unanimously. Thank you very much for your time, for your efforts, and thank you to the city for all your good efforts. We'll come on to the next item, please. I'm sorry.
So we'll go back to the local historic designations.
Okay, our next item is item number 1.
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Which is case file LHD 24-013, consideration of local historic designation of the property at 720 Madeira Avenue, legally described as Lot 7, Block 7, Coral Estates Section, according to the plat thereof as recorded in Plat Book 19 at page 7 in the public records of Miami-Dade County, Florida. Thank you.
Could we have the Zoom?
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
See her.
Elizabeth Guan, the Historic Preservation Coordinator. The following presentation is a brief summary of the Historic Designation Report prepared by staff. Happy holidays, everyone.
I think we just caught the end of it, but thank you, Elizabeth.
The property at 720 Madeira Avenue, historically known as 710 Obispo Avenue, is before you for consideration for designation as a local historic landmark. The owners have requested the designation. As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code, criteria for designation of local historic landmarks, a local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part of the historical, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria outlined in the code. 720 Madeira Avenue is eligible as a local historic landmark based on 3 criteria. Historical cultural significance, criteria 4. Exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, or social trends of the community. Architectural significance, criterion 1. Portrays the environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style. And criterion 2. Embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. 720 Madeira Avenue is located in the Coral Estate section north of the Granada Golf Course. The property sits on an interior 50 by 145 foot lot and contains a single-family residence and a detached auxiliary building, both constructed in 1937. In 1901, Miami pioneer James Gertman bought 40 acres of groves and launched the campaign to build Lejeune Road. His holdings were essentially within the red circle of the map on the left. Although Gertman would not sell to George Merrick, in 1925 he decided to develop the southern section of his land, abutting Coral Gables. In March he platted Coral Groves, shown here in orange, and he retained ownership of this subdivision. In May, he sold the eastern portion, shown here in blue, to the merchant home builders, who platted it as Coral Estates. Despite opposition from Gertman, both Coral Groves and Coral Estates were annexed to the city of Coral Gables in 1948. In launching Coral Estates, the merchant home builders leaned heavily on its proximity to Coral Gables amenities and stated it would have the same wise and careful restrictions identical of Coral Gables, which assures the character, refinement, and utmost desirability. Although the newspapers record some multiple lot purchases by brokers, there were few owner purchases or building during the year following the platting of Coral Estates in 1925. The September 1926 hurricane and the downtown and the economy further curtailed interest in the new subdivision for the next decade. Using the New Deal incentives, the first substantial building in Coral Estates was initiated in 1936. In late 1936, Marshall Lagle purchased 20 lots in Coral Estates. Lagle was an engineer and a building contractor. In the 1920s, he was the construction superintendent for R.G. Witter's company and built many homes in Coral Gables. In the mid-1930s, he held the daunting position of general superintendent for the Great Lakes Exposition, later known as the World's Fair of 1936. In Coral Gables, within 3 days of publicizing the purchase of the 20 lots in 1936, it was announced that Lagle had secured Federal Housing Administration loans for the first 10 homes. The December article also reported that the purchase and subsequent sales were exclusive to the realtor George E. Merrick, Inc. In January, the Miami Herald reported that Paste and Stewart architects were to design the homes. 720 Madeira Avenue was amongst this cadre. No subsequent documentation has been located to date regarding the architect for Lagle Homes. Hence, based on this article, 720 Madeira Avenue is attributed to the highly respected Coral Gables architects, Paste and Stewart. The property has had several addresses over the years, which presents challenges in tracking its history. In 1925, Coral Estates and Coral Groves were platted with street names chosen by the subdivision owners. However, since they were in unincorporated Dade County, there was also county roads names and numbering systems in place for these blocks. Prior to annexation, using either system was accepted, and sometimes it varied from house to house on the same block. However, after annexation, it was not as easy as doing away with the unincorporated Dade system, since the platted sections were not consistent with each other or with Coral Gables. When Gertman platted Coral Groves, he chose to continue the street names Mendoza, Zamora, and Madeira from the Coral Gables across Lejeune to the east. A few months later, when the merchants' home builders platted the adjacent Coral Estates, they chose to continue the street names Mendoza, Sorolla, and Obispo from the Coral Gables Section B to the west. After annexation in 1948, the City Commission asked the residents to choose one or the other street name scheme. In the end, it came down to choosing the scheme that impacted the fewest households, and it was decided that Coral Estates would change their street names and align the house numbering with the adjacent areas. This was a protracted endeavor and has led to some confusion, mislabeling, and loss of historic documentation for these subdivisions. The single-family residence at 720 Madeira Avenue was built in 1937 in unincorporated Dade County prior to Coral Estates joining Coral Gables. Recordation of the permit nor the plans have been located to date. At the time of construction, the property's address was 710 Obispo Avenue. The property was amongst the 10 properties developed by Marshall Lagle with the FHA loan. The two-bedroom, one-story home was built in accordance with FHA specifications as instituted by the Housing Act of 1934. These homes were to be sturdily built and designed with efficient use of space. They were intended to be affordable to aid in home ownership after the lean depression years. As per FHA requirements, the homes must be under a price threshold and sold only to families who would reside in them and assume the low-interest loan. The first sales ad for 710 Obispo Avenue appeared in early March 1937. The ads emphasized its layout, construction quality, low FHA payments, and Spanish aesthetic. The property did not sell immediately, but that was par for the course during this time. The first owners, Arthur B. Mack Jr. and his wife Rose, purchased it in March of 1939. Arthur had co-owned a service station in Coral Gables with his father, and during the war was an instructor at Embry-Riddle. Rose was a cashier at the Coral Gables Theater. Their daughter Jean completed the family. 720 Madeira Avenue was built in the minimal traditional style. The Housing Act of 1934 created the Federal Housing Administration. The minimal traditional style emerged as a direct response to this New Deal endeavor. Renowned architectural historian Virginia McAllister states, "The minimal traditional house was the little house that could. It was the small house that could be built with FHA-insured loans during the Great Depression between 1935 and 1940. The minimal traditional was a well-studied and thoughtful response to the most challenging conditions ever to affect home construction in the United States. In the early 1930s, the Great Depression virtually shut down home building industry. Banks were going under, mortgages were past due, and there were no funds for new construction. The first urgent step was the creation of a new method for insuring long-term, low-interest mortgages. This was accomplished in 1934 through the creation of the FHA, whose goal was to produce small homes the average working American could afford. The FHA was not only provided insurance that covered the mortgage loan, it also prepared publications that showed how to most effectively design a small house. Architects desperate for work after the 1930s enthusiastically turned their attention to it. In the late 1930s, minimal traditional houses appeared throughout the country. Its simplicity responded to the economic hardships of the Depression and the burgeoning modern aesthetic of subtle ornamentation and streamlined homes. Typically, minimal traditional homes were one-story, with 2 to 3 bedrooms, with low to moderate roof pitches. These homes were well built, often using modern materials and methods, and focused on practicality of floor plans. Minimal traditional homes combine restrained features from earlier ornate house styles with the contemporary aesthetic. This led to area-specific variations, such as occurred here in Southeast Florida. The minimal traditional houses in the Coral Gables area were decidedly modernistic while thoughtfully retaining the Mediterranean Revival influences. This aesthetic included smooth stucco, an overall horizontal emphasis, fenestration without sills, curving in geometric forms, and simplified roof types with Mediterranean-style influences with features such as barrel tile roofs, grouped vents, arched openings, and prominent chimneys. In Coral Gables, the minimal traditional style incorporated elements of the Mediterranean Revival and modernistic styles. 720 Madeira Avenue was built in early 1937, and although Coral Estates was still unincorporated Dade County at the time, it was clear from the newspaper ads that the intention was for it to harmonize with Coral Gables. Newspapers referred to the Lagos homes as modern Spanish bungalows. As discussed in the designation report, 720 Madeira Avenue is an early example of this minimal traditional variant. As intended, at first glance, the dominant visual features of the barrel tile roof, the casement windows, and the porte cochere impart the impression of a 1920s Mediterranean-inspired home common in Coral Gables. However, second glance reveals the modernistic influences and the meshing of the two in the minimal traditional manner. The home is under one story, low roof pitches, with an overall emphasis on horizontality and geometric features. In a departure from the picturesque and ornamented Mediterranean Revival style, decorative features are few. The home is clad in a lightly textured stucco, and the fenestration is recessed without sills, which give the modernistic impression of the openings being cut out. The arched porte cochere, which was a hallmark of the Mediterranean Revival style in Coral Gables. In this home, the front-facing arch is framed in brick in such a way that the arch appears almost anchored, and the geometric nature of the arch is emphasized in the modernistic aesthetic. Likewise, while the home has a prominent semi-engaged chimney, common in the Mediterranean-inspired architecture, but it is not delicate or sculptural, but rather monolithic and geometric in the modernistic aesthetic. The roofs are clad in Mediterranean-style barrel tile. However, the gable and hipped roofs are long, low, and broad. This is a distinct departure from the use of separate roofs of varying heights and types common in the Mediterranean Revival style. In 1963, architect Walter Scheiner designed a 900 square foot addition to the rear and the west side of the home. It essentially doubled the size of the home, but maintained the street presence of the original modest home. As seen in these annotated floor plans, Scheiner removed a covered porch off the rear of the home, replacing it with the Florida room. Along the west side, the addition extended back from the rear wall of the porte cochere, leaving the porte cochere as an open car bay, and blocking access to the original detached garage. The original windows, as documented in historic photos and initial ad listings, were steel casements. They were replaced during this campaign with the current jalousie windows. In the lower right is part of the family history of the home. Renata and Thelma Ganella purchased the home in 1953. The property remained in the family for the next 70 years. The Ganellas hired Scheiner for the 1963 additions. Incised in the step leading to the 1963 mudroom is supervised by Timothy. Tiffany Bella was Renato and Thelma's grandson and was about 4 at the time of the mudroom addition. It seems like he was part of the pouring of the step and has left a lasting memory. He later was one of the last heirs of the home. Scheiner's design also altered the roof of the porte cochere. The south portion of the original gable roof was raised and terminated, creating the impression of a salt box roof along its west facade. The stucco of this alteration, as well as the addition, is smooth and is easily discernible from the original portions, which have a lightly textured surface. As seen in the photo on the right, the ceilings and the rafters of the original porte cochere were left intact. The massing and the placement of the primary features on the front facade remain intact. Most notable are the projecting porte cochere and its framed arched opening, the large, solid-looking, semi-engaged rectangular chimney that pierces the roof and is a major geometric feature of the facade, the front entry, which is the original door and surround, and the shallow-pitched barrel tile roof that seamlessly extends over all bays. There were some alterations to the front facade. Most occurred in 1957. These alterations could be reversed theoretically. The primary alterations were the application of a stone veneer across the base of the home and on the chimney, and the installation of the built-in planter across the front of the home. Although heavily obscured by vegetation, a close examination of the 1940s historic photo shows slump brick originally ran under the west window near the front entry and up a portion of the chimney. It could not be determined where the slump brick stopped. The stone veneer was installed over these areas and extended across the facade and the full length of the chimney. The built-in brick planter was likely installed at the same time. With its installation, two original features were removed: the spiral built-in planter at the northeast corner of the home and the eastern front stoop wall. The front entry retains most of its original elements. As mentioned, the stoop's perimeter wall was removed during the 1957 planter installation, and a decorative metal column was installed. The original front entry stoop leads to the recessed doorway. It is framed by the visually heavy masonry surround detailed with a series of striations, emphasizing its geometry and elevating the entry to the focal point of the front facade. The front door is also original. The vertical plank door is inset in a wooden molded frame and features a vertical rectangular window and implied geometric wooden ornamentation. The roof has exposed rafter and curved rafter tails. An arched porte-cochere was the hallmark of a 1920s Mediterranean Revival-style home in Coral Gables. It was a deliberate choice to keep this feature. During the 1930s, there was a concerted effort towards attached garages, hence eliminating the porte-cochere and detached garages common in the 1920s Mediterranean Revival homes. However, Coral Estates wanted to appear as part of Coral Gables. The minimal traditional homes were modest and focused on efficiency of stays, modern conveniences, and practicality, which included the emerging trend of attached garages. As the style progressed, the garage gained more prominence, often projecting forward from the home. At 720 Madeira, the porte-cochere was pulled forward, which in the Mediterranean Revival style they were not. Hence, the house retained the porte-cochere to evoke Coral Gables, but it was executed in a minimal traditional fashion, with a modernistic aesthetic emphasizing simplicity and geometry. Brick frames the street-facing arch from its spring point. The brickwork is terminated in a fashion that suggests the arch is sitting on pillars, thus anchoring the arch. The bridge detailing highlights the geometric nature of the arch. The large arch on the west side of the porte-cochere originally spanned to the ground level. Recently, blocking in of the lower portion of the arch was started but left incomplete. Additional modernistic and geometric features of the porte-cochere are the rectangular cutouts with brick dividers flanking the side arch. Originally, the rear of the porte-cochere had an arched opening. When the mudroom was added behind the porte-cochere, the rear opening was enclosed with the masonry screen feature installed. The outline of the arch is still discernible in the stucco. On the east facade is another character-defining feature of the home. In the gabled end is a rectangular vent and a series of thick horizontal incised lines. It is one of the few decorative features of the home, and in the modernistic fashion, it is horizontal and geometric. The west and rear facades are largely the 1963 additions. They are simple in nature with no ornamentation. The stucco is smooth and easily distinguishable from the lightly textured stucco of the original home. The gabled roof portion is the original home. At the southwest corner of the property is the original detached garage building. Many of the openings have been altered when it became the storage building, as the 1963 addition blocked access to it. It is a one-story CMU building clad in stucco. It is under a hipped roof clad in barrel tile. The tile, like the house, was painted white. In conclusion, the single-family home at 720 Madeira Avenue, historically known as 710 Obispo Avenue, was built during the Great Depression when there was little new construction in South Florida. Located in Coral Estates subdivision, it was part of unincorporated Dade County at the time of construction. It was annexed by Coral Gables in 1948. In 1936, Marshall Lagle, a construction engineer who had built homes in Coral Gables in the 1920s, purchased 20 lots in Coral Estates to build homes that blended with the adjacent Coral Gables aesthetic. Lagle hired Coral Gables firm Paste & Stewart to design the homes, and he solicited realtor George Merrick, the founder of Coral Gables, to handle the sales. For 10 homes, Lagle secured the Federal Housing Administration loans. Part of the Housing Act of 1934, the loans were to provide affordable homes for families of the lean Depression years. 720 Madeira Avenue was amongst these homes. It was designed in a minimal traditional style, which renowned architectural historian Virginia McAllister states. The minimal traditional house was a well-studied and thoughtful response to the most challenging conditions ever to affect home construction in the United States. In Coral Gables, a variant of this style emerged in the mid-1930s, embracing the modernist aesthetic while thoughtfully retaining Mediterranean revival influences. The home at 720 Madeira Avenue retains its historic integrity and is an example of how the style manifested in the Coral Gables area. It is part of a collection of quality residences that serve as a visible reminder of the history and the cultural heritage of the city and the area. Staff recommends approval of the local historic designation of the property at 720 Madeira Avenue based on its architectural, cultural, and historical significance.
Okay, that concludes the presentation. All right.
I have a couple of questions, staff, if the chair would allow.
I'm sorry?
I have a couple of questions on the
Oh,
report,
good.
if the chair would allow.
Okay, well, let's,
Does the property owner want to speak? No? No, you don't have to.
you can if you want,
The
Betty.
designation application was submitted by the property owner, so I was giving him the opportunity, but he's here to
Anyway, is
answer
there
any
anyone in the
questions you might
audience
have.
or online that would like to? Oh, you have two questions?
Yes,
Of staff.
of the staff.
Oh, okay, please, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr.
So I want to commend you all on the report, okay? Because even though each one of the homes is unique in of itself, okay, I would like this to be a template for the future because we're going to have more of this type of homes coming in, and this is ideal to actually have this detailed report and to be in this fashion. What I would like to suggest, because if we are truly going to take the position, and perhaps we have done in the back, but not necessarily to create a precedent, but to create a structure that can be utilized as a precedent. You mentioned the minimal traditional style, okay, as a style in Coral Gables, but then a subset within that or a Coral Gables specific version of that tends to be the notion of a Mediterranean revival, okay, aesthetic. I think when she did the report and explained it was better, that if you actually look at your final recommendation, it says constructed in 1937 in the Mediterranean revival style, and it doesn't reference back the minimal traditional style classification that you gave it before. So what I would hate to happen is that there's an inconsistency or an ambiguity within the report that the house is two styles as opposed to being one style that has a subset, okay? So
I would bet that that's a scrivener's error.
Me too. I cut you off, but Kara was saying that's what we were just confirming.
I'm so sorry. So I just want to make sure that Okay, great. So that report, it's, and then we have a template for the future for this type of homes to be provided, okay?
Yeah, I think we can see that there's a lot of this age coming in now, either through property owners that we've had that come in and apply, or the historic significance letter process. And so we've been working on these, and we give Elizabeth Gwynn the credit for that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a beautiful report. It's exactly the type of structure that, for the future.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Torre.
Thank you again. Thank you again, Mr. Benny Torre at 208 Andalusia and resident at 450 Valencia. I think the first thing to do is to thank Elizabeth. That was an amazing presentation. I was taken back by how much research she's done. I had realized that house had so much history and so many interesting things behind it. I never seen the sill plate with Tiffany supervised it, so I'm going to have to look for that. I haven't seen it. So I think the other thing that caught my interest was that this house was a low-cost residence built for FHA and during the post-Great Depression period for $4,000 or $5,000. And if you knew the number that was paid for now, well, you all know how much these things are going for. Low-cost housing is selling for 7 figures. What do you know? So this house is a very interesting house. It's very quaint. Actually, when you walk in there, you kind of fall in love with it. I went to see it and kind of fell in love with it the first time I saw it. So we've acquired it and hope to preserve it correctly, take back a couple of the things that were taken away, and do it right. So that's coming back to you guys soon, and we look forward to hopefully getting this through your approval process today. It's a great little home. We love it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that'd like to speak to this matter? Is there anyone online who would like to support or oppose this?
No. And we did, just for the record, we did receive letters of support that were circulated to the board in advance of the meeting. Those included letters from Maria Biamon, Bruce Fitzgerald, Vicky Cerda, Corelia Carbonell on behalf of the HPACG, Ellen Dyer, Jamie and Zuli Pardo, and that's it.
Okay, great. Is there any further questions or discussions from the board? Mr. Garcia-Ponce?
I do have a comment. I also want to thank Ms. Gwynn. I think it was a great presentation. And I learned a little bit about the Curls Estates and really how Casilla Terrace came into being, because I didn't know that before. But the quote that you referenced at the end, the well-studied minimal traditional style, I agree with Mr. Baños. I think that was very well explained, and the house is very representative of that style. And I was thinking in my mind what I thought about the house, and I thought it was a good little house, but then I went back to the quote, which I like better from the FHA, which is the little house that could. So I really appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
Just point of disclosure, I lived three houses down from this house. The first 12 years I lived in Coral Gables, so I've seen the site plan. The only difference between the house now and the house then is a 1993 Ford Explorer that perpetually lived in the front of it. Okay, so that's about it. Okay, so the house is very well preserved.
Did you know Timothy? Yeah.
I'm not sure I did. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, great. All right, well, I'm going to close the public hearing then, and if there's no further discussion, I'd like to have a motion entertained.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the historic designation of the property at 720 Madera Avenue.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr.
Second.
Garcia-Ponce. We have a second by Ms. Rolando. Okay, are there any amendments? If not?
Mr. Chair, can I just clarify the reasons for which are the same as stated in the staff report? Is that correct?
Sorry.
And incorporating by
Thank you.
reference the findings therein?
I appreciate those words being spoken back to me. So the answer is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Throckmorton.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
And with the proviso that they'll make the amendment to the report.
Yes, the report is amended.
All right, and so we're fully amended. Okay, are we revived? Okay, if you'll call the roll, please.
Ms. Alvarez,
Yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Banos,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia-Ponce,
Yes.
Ms. Rolando,
Yes.
Mr. Silva,
Yes.
and Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, motion passes. unanimously. All right, thank you. We're going to go on to the next item, which is case file LHD 24002, consideration of the local historic designation of the property at 3519 Toledo Street, legally described as lots 18 and 19, Block 40, Coral Gables Country Club Section, Part 3. According to the plat thereof, is recorded in Plat Book 10, page 52 of the Public Records of Miami-Dade County. May we have the staff presentation, please?
Good afternoon, evening. Anna Pernas, Preservation Officer. The property at 3519 Toledo Street is before you for consideration for designation of local historic landmark. This is a result of a historic significance determination application. As per Article 8, Section 8-103 of the Coral Gables Zoning Code, criteria for designation for historic landmarks. A local historic landmark must have significant character, interest, or value as part of the historical, cultural, or archaeological, aesthetic, or architectural heritage of the city, state, or nation. For designation, a property must meet one of the criteria outlined in the code. 3519 Toledo Street is eligible as a local historic landmark based on 3 significance criteria. Historical cultural significance, criteria 4, it exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, and social trends of the community. Architectural significance, criteria 1, it portrays the environment in an era of history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural style. And criteria 2, it embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction. 3519 Toledo Street is located in Coral Gables Country Club Section Part 3, just east of the Biltmore Golf Course. The lot is 150 by 101 feet at the northeast corner of Toledo Street and Escobar Avenue. On the property is a single-family home with a detached garage. The home was permitted in 1937 by architect Robert Little. It was designed in the modernistic style by Art Moderne for Wilson Leary. While this home is clearly Art Moderne, it retains its influence from the Mediterranean Revival style and is a significant example of the interpretation of the Art Moderne in this Mediterranean-inspired city. Robert Little studied and began his architectural career in Philadelphia. In 1925, he accepted an offer from architect Robert A. Taylor to assist in the designing and construction of Espanola Way in Miami Beach. Little continued to work for Taylor for the next 7 years. Their designs were heavily classical or Mediterranean Revival in style. Little opened his own office on Miami Beach in 1933, designing Mediterranean modernistic-style bungalows. In 1940s, he moved his practice to Miami and focused on modern architectural styles. Little is now recognized as one of the group of influential architects who developed and guided the movement locally known as MIMO, or Miami Modern. In 1960, he was selected to the American Institute of Architects College of Fellows, a high professional honor for his contributions to design. Amongst his notable legacies is his contributions to the University of Miami campus. In the 1940s, Little, along with architects Marion Manley and Robert Law Weed, designed a new master campus plan based on modern concepts. Asymmetrical blocks of long, narrow buildings painted in primary colors were cited to take advantage of open, airy, green spaces offset by a minimal, abstract landscape. It became a national model for new campus planning. Little designed several of the buildings, including those for the School of Music seen here. Coral Gables development history is divided into 3 major historical periods. George Merrick founded it in the early 1920s based on his vision for a fully conceived Mediterranean-inspired city. The architecture constructed during this initial period was almost exclusively in the Mediterranean Revival style. The construction of the home at 3519 Toledo Street occurred during the city's second developmental period during the New Deal era, when the city began to embrace contemporary styles. It represents a major architectural shift in the city, and it was designed by a leading architect who was well-versed in melding the modernistic aesthetic with the Mediterranean Revival landscape. In Coral Gables, the dire downturn in the economy, coming so closely to the heels of the devastating 1926 hurricane, had a drastic impact on new constructed and ended the city's first historic period. You can see here the precipitous dollar value decline of permits issued in the late 1920s. With the implementation of the New Deal and other incentives, the building industry finally experienced a small resurgence in the late 1930s and early 1940s, but abruptly ground to halt when resources were diverted to the war effort. As you can see in the bar graph in Coral Gables, there were only several hundred single-family homes built in this era. As construction in Coral Gables tried to regain its footing, it shifted away from the elaborate and embellished Mediterranean revival style of the 1920s towards simpler and more modern designs that reflected the new aesthetic of priority of the society. The homes built during Coral Gables' second historical period were unique, transitional, and most were of the modernistic aesthetic. They represent a major turning point in Coral Gables' architectural history. 3519 Toledo was one of the few Art Moderne modernistic homes built in the city. It is amongst the earliest in the modernistic homes built in Coral Gables, and it is a significant example of the style was adapted in the city, and how the style was adapted in the city. The modernistic style was distinctly different from the eclectic and revivalistic styles that preceded it. The modernistic style emphasized sleek lines with machine-age geometric decorative elements. The early form of the modernistic styles was Art Deco, a creative but short-lived movement. It permeated all modes of the arts, from architecture to decorative to fashion. Art Deco was common in public and commercial buildings, but rarely used in domestic architecture. Art Moderne, or Streamline Moderne, is a later type of modernistic style. As the Great Depression progressed, the modernistic styles changed. It became more austere, less ornamented, and more streamlined with a horizontal emphasis. Streamlining was a concept first conceived by industrial designers who favored the aerodynamic, pure line concept of motion and speed. Hence, the sharp angles and the vertical emphasis of the Art Deco were replaced with simple, aerodynamic curves and horizontality of the Art Moderne. This later type emphasized smooth surfaces, curving forms, long horizontal lines, and sometimes nautical elements. Cylindrical forms, long horizontal window groupings, glass block, and an emphasis on geometry are hallmark features. The home exhibits extensive character-defining characteristics of Art Moderne architecture, some of which are listed here. The next several slides will illustrate some of these features as well as call out some of the home's alterations. A full discussion of the extant home is found in the designation report. The single-family residence at 3519 Toledo Street sits on a third of an acre lot at the corner. The home is set back 34 feet from the street and spans approximately 90 feet wide across two lots. Running along the north side of the property is an asphalt driveway leading to the side-facing attached garage. The home, constructed in 1937, is an Art Moderne style. It is asymmetrical, simple in form, and is arranged in a geometric fashion. It is comprised of a series of one-story rectangular masses with gable roofs that stretch across the property. A strategically placed cylindrical form marks the front entry. The original owner had architect William Shanklin design a bedroom addition in 1940. The gable roof addition faces Escobar Avenue and is highlighted here in blue. Shanklin kept the same scale and detailing of the 1937 Little design. Only one sheet of the original permit has been located and is seen here. No original elevation drawings are available. The 1940 permit for the addition has not been located. However, in a historic photo dating from the early 40s, provides historic documentation of the home. Built over a crawl space, the house is constructed with masonry block units. The home is primarily comprised of a series of rectangular masses of varying sizes under low-pitched gable roofs that are currently clad in an S-tile. As was common with Art Moderne, the stucco is smooth and the ornamentation of the home is sparse, using elements that selectively enhance the geometry and horizontality of the structure. An emphasis on horizontality is a primary character-defining feature of the Art Moderne style. The one-story height and the long length of the home along with the property achieve this horizontality. Other dominant factors in establishing its horizontal orientation are the low-pitched roofs with wide eaves, the fenestration arrangements, the tile and brick horizontal banding accents such as lintels and shutters, as well as the built-in planters and the rectangular chimney. A singular cylindrical mass forms the front entry of the home. Its shallow pyramidal roof rests on the adjacent cross gable roofs. The front entry area, as shown here, depicts numerous Art Moderne aspects of the home. The curved front entry is a hallmark feature. Horizontally is emphasized by the molded cornice in the eave overhang of the shallow pitched pyramidal roof, the band of the glazed tiles that align with the top of the doorway, and by the curved bullnose coral rock steps that gracefully cascade into the adjacent built-in planters. The planter flanking on the entry on the north is circular and wraps around the corner of the adjacent front-facing gable wing. The planter to the south is rectangular and runs the full length from the entry mast to the second front-facing gable wing on the front facade. It runs under the cross gable section and further accentuates the long triplet ribbon windows at its facade. Steel casement window arranged to accentuate horizontality was common in Art Moderne structures. In this home, there is a triplet ribbon window on the street-facing facade. Most of the remaining windows are the same height and are arranged in a rhythm across the facades that keep the eye moving, and they read as a horizontal band around the house. The fenestrations are all recessed, and most do not have sills. Hence, they have the appearance of being cut out, which contributes to the geometric nature of the home. There are 2 sills on the home. They are on the front facade and are in brick, which accentuates them. The windows were originally steel casements. Building records indicate that in 1971, the steel casement windows were replaced with awning windows with no alterations to the sizes of the openings. Horizontal grooves or lines and accenting of horizontal members of the character-defining features of the Art Moderne style. In this home, Little does this in subtle and unique ways. At the front entry, Little used glazed tile on the horizontal band. On the remainder of the home, Little uses brick as the accent material. The smooth stucco facade aids in the emphasis of the brick features. Brick is used to flank some of the windows in a manner that evokes shutters. However, the feature is not rectangular, mimicking a shutter, but rather the edges are irregular, forming a series of horizontal lines that disappear into the stucco. Although original elevations have not been located to date, it is surmised that Little used this feature on the triplet window, on the front facade, and on the windows on the south side facade facing Escobar Avenue. Shanklin also incorporated this feature into his addition. At the junction of the south facade 1937 home and the west facade 1940 wing, the addition truncated the shutter feature. The large chimney rising at approximately at the center of the home is detailed in an Art Moderne fashion. It is rectangular in shape and adds to the home's geometric nature. The rectangular volume is laid lengthwise with horizontal accents. At the top of the chimney is a concave cap. This is complemented by the raised molding that wraps around the chimney at its midpoint. In the late 1930s, as automobile ownership continued to rise, the placement of garages moved from being a detached structure at the rear of the property to becoming attached to the home. Modernists tended towards celebrating the garage and not hiding or camouflaging its function. In Art Moderne, they were often side-facing appendages, as seen in this home. Little celebrated the garage with several Art Moderne features that would draw attention to it. On the west street-facing facade, there is a large porthole opening with a brick grillwork in a unique basket weave pattern. 2 horizontal bands of stretcher-laid brick pass through the porthole and wrap around the side of the rear facades. He also attached a large descending built-in spiral planter at its northwest corner. It is interesting to note that while Little celebrated that garage with the features and drew attention to it from the street, he also reduced its size visually by adding the slightly higher truncated gable roof over the rear of the garage and porch leading to it. Hence, while the garage is set back from the street from the house, it is still a dominant feature of the home. In conclusion, permitted in 1937, the single-family home at 3519 Toledo Street was designed by noted modern architect Robert M. Little. It is representative of his skillful work in the 1930s of melding the newer, modernist Art Moderne style within the existing Mediterranean revival landscape. It represents a major turning point in Coral Gables' architectural history. When the city shifted from its Mediterranean foundation to embrace new styles. It stands as one of the few notable Art Moderne residences in the city. Comparison of archival records with the extant property indicates that this residence retains its historic integrity. Thus, the property at 3519 Toledo Street contributes to the historic fabric of the city of Coral Gables and is part of the collection of quality residences that serves as a visible reminder of the history and the cultural heritage of the city. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the historic designation of the property at 3519 Toledo Street based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance. And that completes staff report. There is a presentation by the property owner's representative.
Yeah, please come forward and state your name and address.
Sure, absolutely. I was going to say good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board member, but I think we've crossed that threshold at this point. So
your name and address, please.
I will give it to you 1 second. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Zeke Guilford of offices at 400 University Drive, Coral Gables. I'm here today with our expert witness, Steve Abdikoff, and we have the great pleasure of representing Kit Vasquez, the trustee of the property at 3519 Toledo Street. Now, Mr. Chairman, we are opposed to this application, this designation, on both practical reasons as well as architectural reasons. We'll take a brief moment and go over the practical reasons not to designate this property. Mr. Abdikoff is going to go through the architectural style, that this house is not art moderne at all. And then at the end of the presentation, I would just like to ask staff a couple questions. Now as to the house itself. The residence consists of 1,985 square feet. Based upon the size of the lot, a house can be built of 6,434 square feet. Why is this important? Because if you designate the property, there really is no logical place to put an addition. The house is built to the rear of the property. So you cannot, and usually, and I've been doing this for 30 years, you cannot really, there's no room to put an addition behind the house. And then, as staff pointed out, there is a art moderne feature, or alleged art moderne feature on the garage. So the other logical place would be to demolish the garage and place the addition there. I would just like to point out that there has been a contract on this property that was withdrawn due to the historical significance letter. There's currently another contract on the property subject to whether this property is designated or not. Now, Mr. Chairman, at this point, I'd like to move to the architectural, which is really the important part of this presentation. And at that, I'm kind of confused with staff's presentation, in that on page 16 of the staff report, it provides that gable roofs, use of casement windows, rafter tails, and a dominant chimney are of Mediterranean revival design. But at the same time in their staff report, they say those exact same features are of art moderne design. If you find that this is, in fact, Mediterranean revival design, you must deny this application. At this point, I would like to bring our expert witness forward to go through and point out what is actually art moderne style and what is Mediterranean revival style. Steve.
Thank you, Zeke, and members of the board, Mr. Chair, members of the board, staff. It's a pleasure to be here before you. My name is Steve Abdikoff, founder and principal of Heritage Architectural Associates, 4300 Biscayne Boulevard. I know. I'm going to have to, I guess, bend down a little bit.
On the
that.
dais there, maybe it'll be close.
Anyway, we have a presentation here for you. I am here today to provide my expert opinion regarding the city's proposed historic designation of the structure located at 3519 Toledo Street, and why, in my opinion, this designation should not be approved. Next slide, please. Those are a summary of my qualifications as an expert. I'm a registered architect in 5 states, including Florida. I founded my firm, which focuses exclusively in the realm of historic preservation, nearly 27 years ago, in the spring of 1998. So I have over 30 years of expertise on a daily basis of strictly historic preservation projects, work involving the Secretary of Standards, but also identifying and designating properties. We've completed several National Register nominations locally, amongst them the Parrot Jungle, the only mid-century modern building on Bay Harbor Island to be designated in Dade County, and also the Maikai Polynesian restaurant in Fort Lauderdale. As an architect, we've undertaken numerous works in the area here. We're the preservation consultant for the Hampton House project in Miami. We do numerous work on the beach. We're the preservation consultant for the Shore Club, for the Shelburne Hotel. And we work throughout the country in doing this kind of work. I have a bachelor's from UM, a Master's of Science degree in Historic Preservation from Columbia University. My qualifications meet federal standards for architecture, historic architecture, and architectural history. One of the things I'm most proud of is I'm an advocate for historic preservation. I've testified, as you can see here in front of the Miami Beach Historic Preservation Board numerous times. I've opposed what I consider to be inappropriate development on the beach, high-rise development in the postcard settings of the Deco District. I actually had an op-ed in the Herald last year articulating that and opposing the Ritz-Sagamore project, opposing some of the towers at the Raleigh and the Versailles on the beach. In the city of Miami, we advocated on behalf of the Miami Herald building and preserving that building. We advocated on behalf of the preservation of the Coconut Grove Playhouse. We advocated and successfully designated St. Jude Melkite Catholic Church on Brickell Avenue as a historic building. And so this is our position. We're like teammates. We're on the same team as advocating on behalf of the historic built environment. And it's important when there is real value to advocate on that behalf. But the criteria must be met for those efforts. And in my opinion, this project does not meet that criteria. Next, please. And going back to the designation report, as Zeke mentioned, the real argument for significance rests on the assertion that this residence exemplifies, I think that's the term we need to focus on here, exemplifies the transition between Mediterranean revival and Art Moderne. However, in our expert professional opinion, the building is not Art Moderne. It was designed in a modest Mediterranean revival style and does not retain significant features that embody the Art Moderne style. These are some of the assertions in the designated report, which we, in our opinion, disagree with. It's one of the few notable Art Moderne residences in the city. It's clearly Art Moderne. It retains influences of Mediterranean revival. That's because we feel it is a modest Mediterranean revival building. And it's stated that it's a significant example of Art Moderne in this Mediterranean-inspired city.
Go back 1 second. So you're saying it is modern, Art Moderne, or not?
We are refuting that. We are saying it is not Art Moderne, and we're going to testify, and we'll show you examples of why we feel that. Next, please. So we're taking a look at the building. It's 3619, commissioned in 1937, designed by Robert Little. The building, in our opinion, is Mediterranean revival, not Art Moderne, and it's a very simplified version of that. It has the tile roofs, the low slope gable, not broad eaves, but eaves with curved rafter tails, individual windows. It's clad in stucco, and it's irregular, massed, and asymmetrical. Next. Just taking a look at the different elevations, the upper left is the front elevation from Toledo Streets. Does this work? Let's see. Okay. It's going up there slightly. So the upper left is the front facade, the view from Toledo. If we look at the upper right, that's shifting a little bit north up the street. You can see the irregular massing in the proportions in the roofing that I was mentioning, the tile. The lower left image is from Escobar Street, kind of from the southeast looking to the northwest, and then the lower right image is from the corner of the intersection there. So we can look at the regular massing and the features, and as we see them, they're Mediterranean revival. Next. I think it's important to take a look at the details. I think this tells the story more closely here. The upper image on the left shows the brick shutters, what we call them, but in our opinion, as opposed to a modern look, this is more of a rusticated look. It's textural, it's brick. It reminds one of some of the efforts here to romanticize some of the Mediterranean revival styles, such as like at the Venetian pool, where brick is exposed like that in a kind of rougher manner. The entrance door is very solid. It has bolts, it has Mediterranean hardware on it. It's clearly a Mediterranean revival style entrance door. The tile work we see is of that type of style. There we're looking at the eaves on the lower right-hand side with the curved rafters, not broad eaves. And Zeke has some more information on that, but we can see the use of the tile and the Mediterranean revival type images here. Next. And I want to share this with the board here. I know typically it's not in the purview of the Preservation Board to regulate the interiors, but this really shows the DNA of this building. Truly, it's not modern, it's romantic and rustic. We see the tile work on the upper right image that's on the mantelpiece. It's romantic, it's agricultural, it's rustic. The exposed rafters and the decking for the ceilings, the arched entrances and the tile. This is not art moderne. I've never seen anything like this called art moderne. Next, please. Next, please. There we go.
You have to point it toward me. It's like going, but if not, just say next.
Okay, I'll say next. We'll keep it like that. So a lot of the features we talk about, we see here exhibited at 3519 Toledo here. The low-pitched roofs, multiple planes, not one roof, but but with little eaves, little overhangs, with tile covering. We don't see arches here, but certainly that's a feature there. The wall surface is stucco. We have that here. The facade is asymmetrical, Mediterranean revival. The chimneys with the tops, we'll take a look at those. There's the rounded tower. That's a Mediterranean feature. Decorative vents and multi-light windows. We have the multi-light window, the large front window, which we take a look at there, we see there, and the heavy door, which I emphasized in the previous slide. Next, please. And some examples of Mediterranean revival styles. Certainly we're here in Coral Gables. We're surrounded by examples of those, but I have some of these from Miami Beach. And we can see those features that are characteristic of this style in these buildings here. The round towers. There are planters in front of these buildings here. The gable roof with the eaves that are right up against the edge. The tile, the asymmetrical massing. These are Mediterranean revival style buildings, very similar to some of the features of 3519. Next. Art moderne looks very different from Mediterranean revival. It's very smooth, it's streamlined. It's basically, as was noted, it's the design based upon transportation evolution in the early 20th century. Ships, airplanes, automobiles, sleek, curved, to give that effect of aerodynamics. And that's reflected in the architecture of this style. The smooth surfaces, the flat roofs here that you can see, not gable here. The horizontal lines in the walls, the facade asymmetrical. The corners are curved. There are no with the exception of the entrance tower, there are no round edges to 3519. That's a significant difference because I show some other examples here where that's a prominent feature for art moderne. The windows are frequently continuous around the corners. They utilize glass block in windows, and small rounded windows are common. Next. And here's what I'm talking about. I mean, certainly we see a lot of art moderne on the beach, in the hotels, which we see here, but this clearly shows art moderne. These are historic buildings. They're designated. They're in the historic district of Miami Beach. We see the rounded curves, the corners, the horizontal bends, the eyebrows, those clean horizontal treatments here. The beach headquarters with the portal windows and the curve there. The building in St. Paul, Minnesota really embodies the art moderne style with the curve, the glass block, the horizontal parapeted roof. And we do have here an example in Coral Gables, at 1021 North Greenway. That is an art moderne building. And it doesn't look like the building we're talking about at 3519 with those features. Next, please.
I see it, the right slide. There we go.
There we go. So going back to the designation report here, these features were noted as art moderne in reference to 3519. The cylindrical form at the front entry, the smooth, light-colored earth tones exterior stucco surfaces, low-pitched roofs with wide eaves, sparse ornamentation, using only elements that selectively enhance the geometry and sleekness, horizontality, ribbons of fenestration, not punched, but ribbons, the geometric chimney stacks, and the circular portal with brick basket weave grill. So let's delve into these items specifically. Next, please. We take a look at the cylindrical form of the entrance, and we compare it to the building on the right, which is a Mediterranean Revival on the beach. The features are nearly identical, it's with the exception of the tower on the beach being 2 stories in height rather than 1. It does have an arched entrance, whereas ours has a solid rectangular entrance with this heavy door. But we have the entrance steps there. We do have the same types of features. This is a Mediterranean Revival feature. It's not unique to Art Moderne. Next, please. With regard to the smooth, light-colored, earth tone stucco surfaces, the stucco surfaces are interrupted by these irregular brick textural components, which convey a rustic, antiquated look, as opposed to modern. I think it's antithetical to that. Next, please. We're looking at the low-pitched roofs with wide eaves. Well, the eaves aren't wide, and the roofs are a series of multi-level gables. They're not one level of roof. They certainly aren't horizontal at their top, like the parapet of the roof that you see on the right-hand side, which are typically horizontal and flat. And the roof eaves, in fact, are really narrow, and they're supported by those rounded wood rafter tails, which are Mediterranean and not Art Moderne. Next, please. The sparse ornamentation, once again, we look at the brick, and that really is a textural element here, which provides a sense of age and time, and really is not sleek or streamlined in appearance. Next, please. Ribbons and fenestration. There's only one example of a horizontal window, and that's at the front elevation. That's a typical feature of Mediterranean Revival architecture, as was noted. And the window opening originally contained, this is the historic photo in the lower left. It contained 6 steel casement windows with really prominent vertical mullions. This really juxtaposes the effect of the horizontality of that window opening. It's not sleek and streamlined here, which is what you see on the right-hand side image of an Art Moderne building. Next, please. The chimney stack, well, you know, it's understated in its design here. It's simple, and it's related to the Mediterranean Revival. And in Art Moderne, the chimneys were generally plain and located out of sight. Next, please. And finally, the circular portal with a brick basket weave grill here. It doesn't really have that sleek look of the portal windows that you see on the right of an Art Moderne building. That's from the beach lifeguard station there. Once again, the brick provides a sense of rustication here in a way with that textural character. And it's not, in my opinion, not sleek and streamlined. Next. So in summary here, in our opinion, the house is Mediterranean Revival in style, not Art Moderne, and it doesn't display significant elements. There's no curved corners. It has the tile roofs, the gables, things like that. It's not representing of the melding of newer modernist components within Mediterranean Revival. It doesn't represent a major turning point in Coral Gables architectural history, shifting from Mediterranean to new styles. It's still a simple Mediterranean structure. That's what we say. It's an example of Mediterranean and not Art Moderne. We feel strongly, based upon the evidence here and the photographs and everything, that it's not Art Moderne. Next, please. So to conclude, we feel it's a modest Mediterranean Revival style house. The designation report was based upon the features stating it was an Art Moderne building. We feel strongly it's not. It doesn't exemplify or portray trends toward modernism. And I think the criteria has some key terms in it that I think need to be met, and I feel that they are not. Under historic and cultural significance, number 4, the term exemplifies is utilized here. I don't think this building exemplifies, quite frankly, certainly not Art Nouveau, but a very simplified version of Mediterranean Revival here. It doesn't exemplify Art Nouveau. Architectural significance, It's not a distinctive architectural style that portrays the environment in an Art Nouveau manner, and it doesn't embody those distinguishing characteristics of an Art Nouveau building. So in summary, based upon our analysis, we feel that this should not be approved or designated, and not everything can be preserved, not everything should be preserved. And I think as we're on the same page here, as we're on the same preservation team, I feel it's more difficult, our challenge is made more difficult when attempts are made to preserve and use regulations to preserve buildings that really truly don't meet the criteria. And this really dilutes the integrity of the ordinance and makes it more difficult for us to utilize them properly in the future and defend them and argue for designation for buildings that truly have significance. I just want to add one other thing. It's a challenge designating a building without the owner's consent. I know if we were dealing in Miami Beach, that wouldn't happen. There are no buildings that are designated without the owner's consent in Miami Beach. In the National Register, if we were individually designating this building, it would not be allowed. You cannot designate a building in the National Register individually without owner's consent. So I think from the architectural standpoint, the criteria is not met, but I think also from a preservation standpoint, we need to look at the bigger picture here. And we urge you not to designate the building here. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, Mr. Banos, hold on. Okay, all right, so are you finished with
I'm
your
complete with
presentation?
my presentation.
Okay, great. If you'll hang on for
Sure.
comments from the board.
Absolutely.
Mr. Banos, you have one, and we'll come this way, and then come over to this side.
So questions of the witness.
I'm sorry?
You're setting, I apologize, ma'am.
I have to, yeah.
No, it's fine. I do the same thing. So you've testified in more than one occasion during your testimony that you will stipulate that the property, at the very least, you dispute that is art modern, okay, but you stipulate and you have stated in the same idea of us trying to protect the properties like you have, that the property does exemplify a Mediterranean revival style. Is that correct? Because your entire presentation has been, as is, if I understand it, the property might not be art modern, but it certainly, and you have stated in several occasions during your testimony, the property is Mediterranean revival style.
I think what the term I used was a modest Mediterranean revival
I got it, but you said that that is a Mediterranean revival style. You stipulated to that in your testimony, correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct. Perfect. And have you, in your number history of historic preservation, ever designated a property that is considered to be Mediterranean revival style as historically significant?
I don't know that we've designated a Mediterranean revival property. I have to think about that because we have designated a lot of properties, but I know we've certainly worked on them.
Okay, great. So now, will you stipulate that Mediterranean revival style would, in many occasions, maybe not exemplifies the historical, cultural, political, economic, and social trends of a community? Is that correct?
I think certainly that's the essence of Coral Gables.
Correct. And you would also stipulate that the Mediterranean revival style portrays the environment in an area of historic characterization by one or more distinctive architectural styles. Is that correct?
If it does, once again, I feel if there's an architectural criteria that's met for this, and I once again refer to the term I used, modest Mediterranean.
I got it, but you stipulate that Mediterranean revival style would also embody those distinguishing characteristics for architectural style or period, even because this is a specific period, or a method of construction. Would you not stipulate to that?
Of course, we talked about City Hall and everything like that today. Yes.
Excellent. So if the report has been developed in the idea that this is an art modern property, okay, but you stipulate that it's Mediterranean revival style, why couldn't this board, given your stipulation, your testimony today here, rely on that very testimony and then go ahead and designate this property as a Mediterranean revival style property?
Well, I think it contradicts the assertion of the staff and the report in its argument.
I understand
for
that.
The significance of being a unique resource.
I'm not talking about the STARS report. I'm talking about your stipulation, your testimony here.
Would I advocate in my
No,
experience?
I'm not advocating. I'm telling you, your testimony on the record today has you expressed in more than one occasion that this property meets the Mediterranean revival style. You've stipulated in my questioning to you that that is the case. What I'm asking is, based exclusively in your testimony, in which you have admitted and you have said to this board, that is your expert opinion in your very long history as not only an architect, but an architect that has an extensive experience in historic architecture and in the historical preservation period. You have done for a significant portion of testimony talking about everything you have done to provide for that. You have testified to it and you've stipulated through my questioning that this property absolutely meets a Mediterranean revival style, even though you qualified it to be, what is the word you use?
Modest.
Modest. Perfect.
So I
But
use
given
those
that
qualifications-
testimony, why couldn't this board, excluding the testimony that the board said, why couldn't we rely on your testimony and your admission and your stipulation, just based on that, and given that is the testimony and an admission incorporated by the attorney of the applicant as part of the applicant's own admissions, why couldn't we use that as a way of designating the property just on that perspective?
Well, as I've noted during my testimony here, my opinion is that it is a modest Mediterranean style, and the features are not such that they embody the level of significance architecturally that would merit meeting that threshold.
That was not your
criteria.
testimony to me, sir. But anyway, I understand your testimony, and I appreciate your stipulation on the record and the fact that you have admitted that this property, it would meet the Mediterranean revival style, as even though you're qualified as to be modest. I'm not sure if that's
Okay.
important or not.
I think we have a conclusion from the attorney who would like to do that, and then we can open this back up again.
I just had a couple questions of staff, and I'll be very quick, Mr. Chairman. I think we all want to get out of here. On multiple occasions in the staff report, it points out that one of the elements that make this house art moderne is that it has low-pitched roofs and a wide, wide eaves. Since it's repeated multiple times, we have to believe that this is an important element of determining that this house is art moderne. But nowhere has staff defined what a wide eave is. Now, I could ask her to define it, but I'll define it for you. And I'll get to my point real quick.
You're free to ask staff.
Excuse me?
I said you're free to ask the staff.
Okay, fine. Can you define a wide eave, please? Okay, all right, not a problem. All right, I'll rephrase this to move it along. I will ask her if she agrees with this definition. How's that? A wide eave is a roof extension that extends far from the building walls, providing shade and protection from the elements. All right, I have a little bit more specific one. It's called standards of eaves. These are the most standard dimensions of eaves. I probably need my glasses. Shallow can range from 12 to 16 inches. Moderate can range from 16 to 24 inches. And deep, which would be wide, would be 24 to 36 inches. Would staff agree with that definition, please?
So I'm just looking over the depths that you have here. That seems fair.
Okay, you can stay here.
Okay, I figured out.
I don't mean to get so close to staff, but we only have one microphone.
All right.
Did staff have an opportunity to measure these eaves?
No.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I actually went out there to the property, and believe it or not, I got on a ladder, I got in the planter, and with one hand held the ruler, and on the other hand took the picture. The eaves are actually 16 inches, but it shows 16 and a half.
Thank God you're still safe.
Well, I got to tell you, when I was in the planter, the sand started going down. Exactly.
Don't let anybody tell you you're not committed to your client. Okay?
Well, she paid double for that one. So anyways, the point is, when staff said that this was an element of art moderne, that the house had these wide eaves, it was actually a misstatement of fact. Now, second, I only have two more of these, is that another thing that the staff report says is that this is smooth stucco with earth tone colors. And when I was out there with Ann and we walked the property, a section of the paint, and I don't know if you saw it or noticed it, and the paint had come off the wall, and actually the color is actually white. That of the original house, that is not earth. Well, I want to ask Anna: is white an earth tone color?
I no, it's not, but it's also was just the next layer of paint.
Well, actually, I think it was more, but anyways, we can agree to disagree.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't do a paint analysis, did you?
No, I leave that to you
So
and
we
the
don't
people
know
at the
that
Biltmore. All right, last one, so we can all get out of here. On page 15, you mentioned that the horizontal brick banding is on the garage, which we don't agree with, the side, which I don't know what side, and the back porches, and actually in your testimony today, you said it was on the back of the building. Do you have any pictures or anything to show the back porches or the banding on the back porches?
I do not.
Well, funny, I do. Here's actually, there's two porches. She actually said both porches. This is the uncovered porch. Excuse me. And this is the covered porch, and you'll notice there is no banding on these, on here. So that's another section of the staff report that is in error. So that's all. Thank you. Oh, okay. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, just to wrap it up super quick, obviously we pointed out several inconsistencies in the staff report. If you, well, I won't even say it. The only reliable testimony you have before you today is Mr. Advokoff. No one has, Mr. Bonio has asked him some questions. So we're going to ask you, staff has said this house is art moderne. Clearly we have shown is not art moderne. And therefore we ask that you deny this application. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And that concludes your presentation?
That concludes our presentation.
Great. All right, if you'll remain, please, we may have some comments and questions for you. Okay, Mr. Banyos, I'm going to pass you by.
I wanted to ask Stephanie a question. So if the staff report says it's art moderne, okay, they're saying it's Mediterranean revival, okay, and they have admitted that, and we turn out that we can designate based on the Mediterranean revival. Can the basis for our designation has to be the staff report, or it can be their admission?
The determination that you make has to be based on substantial competent evidence. If
right.
you make a finding that the presentation made by the property owner is substantial competent evidence that it is that it meets criteria under whichever criteria you think it meets as Mediterranean revival, that's possible. But I would note that that's not the presentation that they made, was not that it meets Mediterranean revival. I don't believe that that's what your intent was.
I asked him expressly that
Yeah.
question. That's what he said. So I just want to make sure that he believed it was Mediterranean revival property, qualified by the fact that it wasn't significant or
So
whatever.
again, depending on what motion is made for which criteria, you would have to find, just as a baseline, I would say that any motion that you make, finding that it meets historic determination on whichever criteria you choose, you would need to make a finding that there was substantial competent evidence presented to you to make that finding. It does not need to be the staff report. It could be the property owner's presentation, but you would need to make that finding, that there was sufficient evidence to make that motion.
Yeah, and then,
one item that I think that you forgot to mention, Mr. Bond.
Yes.
The code in Coral Gables at the time that the house was created
yes, sir.
was Mediterranean, and it required all properties to be Mediterranean. As a matter of fact, the barrel tile roof code, part of the code, was not overturned until sometime in I believe in the 1950s. Okay. So, I mean, I think what we're really discussing here, in a certain sense, is what we have is a Mediterranean art moderne house.
Correct, and that's my thinking. But I just want to make sure that the staff, if they agree with the statement they just said, and the.
And Mr. Chair, if I may,
Mr. Garcia.
Mr. Banos, I think you mentioned it earlier in your initial comment that one of the criteria, architectural significance, is in the history characterized by one or more distinctive.
Correct.
So the project doesn't have to be just one.
Correct.
I know you're trying to.
No. I was trying to understand what his testimony was, and in my perspective, was an admission. So once you check that box, it's.
But I just want to make sure, because you talked about if we you talked a lot about the staff report. The staff report clearly says both. It talks
Correct.
about art moderne with vestiges and elements of.
Yeah.
For that reason, I caveat my previous statements on, it depends on what motion you are making and for what reason you want to designate the property, what you consider substantial competent evidence for that decision. So their staff listed 3 criteria for which they believed it could be designated. They seem to refute all 3 of them is your position, and I'll defer to the property owner on that. But whatever finding you make, you know, there are multiple ways, and as you know, in the code, it's not just the 3 that were presented in the staff report for which you can designate a property. There are multiple reasons for which a property can be designated, and I would ask that whatever motion you make, you be specific. If it's not the staff report,
Well, I'll let the architects help me on that.
Mr. Londa.
I think that this is a really good late Mediterranean revival house. It's clearly not a 1920s house. It's a 1930s, early 40s house. So I'm very comfortable saying that this house deserves to be historically designated. Do I think the staff report is flawless? No, with all due respect. But I do think that the home has a number of very interesting architectural features, and it's a distinctive example of an architectural style. And it's clearly kind of teetering on the edge between Mediterranean revival and, like, it's that, as Elizabeth refers to it, that transitional era. So do I think it's art modern? No, I don't. But you've convinced me it's a great Mediterranean revival. Notwithstanding, it's modest. And I will say, we've designated plenty of Coral Gables cottages that are not nearly as architecturally distinctive or interesting as this one. But I do appreciate your presentation.
I appreciate your commentary. I do want to emphasize the term modest, but you've indicated some reference to that. But I'm not, I mean, my testimony is being used as a basis for designation. In my opinion, I'm not saying that I would say this building would be eligible for designation in accordance with the Mediterranean revival style.
Well, that's this board's fact-finding and responsibility.
That's a reframing of my questioning in my perspective, but I understand you're coming from.
Okay.
Mr. Silva, anything?
I think that some of the reason that staff had an issue kind of categorizing this house is because I think it's more Mediterranean transition than anything, right? I think this was clearly a house that has elements of both styles, right? It has some art moderne. I mean, if you lop off that garage, right, I think it's very clearly Mediterranean transitional, right? It's sort of simple. It's very similar to the house we saw previously. The garage complicates things, right? It has that strange porthole. It has kind of this horizontality. So the house itself is kind of a stepping stone, right? It's sort of the embodiment of Mediterranean transitional. That being said, I'm a little uncomfortable with a conversation about designation when the report is so clearly weighted to art moderne. So that's the only thing that's kind of giving me pause in this whole conversation. I think the house itself, I agree with Ms. Rolando that I think it is an example of Mediterranean transition because it's a transition, right? We're going from something traditionally Mediterranean, incorporating modern elements, right? And that's the definition of Mediterranean transitional. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Well put. Mr. Garcia-Ponce.
Thank you. I would maybe like to respectfully disagree with my board members. I think as I mentioned, the criteria being one or more architectural elements or styles. I'm going to refer to specifically the second paragraph of the summary statement of significance by staff, which I think was very clearly written. And I'm actually going to read it because it's what I would say if I would have been smart enough to write it. The home at 3519 Toledo Street is one of a handful of homes little designed in Coral Gables. It represents a major turning point in Coral Gables architectural history as the city shifted from its Mediterranean foundation to embrace new styles. It stands as one of the few notable Art Moderne residences in the city and a significant example of how the style was adapted in Coral Gables. Important, emphasis mine. Art Moderne emphasized geometric and curving forms so they can smooth surfaces with long horizontal lines. While this home is clearly Art Moderne, it retains influences of the Mediterranean revival and is a significant example of the interpretation of Art Moderne in this Mediterranean-inspired city. The property at 3519 Toledo Street retains its historic integrity and exemplifies a pivotal moment in the historical, cultural, political, economic, and social trends of the community, and thereby significantly contributes to the historic fabric of the city of Coral Gables. I really appreciate the way that was worded and the way that they phrased the relationship between Art Moderne and Mediterranean revival in this particular house, because I think it does exemplify both styles in the Coral Gables way. And what I was thinking about during your presentation, Mr. Abdicop, which I very much appreciated, thank you, was the way that styles are adapted to their environment. And I thought particularly looking at the images that you showed of Miami Beach, with all the really incredibly beautiful Art Moderne buildings, of the other style that's prominent in Miami Beach, which is Art Deco, and how Art Deco in St. Louis is very different than Art Deco in New York, is very different than it is in Miami Beach, it is different than it is in Miami, and how those styles, although being purely correct, are adapted to their environment at their time. And I think that in this particular case, this house, in my opinion, does exemplify both Art Moderne and Mediterranean revival together in what is a uniquely Coral Gables house. And I think that's the difference between what I think your presentation was about the purity of the style. I don't believe that this is pure in style of either of them. I think it is a really wonderful Coral Gables hybrid of both styles.
Thank you. Ms. Spain, comment?
I totally agree with what Caesar just said. It has elements of both. I mean, and that originated from the staff report. But I think that's an excellent description of this house. And it's very early in the shift, particularly by this architect, who later on became known for the more modern styles, but started out in designing in Mediterranean. So it's such an interesting house at such an interesting time in the city. I think it's significant. And I also take exception to the whole idea that we cannot designate without the owner's consent. Since 2003, the significance determination has been in place where if you intend to designate any building in Coral Gables, it needs to go to the Historic Preservation Department. Pardon me? I'm sorry, demolish. Any property in the city, it's required to go through this process. That's been in place in the city since 2003. And prior to that, we designated homes without the owner's consent. That's the basis of preservation. It doesn't mean that once it's designated, it stands there pristine and can't be altered. I mean, you know that as a preservation architect. And the national designation has no teeth. You can demolish a property that's on the National Register. You can demolish it entirely because that has no teeth. The teeth is in the ordinance, the local ordinances, and that's why this city is so good at historic preservation, because we can step in and say, no, this is too special, you cannot demolish it. And so I take exception to that. I thought your presentation was wonderful until you compared us to Miami Beach and how great they were that they didn't designate without the owner's consent. Then you lost me.
Ms. Alvarez?
Oh, I just wanted to quickly say that it's the collection of all the photos and images that make me appreciate the house more, if I'm not focused on the style. And I think the Mediterranean style in Coral Gables is eclectic by nature. I worked on the Fig Studio and some didn't think it was Mediterranean because it was more Moorish, and even a house in Coco Plum, I was told it was more Italianate. So I think that eclectic kind of vocabulary that Coral Gables has is special to Coral Gables, and I think this falls in that category. And I think his affiliation with Robert Taylor is significant in and of itself too, an Española way.
Mr. Durana?
All the explanations have been taken already, but I kind of agree. I think Caesar did a good job explaining. I think you see it. There's elements from both styles on the house, and it's evident there. So, to me, I think, like we said, it's got its Coral Gables, not flair, but Coral Gables, touch on it. And while I do appreciate the presentation and the effort, made, I agree with my colleagues.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any public comment that's online or received electronically?
We did receive public comment in advance of the meeting, and those included letters of support from Maria Biamon, Bruce Fitzgerald, Vicky Cerda, Correlia Carbonell on behalf of the HPACG, Ellen Dyer, Jamie and Zuli Pardo, and Daniel Seraldo on behalf of the Miami Design Preservation League.
And all are in support?
I'm sorry?
All are in support?
Yes, all were in support. If anyone is on Zoom that would like to speak, please raise your hand so that we could unmute you. I'm not seeing anybody.
All right. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak to this in favor of or against? Hearing none, I'm going to close the public meeting and ask for a motion. A difficult motion.
I would like to make a motion. A motion to approve the local historic designation of the property at 3519 Toledo Street based on its historical, cultural, and architectural significance. Specifically, number 4 exemplifies the historic, cultural, political, economic, and social trends of the community. Architectural significance number 1 portrays the environment in an area of the history characterized by one or more distinctive architectural styles, specifically Art Moderne and Mediterranean Revival. And architectural significance number 2 embodies those distinguishing characteristics of an architectural style or period or method of construction based on the substantial competent evidence presented by staff, and particularly the second paragraph of the summary statement of significance.
Okay, we have a motion on the table.
I'll second it.
We have a second.
May I
yes, please.
ask you to consider an amendment?
Can I get a second here? Do I have one from Mr. Banos?
So.
Okay, thank you.
I think the architect is of significance, and I think that's also a basis for designation.
I agree that the architect is incredibly significant. I would not like to accept that friendly amendment.
Is that okay? All right, well, we have a motion.
An ask, and it was rejected resoundingly. I think we're missing an opportunity.
Can I chime in?
Please.
I can't find, I've been on trying to get my phone to get onto the designation criteria, and it's just spinning.
Ms. Spain, I have them.
But there is one criteria that lists the architect, but it says is an outstanding example of that architect.
Right,
And so although this is a really interesting example of his work, I don't know whether it's necessarily outstanding.
Yeah, remember when we went to that meeting that we all had, as an educational meeting, one of the things that they talked about was sort of
why they don't pick that particular recommendation often, and it's because unless it's the Taj Mahal, like it's not, like
Well, the
it's
Biltmore, the City Hall.
but whatever, I'll take the City Hall. But I was trying to give unless it's the City Hall or something that is so unique, it doesn't quite arrive to that level in order to meet that criteria.
For the record, Ms. Spain, it's is an outstanding work of a prominent designer or builder is the criterion you're discussing.
It's the word outstanding that is probably.
It's very hard to meet the criteria at that level. So
We should probably move at some point to amend that. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Garcia Pons and a second by Mr. Banos. Can we call the roll, please?
Ms. Alvarez,
Yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Ms. Rolando,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Mr. Banos,
yes.
Mr. Silva,
Yes.
and Mr. Maxwell.
Yes. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen, for your presentation. Thank you. We certainly appreciate it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a long meeting and a long day today, and we're going to keep rolling along. Okay. If you need to take a bathroom break or anything, how about 5 minutes? Is that okay? I don't want to delay you anymore, but just a couple of minutes.
Recording
Yeah,
stopped.
just please give us a couple of minutes.
Yeah, just go straight down.
Okay. Can get moving?
Recording in progress.
Okay. Our next is case file COA SP 2024-037, an application for the issuance of special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 809 Coral Way, a contributing resource within the Coral Way Historic District, legally described as lots 12 and the east 20 feet of Lot 13, Block 34, Coral Gables, Section B, according to the plat thereof is recorded in Plat Book 5 on page 111, Public Records of Miami-Dade County. Applicant requests design approval for the addition of an elevator at the rear.
Thank you. So this is a location map of the property. It's just at the beginning of the single-family residential portion of Coral Way. It is right adjacent to the golf course. It was built in 1925, permit number 1418. The architect was J.H. Sculthorpe. It is a contributing resource within the Coral Way Historic District. I did want to point out to you all, just as a note in the staff report, which you probably read, that the windows were installed prior to the designation of the Historic District and not something that was approved by staff. So this does request approval of a two-story elevator addition to the rear of the property. This went through multiple iterations pre-COVID for a very long time, and we are in support of the application. I wanted to point out to you all that the location of the addition, there's really no distinction between the existing and the proposed, because that both the west facade of the house, the second story is an addition, and the first floor of that facade has been altered. So to add a score line to distinguish the two would be very problematic and awkward, and it repeats the rafter tails of the addition that's currently there. So we just said, keep repeating. Don't make a distinction between the two because it's not an original feature. So we do recommend approval of the project. The architect is here. I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you for your patience.
No, please, thank you. My name is Albert Rodriguez of the Lima Studio Architecture. We're at 123 Madera Avenue here at the Gables. So this project started, am I speaking too loud? Is it okay? No, you're good. I'm good? Okay. So this project did start actually before the pandemic. It's been a number of years. When the pandemic hit, the project was put on hold. And then afterwards, the owners needed to restart it. It's an elderly couple that owns the property. And the issue of the elevator has now, as time has passed, has become even more of a necessity. Mm-hmm. So right now, as you can see, the proposal has been to move everything to the back of the property, the two-story addition. That's where the elevator is going to go. Right now, there are some spiral stairs and mechanical equipment that can be easily, though the stairs aren't going to be really never used anyway. The mechanical equipment can be easily relocated. To do this, the second floor master wing, the bathroom and the closets has to be completely reworked, which is part of the proposal. In the first floor, only the back of the addition will require some modification. Let me see, let me see. Oh, okay. Let's see. Well, that's the site plan, as you can see. That's the survey. Existing photographs of the property as seen from Coral Way. Here are the images from behind the property from the pool deck. Just some zoning analysis showing that the addition in of itself is quite a small footprint. These are some of the previous plans that we found. And then actually this is the demolition plan, what we're going to be doing, which is not a very good print. Here is the first floor proposal, which you can see the work that's going to be happening in the back. Anyway, and there's the second floor. where we're reworking the existing second floor master wing layout to provide for closets, and also we've been very mindful to provide wheelchair access because that's obviously what's driving this. So the elevator's in the back, but they're going to have plenty of access and plenty of room for these folks to use their home, which they love very much. They're not going anywhere. They love it. Let's see, roof plan. It's very simple. The whole idea is also, I mean, again, from the original design, this has been simplified a great deal, and actually we like it a lot more, and I hope you do too. So this is an important element just to consider, is that from the front, it has no impact at all. Right. Everything happens at the back, so you don't see it. And in this is the west elevation, and above is the existing condition, and below is the proposed, and it's just an extension to make it as unobtrusive as possible. So we just continue. Let me in the back, you see those spiral stairs that are not used, and then we're just continuing with the mass of the existing wing. This is a blow up of what we're doing at the second floor and the first floor levels. This is the new construction plans. On the right is the first floor. On the left is the second floor. And so it's, as far as the interior working of the space, it's a significant change, but it's needed to be able to provide the owners with what they need. So in essence, that's what we're doing. So thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
That concludes your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any questions from the board?
Just a question, I don't see it. There's only one picture, at least that I can tell, that shows the spiral stairs today. Okay. Is there anything significant of the structures, any moldings, anything like that we should be worried about?
If you go to the last page of the staff report, there are two images, two drawings there. The top one is the original elevation. You can see that it's one story. That whole back section with the sloped roof, that terrace, was an addition. With the spiral staircase was then again added later to the roof deck. All of that was infill construction.
But there was no moldings or anything like that would be...
Nope, it's all newer construction.
Okay, perfect. I'm fine.
Are there any other questions of the applicant by members of the board?
I just have a comment. This is a great thing for the people living in this house, and you did such a nice job. It's really nice to see someone want to stay in a house, and it's a historic home, and so they adapt it to growing old. I say that because I'm old.
You're not alone.
But unfortunately, I don't live in the historic home that I did before, but we did move to a townhouse that has an elevator, and it makes a huge difference. So you did a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And I echo, and I'd like to commend the architect. I think the minimal intrusion and the minimum amount of work required to make the house livable was really well done. So I thank you for that.
Are there any further comments from the board? Or is there any person or comments on Zoom? Were there any letters of support or?
Nothing was received today.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience or who would like to speak for or against this item? Well, hearing none, I'd like to entertain a motion, please.
I would like to move to approve the design proposal for the addition and alterations to the residence at 809 Coral Way, a contributing resource within the Coral Way Historic District, legally described as provided in the report, and to approve the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness and to incorporate by reference the staff report on this property.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Banos. I'd like to have a second, please.
I'll second it.
We have a second by Ms. Spain. Any amendments? Any further discussion? If not, I'd like to move the motion, please.
Ms. Alvarez?
Yes.
Mr. Durana?
Just a question for Stephanie. I was out while they presented, but I mean, I saw the package and everything, I'm okay with
If you
voting.
feel like you were properly informed and received the correct information, you're fine to vote.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Garcia Ponce,
Yes.
Ms. Rolando,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Banos,
Yes.
Mr. Silva,
Yes.
and Mr. Maxwell.
Yes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Excellent job.
Thank you, sir.
We
Thank you.
appreciate
Have
your
a good night.
presentation.
Thank you for waiting.
We hope that the cookies were okay. All right, our next item is case file COA SP 2024-034, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 1203 North Greenway Drive, a contributing resource within the Country Club of Coral Gables Historic District, legally described as Lot 17 and 18 to 114, Block 4, Coral Gables, Section E, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 8, page 13, Public Records, Miami-Dade. Application requests the design approval for gray tinted glass windows.
Thank you. There is no one from the applicant side here for this item, so we will not be presenting it to you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
There's no one here from the applicant side to present this item to you, so it's being withdrawn.
Okay, very good. Item
Is it deferred or withdrawn?
Deferred? What are we calling it?
If you want to defer it to a date certain, which if we know the date certain date, we can do that. Otherwise, it will need to be re-noticed, re-advertised, if the applicant wants to proceed.
But
Why don't we defer then, to allow the applicant to come to a date certain, which would be next month?
So that would be the January 16th, 2025 meeting.
Did they give a reason that they're not here?
No.
Did you know they weren't going to be here?
No.
Oh, well, there you go.
I would let them pick the date, and we could just advertise it as necessary. They didn't give us any notice that they wouldn't be here today. They had requested to be on this agenda, and we're aware of the meeting, time and date.
Okay.
Is there, to the city attorney, is there a difference between an indefinite deferral and withdrawal?
No, my only suggestion would be if we defer it to a date certain, any member of the public who's watching now would know that date, so it doesn't need to be re-advertised in the same way. If it's to a different date, it would of course need to be, but yeah, it's a matter of semantics. I would suggest we defer it to the January 16th, 2025 meeting, and if it needs to be rescheduled for another date and time, it certainly can be.
Give them the break.
Do we have to defer it?
I would suggest that.
And
Yeah.
why?
So the property owner can be present.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
No, no,
The
I'm
Board of
asking.
Architects didn't approve it, they denied it, you guys are not, whatever.
Stephanie, what can we not go ahead and approve the staff's report? Because we have substantial competent, or well, whatever. We have enough information in front of us to make a determination.
For the reason that we don't know that the property owner why the property owner is not here, for due process reasons, I would suggest we defer it so that they have the opportunity to be
They
present.
don't show up.
But they were properly noticed.
I'm just not sure why they're not here. For all I know, they're got in a car accident on the way here. So, in abundance of caution, I would
Any traffic or
I would just suggest that we defer it to the next meeting.
They're 4.5 hours late.
All right, Ms. Rolando, motion?
I move that we defer this item.
Your microphone's not on, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I move that we defer this item for the reasons mentioned by council.
I'll second that.
To the January meeting?
Please have.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we have a second by Mr. Silva. Okay, please call the roll.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Deferred.
All right, well, we're getting closer. Our next item is case file COA SP 2024-004, an application for the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 3800 Granada Boulevard, a local historic landmark legally described as lots 112 to lots 114 and the south 20 feet of lot 115, block 50, Coral Gables Country Club, section part 4, according to the plat book 10, page 57, Public Records, Miami-Dade. The application requests design approval for additions and alterations to the residence and site work.
Thank you. You can put the PowerPoint up. Thanks. Donna's very familiar with this project. Or not this property, the property, I should say, not the project. So there's a location map of the property. It's on the Biltmore Golf Course. It was constructed in 1925, 1926. Excellent example of the 1920s Mediterranean revival architecture designed by architect Robert Law Weed for Major Owen and his wife Ruth Bryan Owen. It was designated finally as a local historic landmark in July of 2022. There's a photo here. This is an early 1930 photo of the property from the Miami Herald. The applicant is requesting design approval for multiple additions and alterations to the existing home and extensive site work on the property. The additions consist of a 2-story addition at the northwest corner of the home, a 1-story addition at the southeast corner of the home, and a 1-story covered terrace at the rear of the home. Site work includes regrading of the entire site, walls, fences, hardscape, landscape, swimming pool, and fountains. There were no variances that were requested as part of this application. We have comments at the end that we can address, but I'd like to turn it over to the architect and let them present.
Thank you very much.
Let me make sure there's no other, there you go. You go up.
Please come up, state your name if you would, please.
My name is Oscar Carrera, with offices at 2525 Ponce de Leon. I'm the architect, and joining me tonight are the owners, Walter and Yasmin Gonzalez, and the landscape architect, Colin Brown. So after some words from the owner, then I'll continue with my presentation.
Actually, can I just real quick? Well, I mean, it's simple. I mean, I feel like I can be unbiased, but I have met with the owners regarding this house, regarding the work that they were going to do. We don't have any contracts or anything like that. It's just, more like a friendly advice on, what work to do to the house and stuff like that. But I actually haven't even seen this latest set of drawings.
Okay, if you have no existing contractual relationship with the property owner and are unbiased and ready to hear the item, I think that should be okay if you're fine to proceed.
Yes. Okay.
In that spirit, I would just want to know, like, he owns the house next to mine, okay? And we've talked in many occasions. So just let it, I mean, it will be the same. It will not in any way, shape, or form affect my vote.
Is anyone related to William Jennings Bryan?
It seems that all my neighbors want to be in front of us today. So
I'm very familiar with this house. This came before the board multiple, and the city commission multiple times with a previous owner. But I'm thrilled to see you here, and I am not biased.
How come we had a big Spanish flag for a long time?
Anyway. Let's let the presentation go on. Okay, folks, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Dear members of the Historical
Please speak into the
Preservation
microphone.
Group.
State your name
Yeah.
if you would.
Oh, my name is Yasmin Gonzalez. This is Walter Gonzalez, my husband. My husband and I are honored to present our renovation plans for our cherished home at 3800 Granada Boulevard. This residence, built in 1925, embodies the rich history and architectural beauty that Coral Gables is renowned for. Our journey in Coral Gables began in 2012, and over the years, we've developed a deep appreciation for the city's commitment to preserving its historical heritage. Acquiring the Spanish-style home was the realization of a long-held dream, and we are dedicated to restoring it to its original splendor while adapting it to meet the needs of our modern family life. Over the past 4 years, we have meticulously collaborated with our architects, engaging in thoughtful design processes and numerous consultations with the City Board of Architects and zoning officials. Our objective has been to create a renovation plan that honors the home's historical significance and architectural quirks, such as its unique facade orientation, while ensuring it functions effectively for contemporary living. A particular focus of our renovation is the backyard, which we envision as a harmonious extension of the home. Our goal is to transform it into a safe and inviting space suitable for family gatherings, celebrations, and community engagement, all while maintaining the property's historical integrity. We are aware of the Historical Preservation Board's mission to safeguard the cultural and architectural heritage of Coral Gables. Our renovation plans have been crafted with this mission in mind, striving to preserve the distinctive character of the home and contribute positively to the historical landscape of our community. As parents of 2 daughters, aged 12 and 9, We are particularly mindful of creating a home environment that is both historically respectful and conducive to the safety and well-being of our family. Our plans include thoughtful modifications that enhance the home's functionality and safety, ensuring its modern living standards while preserving its historical charm. We sincerely hope that our dedication to preserving and enhancing this historic property resonates with the board, and we believe that our plans not only respect the past, but also breathe new life into the home, ensuring its relevance and functionality for generations to come. And now, our architect.
It's going to be hard to follow up that, but
Yeah, if you would please, just so we
Yes.
have a good record, make sure it's quite close to your mouth, and
Sure.
you can hold
Okay.
it. You
Does
can
that
do
work?
whatever you like.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is a large site, and the configuration of the house is a U-shaped house. So there are a lot of components that we've over the years have been trying to wrangle in and make work for the family. In stepping back, that's why I start with this sketch here. They really see that the overall, that the first comment that when the owners came to me, that was that nobody knows where the front door is. And sure enough, that the Amazon packages were left here and there and everywhere. So if Amazon doesn't know where the front door is, then nobody else will. So the first site was to address the wayfinding, and then also that from Granada, it looks like almost a civic building or a school or an institutional building, and this is a residential house. So as we were standing in the interior courtyard, that one, there aren't any plans, so that it was an inhospitable place. So the first act was to start to make intimate spaces. So make a larger piazza, and then with a piazzetta off of it, in the Italianate style of civic planning. And then also that to address the needs of the owners. So the owners like to have family dinners every Sunday, a large gathering of people, and they like to be outside, but they don't like to be under sun. So that's where we started to address the rear area of the house. Now, as you can see, that the house is sited closer to the property line on the golf course, so it created a design challenge that to create this outdoor area, to create this backyard, knowing that there are ample square footage in front, and we wanted to incorporate the outside with the inside. One thing that this house has that's, I think, our favorite room is the great room. It's right in the middle, and it's a story and a half tall, that you could peek into it from the second floor. And that apparently that there are stories that it used to be a gambling hall, and then the pit boss would sit on top of the balcony and then look down as people gambled. So that the house has a lot of history, and then that this central room that really is the center of the house. And the first thing that the owner said was that there was a disconnect between landscape and land and the house itself. So part of creating the more intimate courtyards was bringing it up. And in the staff report, and it's probably the thing that we've spoken about the very most, that we've started to elevate some of the courts 18 inches to 2 feet or so, that to bring up the land so that it's engaged to the house itself, because currently it's about 7 steps from the great room down to the grade. And the existing grade slopes in 2 ways, and you really can't stand on it for very long, much less have a soccer game or anything like that. So that was part of the effort as well. So the additions are modest. Well, that word's been used quite a bit today. Is a small 2-story addition towards the golf course, that which will house bedrooms as well as a new living room, and then it connects to the outdoor terrace. and a small addition on the front, that which creates that more intimate courtyard in the front. That since day one, and yes, we did start this about 4 years ago, that we engaged historical staff, and we walked the site with our initial thoughts with Kara, and thankfully Anna came later. So we've really been, we really had an intimate conversation and an ongoing conversation with historical staff as to what the changes are, what that how best to do it, so that there's been input throughout the process. That we've gone back to the Board of Architects a couple times. It's now approved. That if we want to just like go through the drawings quickly, but just wanted to speak about the project as a whole, how it came to be, and the overall design aesthetic or design thought process that we took. Let me see if there's a better. These are the zoning diagrams. I put? Oh, okay.
Catching up with you.
Got it. Okay. All right. So for context, we looked at the surrounding neighborhood, but really that we took a look at the house itself, which is an eclectic mix of Robert Weed's style, where there's only one window that has a shutter, and that's the only one. There's a Gothic window. There's a segmented arch window. That things are symmetrical, but then there's an asymmetry and an assembly of masses that's really interesting. So in that we took those same cues to design the addition, as well as that thoughts and experiences of the owners that they wanted to add to the narrative of the house. So in the upper right-hand corner is a loggia in Antigua where the owners were married. So that inspired us. We also took a look at the small area where we are demolishing, and we really tried to be careful with demolishing the least amount of possible. And we're demolishing one area in the front, which was added onto afterwards, and looks very different. And then this enclosed area that's in the middle, which used to be exterior, and then they enclosed it and then put a flat roof that leaks. So we're taking that down, but we studied the tectonic qualities of the beams and of the rafters of that covered area, and then we're incorporating that into our new a covered area that faces the golf course. So that we're learning from the house itself, and then not abandoning any of the details, but just moving them along. Yeah, that the equality. Yeah, it seems. I think it happened on the last one too.
Might not be able to fix that.
Okay.
Have it on their package, on the iPad.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see it here.
Okay, great. So excuse me. So in here, that we wanted to create an auto court on the southeast corner, so guests could arrive there and then start to make their way to the front door, which is where the stair hall is. So as you pass three arches. But then at the same time making the larger square in the middle more private, because the natural tendency of one is to actually want to go into that square, and because there's a singular door that really calls attention to itself. So this larger square is elevated 18 inches or so, about 18 inches or so, so that it creates this layering effect that which which is a method of wayfinding, but then also that to separate yourself from the busyness of Granada as well, and then that to create the habitable and a space that's nice for humans in the front of your house, that which always goes back to making the great room kind of like the center of that experience. So you really use the doors and go in and out easily. So these are the landscape architect's street views with the garden walls, and you can see a side section that to see that how we slowly step up. Excuse me. That it should be noted that all the windows all the windows since the house was constructed that were changed to CGI that are aging very poorly. So all the windows that will be replaced with La Finestra, and we've gone back to the historical drawings and just matched all the window configurations without question. And then for the addition, then we did use the light size and the proportion to drive the design of the windows in the addition. Oh, and actually, if we could go back. So one area that that is on the right side, that where those two faceted columns are, or actually there's four. There's one that's engaged. That area that has been enclosed, and it's air conditioned. So we want to actually open that part back up. And make it an outdoor covered area that will then address the pool, and then that's where the cabana bath will be, and then also that some doors with divided lights that will then open out onto the pool. So we're trying to restore some of the elements of the original house. That there's also a wood balcony on the north elevation, that which we will restore. That this is the garden wall on the back, or on the side that faces the golf course. That it will be clad in oolite, and then you can see part of the effort to make a usable and level land at the back, but at the same time being sensitive to the Biltmore Golf Course, but also that to work with how the house should function in modern times. So it's meant to look like an outcropping or like a bluff. That these are some of the renderings from the landscape architect, so you could see the idea that of creating more intimate spaces, and as we find our way to the front door, which is through those three arch, or through the single arch, and then as you walk along the three arches, much like as if you're in a cloister, that where there's the court, the open court in the middle, and then you're walking along the perimeter, but it takes you to your front door. And then on the upper left, you could see looking into the piazzetta. And then again, that part of the quirkiness and like that, the one-off that is that to get to the new room that's on the left, that there's a little curved wall that will have a copper roof that will take you from the hallway into that room. But that's kind of like a surprise that you can't see from the street, so you walk around and then there it is. More renderings. These were part of the excuse me, the studies, because we had to go back to the Board of Architects recently to discuss the wall, and then so we were standing out on the golf course, on the tee, so we could see that the house is not being hidden by any kind of retaining wall, but it could still be appreciated by the public, but at the same time providing the privacy that the owners should have that in their backyard. Just part of the studies. The demolition plan. So you could see that we are taking out and reconfiguring part of the interior, and then taking out the covered area on the northwest corner. So these are the proposed plans. That what is currently the living room, we're turning that into the kitchen, and then creating another common area on the west side. And then all that is connected to the covered terrace, so that it serves as a connection at both at 2 points, so you could enjoy the outside. We're reconfiguring the upstairs as well to accommodate the 2 girls and the owners. This is a roof plan, which was fun. Reflective ceiling plans. So as you can see that in the covered terrace that we're using purlins, rafters, tongue and groove boards. There's an attention to materials and textures of the existing house. These are elevations of the different areas, so you can see what the current window configurations are, and then what the proposed ones are. So that part of adding on to a historic house that is being able to distinguish what is new and what is old. So that a common element that on anything that is newly built, that we're adding a coral stone base onto it, and then that the existing house that does not have it. So it's a subtle way of saying that's new, that's old, and that's how you could tell. That I've proposed to the owners lime wash paint. That's so that the house has a nice soft quality, and you can see that even in this elevation, that the eclectic arrangement of masses and details, and really details that there aren't that many. So we're bringing back the half-round copper gutters. We have on the historic roof plan that where all the downspouts are, so we're bringing them all back to where they used to be. And then the windows, and then the tile is going to be a 2-piece handmade tile, either Granada tile or artesanos. And then you could see the covered area on the south elevation and the space that's created by that. So that the roof lines, that in order to resolve, or in one way to resolve the roof lines, that is to pop up the center area, which is actually something that the modern house had on the garage, so that we're popping it up so that all the existing roof lines and the ridges die into it. So that's kind of like a point of resolution. Because I didn't want to extend existing ridges, like from the great room or from the front of the house, because it felt that it was inauthentic, or that it was, that modifying the existing house too much. So the resolution was to add a piece on top, which is what the existing house does in several places as well. so we could see the the elevation, the existing and the proposed elevation that faces the golf course. So the roof is meant to be very, very, very shallow. That's so that it's not a very prominent element when viewed from the golf course, but it does serve a great purpose because the owners do like to entertain a large group. So that's why the roof is so shallow. And then just some building sections. That we did read the staff's report. Sorry, that we did read the staff's report, and we do have some comments that at the Board of Architects that we had spoken about, that if the terrace roof was going to be tile or copper or metal, or but because of the minimum slope needed for a metal roof, would actually impede on the space and then not work with the round windows above it, that it was at the suggestion of somebody on the Board of Architects that to just have like a relatively flat but with a shallow, like a quarter-inch slope, but a built-up roof. So like a gaff cap or but in other words, it can't be copper. Because of the minimum slope for copper roofs, but it can be just the built-up roof. Now we purposely made the tectonic nature of the underside so prominent, so when you're looking up at that roof, that you don't really see the roof material, and knowing the owner, he's going to grow a bougainvillea on it and like let it go wild. So that really that you appreciate the underside of the rafters and the purlins and the beams and the TNG board more so than the roof on top. That there was one comment on making the roof on the curved part copper, and that was always the intention. There was also one comment about the eave on the addition on the front. If we could go to the front elevation, that the comment was that the eave is at the same height as the existing, but it's actually lower. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So you could see it there in the roof plan. So on the lower left part of the drawing, that roof for the addition on the front is actually lower than the existing portion, and we could see that in the front elevation as well.
Oscar, the intention for that comment was that the roof ridge of the addition be lower than the eave of the existing garage.
So in this drawing here, Kara, on the upper left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that ridge would hit below.
Oh, below that.
Yeah, it would hit below the eave of the.
Oh, below that eave. Okay, all right. I thought you meant the adjacent eave.
No, that was the
which would make it like physically impossible. Yeah. Okay, all right, great. Well, that could be done. That's not a problem. And then, so on the last page of the report, that in the front elevation, that there is that segmented arched window. So if you see the chimney flue, oh, thank you. The chimney flue, so the window to the right is the only segmented arch window. And then a comment in the report was that it's supposed to stay, but that window it's cracked. That the glass panes are cracked, and that's a window that could be replaced easily. That there's another comment regarding the Gothic window on the rear, That one's a little more complicated. So I agree with you on that one. But this window, that could be La Finestra.
So then the original drawings call that out as a leaded glass stained glass window. So I wasn't sure if it still was or not. So
It doesn't. I mean,
if you can give us, we can look at it closer.
Okay.
It just was called out as those two windows were called out as special on the original drawings, and so I wasn't sure what they were. So in abundance of caution, I said that they should be maintained.
Okay, got it. That will share some photographs, but I don't think that it's the leaded glass windows that we're thinking of, like with like the Harlequin pattern or anything like that. That it's less special than we think. I think that concludes my presentation. And if there are any
Thank
questions.
you very much.
Yeah. And hopefully I wasn't too long-winded, which I'm
Thank
usually
you.
guilty of.
We appreciate that. All right, are there any questions of the applicant and the architect by the board?
I do. Okay.
Mr. Silva, we'll go from left to right.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. I think the project is going to be really beautiful. And I appreciate you all doing the effort to restore it. I know it's been a long process. So the way I read the staff report, Kara, is that there's a list of kind of conditions, and you all are okay with all the conditions, except can we talk about the retaining wall in the rear of the property? So you've got this retaining wall clad in oolite right along the whole property, and then it's about 3 to 4 feet high, depending on where you are.
Correct.
And then there's a 3-foot fence on top of that, right?
Yes.
So, Kara, what's your concern with that? And because I'm a little confused about what you're suggesting they do.
Good point. So
Can we see the drawing? Could you pull that up, please?
it's not really a suggestion as much as it is a concern of what that does from the golf course view and what that does to the neighboring property. And what kind of maybe precedent it might set, only because you now have a 6-foot tall barrier at the edge of the golf course that I'm not aware of that exists anywhere else. So it's not really a suggestion. It was maybe just a consideration that they could maybe look into terracing so it's not as pronounced. It's just a concern.
I had a similar question, and I was going to address it to Mr. Brown about the relationship of the sloping and the neighboring properties. I think Kara's right. It's both the golf course, but also the neighboring properties, and I wasn't sure how it tapers off towards the golf course and or to the edges.
Right. So I see that this drawing is the best one to show that. So there are two things that are happening with the existing grade, which...
Please speak into the microphone closely. Yes. You know, we have poor 20th century electronics here.
I'll be there soon. So that there are two things that are happening with the grade. That is that it's sloping away from the house towards the golf course, and then also that the north is on the left side. So then it's sloping from a higher point on the north and then sloping lower to the south. So what's there now that is a percentage of grade that is not comfortable to stand on. So on top of us bringing the grade up, that's so that it's more engaged with the great room, that the effort that is to level or more level the rear yard. Now, there are some examples on the Biltmore golf course that where there are fences that there are like 2 or 3 foot walls and then pillars and then fences on top. So our proposal is to be as minimal as possible, and then also to clad it all in coral stone, which is an element that's on the existing house, so that it feels as if it's not completely foreign. As described at the Board of Architects when they approved it, so that it feels like an outcropping or like a bluff, like on South Bay Shore, where there are those,
you mean an outcropping with an aluminum fence on top?
Okay. Exactly. So the aluminum fence is because there's a pool, and in the city of Coral Gables, that we need the 2 layers for pool safety. But we were able to work with zoning and with Manny Lopez as well, that through the process to have that fence be 3 feet. So I mean, that you could say that it's a 5 or 6 foot barrier, but most of it is transparent. Colin has done an excellent job of planting as much as possible at the fence line, so it does grow through. And I know that we can't approve landscape because it may eventually die. But even in seeing this, that it's trying to be as minimal of an intervention as possible. That the side that faces the neighbor, that's a very good point. That's why we're cladding that in coral stone as well.
I think it's less with the material and more about the change in elevation of grade at the neighbors is going to be now different than what's existing. And
does the neighbor slope also?
The neighbors continues to a slope.
Right, so that means there's going to be a retaining wall on your property to hold.
Right, exactly.
And there's going to be no longer a continuous slope to their property. And this is really a zoning, keeping the water on your property conversation, but even beyond that, architecturally, if there's an elevation, if I were to do this elevation, I would show half of the properties on either side so I can see the relationship between the wall that I'm building and the walls that are existing to see how they work. Because I'm not sure they do.
There's a side elevation, and if you could zoom out a little bit.
I think on the opposite side of.
I've got Mr. Silva over here.
I'm sorry, but I think this condition exists on the opposite side on Alhambra. I believe I was in backyard doing an inspection years ago, and I want to say that they have that condition in one of the homes that's Alhambra, right? On the other side? I think so. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Silva, I'm sorry.
No, my concern was just with the pool fence. I just
Is
wanted
that
to-
it?
That is it, yes. So there's an existing, so that the grayed out wall that's on the right side, that's an existing stucco wall that is right on the property line. And then it ends at that point. So that's existing wall on neighbor's property, but it's essentially on the property line. Then our intervention is about 1 foot taller than the top of that wall, but that wall falls down with the existing grade. And then ours that starts to create that outcropping so that the neighbor sees this beautifully clad coral stone wall, while at the same time it's not inhibiting anything that neighbor could or want to do in their backyard. You know, that is, so.
Does it prohibit them seeing? Is it a site issue at all? I don't have a problem with it, by the way.
Oh, okay.
But
Have
if you're standing in their backyard, are they? I will only say that I believe this property used to have all kinds of trees, so you couldn't see the
what was going on
at all.
And
So I believe it will probably, since you all are opening it up, will probably be better for the neighbors because those trees don't exist. Because it was intentionally blocking the house, I believe, because there were old cars in the backyard, and so they had to.
Mr. Silva.
Yeah, I just wanted to make double sure that you mentioned speaking to Manny Lopez because you have kind of a weird condition with that pool fence, right? So from the golf course side, you have like between a 6 to 7 foot high fence, but on your side, it's only a 3 foot fence, right? So you should be okay, but I want to make sure that he's signed off because making that, adding a foot is going to make that thing gigantic. And so I want to make sure he's okay with a 6 to 7 foot from the exterior of the property, but he understands that it's only a 3 foot high fence on your side of the property.
Yes, and Colin and I did meet with Manny Lopez about bringing in the field to raise the land, and then that the fence the offense was a comment from zoning, so we met with the board and then also with Elisa from zoning, And then that it was actually their idea that to have that fence be 3 feet instead of 4 feet, because the intention of the perimeter fence is to prevent somebody who is outside from coming onto your property, not so much getting into your pool, because there's that secondary fence right at the pool, which we also have. So we were trying to bring it down as much as possible. That in this whole process, we brought down the coral stone wall by 12 inches, I think. Yeah. So we've been trying to bring it down some, but the more that we bring it down, then we're creating this very limited rear yard that is less usable. And then there's terracing, but then you lose 3 feet every time. And the way that the house is sited, you really have to take advantage of as much as possible of all that space back there.
Yeah. And just the only thing is that, sorry,
Colin,
the
could
wall,
you say your name for the record?
my name is Colin Brown. I'm the landscape architect. I live at 374 Northeast 85th Street, El Portal. That's where the office is. When you read about this wall and when we're talking about it, there's the concept that there's a wall that's 4 feet that runs the entire perimeter of the property. But it gets up to 3 foot 6 inches at the southwest corner of the property. And that's its max height. It tapers away from that corner on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
The concept of this wall is to try to make it as small as possible.
Is there a
And
drawing that shows that? Because that's the question I'm asking.
Yeah. And
a minute ago.
No, back.
The one before, right?
Can you put
the top one.
there? It is right
Yep.
there.
Top
But turn
right.
around and look.
Go back one. Go back one. Yeah, the top one. So you can see the left side, that's the north end. And as you go right, the wall increases in height, but it gets up to 3 feet 6 inches on the southwest side. We're looking at the northwest side.
Yeah, okay, can we go to the southwest side, please?
It's 5 feet to that side, and then as you move
That's the north. Yeah, there you
It's
go.
up 3'9", the masonry, 2 to 4.
to
So we're really,
with 3
really
feet on
working
top,
with
5
the
inches.
existing grade to try to not create a large blockade at the south end of the property. This is in respect to both the golfers and the neighbor, to try to not limit their experience. So.
I'm sorry.
Oh, and then the last thing I'll say, Caesar, this is important. There's massive banyan trees that sit just to the west side of the wall, 2 of them to the west side. So they're in front. So really the concept of this wall, first of all, there's a lot of line work. So the CAD picks up and this wall looks like this beefy, bulky thing on the property. That's just because of the way it's graphically represented with the CAD. And then the second thing is that there's 2 huge banyan trees that cover probably 40% of this property line, making, the wall is really going to be visually something that between the house and the banyan trees, you're not going to focus on it as much as this picture implies.
I think we have a picture.
Actually,
And if you go to the rendering, I think that
I don't want the rendering.
Okay.
Do we have the information of what's happening on the property next to this at that side, at the
Yes.
3.9?
Next page.
That was that.
There you go. Yep, top right.
So it's going from the 3'9" and then.
Yep.
Right, but that's going back.
Yep.
Right, but I'm talking about the neighbor. How do they attach to your 3'9"?
If you go,
Or does
there's
it
some
not?
photos.
This is just the wrapping.
That's what
That neighbor,
grade cut shows.
yeah, that area is just flat. They're, right, but their pool and their covered patio is, like, they wouldn't be standing there, basically. That's not a usable area that they use, if that makes sense. It's not like where they gather and have parties, because the covered terrace, everything is away from that wall.
Can't see it from there. So I'm sorry.
No, I'm not.
So I appreciate staff's question, and 3'9" is 3'9". It's not 2 foot 9 inches, right? It's above our waist. Now, is that a lot? Is it too much? Is the 3 foot fence on top that's going to be see-through? I get the idea of the experiment, how it feels, but I would, and I appreciate the fact that there are going to be banyans so that you don't see it in its continuity, that it breaks up a lot. But I think there is something to a portion of the patio, maybe not where the pool is, but maybe towards that high end, if there was perhaps a little 3 foot terrace that dropped that wall a little bit. I don't know how to detail that because then you're creating a new sort of line between the grade and the non-grade. I wish you could plant in front of the wall, right? But that's not yours.
Right. Well, and really that's where those large banyans are. Right. Sorry. Right. So that's that same corner in that view one there. And then if you pan to the, wait. Yeah, so on the left of view one, that you'll see one of the several existing banyan trees that are on the golf course property. And then that there's a large tree that belongs to the neighbor that's on the right. And then essentially that where that corner is where there are Calusia, I think there is, that's essentially the little garden wall, or that's the coral stone clad retaining wall.
It's almost the same height.
Right. So if you could pan to the right, to really appreciate the space itself, so we could see the aerial view, that we do appreciate that coral stone wall that starts at 2'6" and then tapers to a 3 foot something, but really that the tee boxes, that's where the golfers view the house. That's from about 200 feet away. So like Colin said, that in the drawings it looks like a very tall wall, but if there's anybody who is that close to the property, then they're not a golfer, and they're there to either break in or they're very bad golfers and they're trying to get their balls. But and that's Yasmin there standing there.
And I'm 5'4".
Mr. Garcia Pons, I'm looking at Google Earth on this property. The property on the other end, it's actually the line of the property doesn't go straight to their property, the end of the house doesn't go with the end of the other house. It's actually a little tilted, and everything is covered by, so it should not really affect the neighbor's property at all.
And this is.
Would you like Google Earth up on the map? Okay.
Thank you. I did have a separate question. Sorry for.
Okay.
I'll go after you.
I think the front elevation, the porch that's being demolished and the room that's being added to sort of turn the corner on the courtyard.
Right.
Can I see the sort of before and after of that? Do you have something that?
Yes, that on the east elevation, that there should be an existing on the bottom and proposed on the top in the architectural, which should be towards the bottom of the set.
And I'm sure they're beautiful drawings, but the line work, as you say, is lost, and I was wishing I could see the.
I'm not sure why it's overexposed.
It's A2.2.
Yeah. There. Go back one, or back one. Back. Yeah. Back.
Right there. Stop.
Okay, so, so the existing porch that was not part of the original permit, but it was built shortly afterwards, and it was permitted. Can you zoom in, and maybe the lines will show, because it'll show like how it doesn't look.
No, just zoom in.
Yeah, it seems like. Yeah, so originally the garage was accessed from the north side, and then that there was a tool shed on where the current garage door on the right is now. So that was demolished. The two entrances into the garage were moved to the east elevation, and then they added this porch, which which architecturally doesn't look like anything. So that's why we had no problem tearing that down. And then what we're creating, that has the language of the existing house.
Yeah, thank you. I can see it. I love the way it lines up with the section of the building behind it, and it's see-through. I just couldn't see it without that. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Silva. Sorry to.
Yeah, sorry, going back to the retaining wall again, because it's a big thing, right? Two things on that, right? You're going from whatever it was, 2 foot something down to 3'9" on that. So do you have a design yet for that wall, for the footing, for like a structural design, or not yet?
It would most likely be an eccentric footing. That we do have a schematic section showing the cladding of it. I think that's.
No, I'm not asking like aesthetically. What I'm getting at is two things, right? You have this giant banyan tree that's right outside the wall.
Right.
And landscape folks with the city may have something to say depending on what the design of that footing is and how close you can get. So you may have to kind of jog away from it, be aware of that, and that may impinge a little bit on that backyard.
Or instead of it being a continuous footing, it could be on pin piles that it's not as wide, but.
So that's one thing, and then the second thing was we live in the real world, right? You're digging a footing that's on your property line. You're going to be excavating onto the golf course side, right? And you're going to have to backfill some of that. So if you're backfilling, maybe you can backfill a little higher and kind of decrease the
I was thinking that.
thing.
I was thinking that, but that's a golf course property. I
that's
almost said that.
That's not our property.
You're going to be working there. You're going to have to. You're going to be working there. You're going to have to backfill. You're going to have to restore sod.
Right, to restore some.
You can come up a little higher and kind of decrease that.
Do I have any other questions here?
Oh.
Further
So I
discussion?
just wanted to
Do we have
make
any?
a quick comment.
Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Alvarez, please talk into the.
There's
get very
I can't
close.
get any closer. Go ahead. So thank you for such a thorough presentation. That's why we're able to have the conversation that we're having, and such a considerate addition. So in terms of the back, are you showing the minimal stepping from the terrace, from the new covered terrace to that new backyard elevation?
Yes, so that there's one step from the great room down to the covered terrace, and then I believe that there are 2 steps that from the covered terrace down to the grade. So we could see it there if we zoom in on the elevation. So there's one step to where that person is standing. That's the covered terrace, and then 2 steps down to the grade. So we really did try to lower it. I mean, like right now that there's just a long kind of precarious 7 steps from the center door down to the grade. So we've tried to mitigate it as much as possible, but while at the same time trying to bring it up.
So there's another condition I'm dealing with on a site where there's a 4-foot drop from the front to the back, and I'm dealing with that same section of having a retaining wall and then the pool enclosure. And zoning has asked me to move that metal fence in. So it turned out to be a good design solution because there's a little bit of layering to the adjacent properties because you can landscape in between. And then if you are gonna maybe have to confront some tree protection zones for the trees in the golf course, perhaps the location of the pool moves, and then that corner perhaps is not so severe to the owner. If you come into your property a little bit, it gives you a zone to landscape.
Right.
Even if it's just 1.5 foot. I've actually done that detail. It works.
That we stepped in the metal fence on the southwest corner. That not 1.5 feet, but about 8 inches. That so then Colin could plant at least that's something in front of the metal fence. Right, exactly. But really that we are trying to make the rear yard, as usable as possible. So the more that we step in, then we really do lose a lot of the yard. I know.
You might have hedging or some kind of privacy landscape that occurs as part of your plan. But so if it happens between the retaining wall and the metal wall, makes it less dramatic, right, from the neighbor and from the golf course.
Yeah, that we received those comments earlier in this process and did create that revision in the design, and that fence does in fact step inward off that wall to create room for planting.
How far?
Off the top of my head, it's
There's a
Because
dimension there, but I think
the
there's about
elevations
8 to 12
show it
inches.
level, right?
It doesn't show that.
Right, so I didn't see that, so if that's something that was done, and as
If
the
you-
landscape architect, if you think that you can plant something in there, I mean, that's the question is, we've done details where you have the landscape and you just move the fence in and it grows around it. I don't know if what you're intending to plant there will do that, and we're not talking about landscape here, but we are talking about the position of the wall and the way it looks to the golf course.
yeah.
Just to
Absolutely.
wrap up, so in talking about the walls, I think the ones in the front have like the
then-
partial stone, and we only see that well in the renderings. It looks a little schematic. I don't know if that's a final, because we've been focusing on the back, but the front's
Right.
very important too.
Right, and actually that was part of the several review processes with the Board of Architects, that we originally had a completely coral stone clad wall, which we thought was beautiful, and then they said that it was too much. So,
Really?
Well, it's hard, the execution's the difficult part.
Right, but the existing house that has these clad coral stone corners, and then so we were trying to introduce a little bit of the coral stone, but not a lot of it. But at the request of the Board of Architects, so it was originally all coral stone clad. So because we thought that it would actually blend into the landscape more so than a stucco wall right on the
agree.
property line.
I like the all coral stone wall. And I particularly would like it if it was a little bit on the modern side, so you could differentiate it between the house, so it's more of a cut stone.
Oh, I see.
I don't know, but I'm not telling you to do that. I'm just saying it would be
More
cool.
like coursing.
Okay, do I have any other questions before I begin to call for a motion? But beforehand, is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor of or against this? Is there anyone online? Do we have anybody on Zoom? Great. I'm going to call the public meeting closed and ask for a motion before we all fall asleep. Okay.
You're asking me to do it? I'm on their side in all of these conversations. All right, I'll make a motion, see how it goes, but I have to get back to where the motion is.
Please, when you do, please speak closely into the microphone.
Thank you, I will.
I'm trying.
Let me just find the COA report so I can get to what the motion is. All right. I'd like to make a motion to approve with conditions the design proposal and the COA application for the addition and alterations to the residence at 3800 Granada Boulevard. And the conditions would be 1 through 18 in the staff report. Are you okay with all of those conditions?
No.
Which ones aren't you?
Right, the arch window, the LED window, so number 6, that our intention is to replace it, not try to keep it.
But when you say replace it, are you replacing it in kind and
kind,
still going to be arched?
Oh, yes. The inside of the same.
Are you okay with that?
So that's the one we want to investigate further. So I would like to leave that condition in, but work with staff.
Yeah, work with staff.
Okay. Are you okay with that, to leave the condition in and then you can work with staff?
Yes.
All right.
And then the other one is number 13, that where it refers to the rear covered terrace being copper. that the semi-secular
Oh, you
one-
can't do that because that was too shallow.
Right, because of the slope that needed
Okay.
for the metal roof.
So are you okay with that? All right. So, so the conditions are 1 through 8.
yeah.
What?
Oh, sorry. That on on the sheet right before it, that in the staff conclusion in the second paragraph, that it says that to study the grading. So, but it doesn't show up on the list of
Right.
conditions. So just okay, got it.
It says in addition to the comments above, so there are 4 comments on the previous page that we wanted you all to look at on page 7, which are the stepped-up roof condition at the North Bay, the roof.
Oh, the grading at the very bottom,
roof,
the third
the paragraph above that as well. The roof of the storage room addition to be lowered to the eve of the existing garage, the grading, and also the infill at the arched entryway.
Are you comfortable with having them work with you on those items?
Are you?
I am, but because I was you. But don't go by,
Would
don't go by
staff
me.
like
But
direction?
I think, are they amenable to making any changes? Because that's not what they're proposing. So it would have to be both ways.
Okay, so do you want directions from the board on how to handle those?
Well, I think they agreed to some of them already, right?
Yeah, why don't we go one by one and see?
Can you clarify which of those comments you?
Agree to, yes, that the lowering of the ridge line to underneath the existing eave on the front, yes.
The one was, so the question was for, and the architect explained this to me on the phone, because I was struggling with the stepped up roof condition on the North Bay, that it should all just be a continuous low roof because the front and the back kind of are the same height. It's a very complicated roof situation. I feel like there has to be a different way to do this. I understand why you're doing it, but I'm not comfortable with popping a section of the original roof up to accommodate an addition.
Oh.
Right, and it wasn't my plan A, but the other resolution involved extending the ridge line of the existing roofs, and then I didn't want to do that because then you're modifying the historic home. So if that's a possibility, then we could study it that way and to try to resolve it in that manner. That it's because of the water shutting down from the existing second floor.
Ms. Spain?
I think Caesar's up to something over there.
Hang on a second. Yeah, it's one of the last pages. Caesar. Yes.
I'm sorry, that threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with the raising of a roof on a historic.
Sorry, I'm trying to make it bigger. It's bumping up this portion of the existing house to receive this.
This here. Microphones, please.
Oh.
So that was the area of concern, that you're altering a portion of the existing house to accommodate an addition.
Okay, what happened to
We
it?
lost
Can I just make a comment to that? When we saw it originally straight, it looked like a hospital. It was this huge, long.
Right. Let's keep it to where we are right now, okay, so that they can resolve this, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Okay, I'm withdrawing my motion until we figure out what the hell we're doing.
So just for the record, I believe the staff, and maybe Kara, you can clarify, is just to work with staff on that condition and study it. So that's their recommendation at the time. I don't know if they will come to a resolution or not, but I believe that that's the recommendation, is just to work on it.
I'm comfortable with that, but they don't
Yes.
seem to be.
And
Okay,
we-
so
we-
the applicant agrees.
What I think what we could do is do it that way, but if we don't find a resolution, then we bring it back to you
Yeah, that's
all
fine.
for those
Yeah.
specific items. But
Right, exactly.
Okay, they've
Okay.
agreed, Ms. Spain.
So
Please
let
go
me start
forward
over.
with your
Okay.
motion.
I'm making a motion to to approve with conditions the design proposal for the addition and alterations to the residence at 3800 Granada Boulevard, and to approve the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness. The conditions are 1 through 18 minus was it 6? No, I'm sorry, 13.
Ms. Spain, if you want me to reiterate what I wrote down before, if
Yes,
that's
thank you
helpful.
so much. I appreciate
So
it.
to approve the design proposal and the SCOA for condition number 6, that the arch-leaded glass on the front window is to remain, that's to work with staff to determine if it can remain. And that number 13, the metal roofs for the rear covered terrace cannot be copper, but the metal roofs at the semicircular connector to the storage room.
Yes, that's correct.
And then besides that, there are the 4 conditions that were mentioned previously, that there should be the stepped-up roof needs to be studied, the additional, that the roof at the storage room addition at the front facade is to be lowered to be below the eave of the existing garage structure, which is acceptable, that the proposed grading be further studied, and that further clarification of the infill proposed at the arched entryway also be discussed with staff. Is that correct?
Yes.
I second that.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor by Ms. Spain. I'd like to entertain a second, please.
I
We have a
second.
second by Mr. Banos. Is there any further discussion, any amendments? If not, please call the roll.
The only thing I'll say is there any way, because I know they've been at this for a while, like, that this doesn't come back to us? Like, do you think you guys will have a good resolution? Because I feel bad that.
Yeah.
All right.
It'll be fine.
Just try, so you don't.
Call the roll.
Thank you very
Wait
much.
another month, and
Yes.
so, all right.
Okay.
Ms. Alvarez,
Yes.
Mr. Durana,
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Pons,
Yes.
Ms. Rolando,
Yes.
Ms. Spain,
Yes.
Mr. Banos,
Yes.
Mr. Silva,
Yes.
Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The motion passes unanimously.
I was going to.
Have a beautiful home.
Say hi to Ruth for us. All right, we're on our last item here, although the applicant may have passed away from lack of food and waiting. All right, let me read this. Case file COAs SP 2024-026, application for the issuance of special certificate of appropriateness for the property at 909 North Greenway Drive, a contributing resource within the Country Club, Coral Gables Historic District, legally described as lots 3536, block 32, Coral Gables Section B, according to the plat book 5, page 111, Public Records, Miami-Dade. Application requests design approval for additions and alterations to the residence and site work. Staff, please put up the presentation.
Yes. All right. It's up, okay. The scope of work contained in this application consists of a 2-story addition and new carport to the northwest corner of the residence, enclosing the rear of the original carport. The addition is significantly set back from the property line, but is visible from North Greenway Drive. To accommodate the 2-story addition, the original carport will be enclosed at the rear. Staff does have concern with the enclosure of the original carport and would recommend that the addition is set back to retain the original arched opening. A new carport is introduced at the west side of the residence with arches differentiated from the original carport but still in keeping with the style of the house. At the rear of the property exists a 1- and 2-story 2-car garage and dwelling unit. The proposal includes installation of a nano wall system at the east end of the 1-story portion of the building. This area is entirely behind the main residence and will not be visible from the public right-of-way. The application requests design approval for the additions and alterations to the residence and site work. The location of the addition should be recessed from the rear of the original carport to retain the existing arched opening. In order to differentiate the addition, staff requests clarification on the stucco texture of the addition and the addition of window sills to any new openings. Staff is recommending approval with the following conditions: window and door buttons to be high-profile dimensional, window and door glass to be clear, non-reflective, no tint. Roof tiles should be a 2 true-piece barrel tile roof. Railing configuration of the existing terrace to remain to match existing style or original condition as possible. The parapet addition is not appropriate. Demolition of the existing terrace requires further clarification, and demolition should be limited to restructuring necessary for the new addition. Details to be worked out with the permit plans. And the last thing was the stucco texture on the new addition of the residence should be differentiated from the original.
Is this house a Mediterranean or modern?
Stephanie, do we need to extend the meeting?
All right, I'm sorry for that.
If this meeting is going to proceed past 9 o'clock, we will need to extend it. We've got 25 minutes, so we can wait until we get closer to 9. And
We're wrapping
hopefully
up,
it won't
yeah.
be an issue.
Pace.
You're on.
He
not
knows,
trying to
he
imply
knows my
anything.
presentations.
William Arthur, WHA Architects, 2920 Ponce de Leon Boulevard. Some of you already know me. I do a lot of work with the Alfred Brown and Parker homes, and hopefully next year
Please speak very clearly into the microphone and keep your mouth as close as possible, please, so we can hear
I
you.
will.
Thank you.
Hopefully next year I'll come to you with a designation for a Parker home that we're restoring. But I'm not here for that tonight. I'm here for Mr. Michael Sheehan. Some of you may know him as well. Very reputable, I would say the most reputable life safety engineer in the state of Florida. That's why I agreed to do this tonight. And I did go home and have dinner and come back during your presentation. So thank you for being here all night. Country Club Historic District, as you know, is designated 1988. This property is on North Greenway. If you went to that map, the property you showed was on Alhambra. Ours is the North Greenway address. Yeah. Yeah, so you see the country club? We're just next to the country club. If you've been to the country club, this is the first house on the right.
Yeah.
So in 1922, and you have the designation report. I'm not going to belabor information in there, but there are a couple interesting anecdotes about this property. Going back to the road of North Greenway, which was built in 1922, it was one of the most desirable places for architects to practice. Architects were coming from all over Florida to go to Coral Gables and hopefully build on North Greenway. Lester Avery was the architect for this house, and if any of you know about him, he was actually arrested for leaving his father in Clearwater, who passed away for lack of food, so he can come drive to Coral Gables and design houses. This house was done in 1936. Is anybody familiar with the gas station on 22nd Avenue in Coral Way, the beautiful gas station?
Yeah.
That was also designed by Lester Avery.
We just designated that historic a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. Same architect. So going back to Michael's property, his kids are getting older. We need to do a new primary bedroom addition. We took this to the Board of Architects, I think right after Anna had stepped off. We looked at two orientations with them. One was a little bit, I'd say it came to the front more than this one did, and the orientation was more longitudinal than this one. So with the board, we rotated it. We did a two-story addition to the west, and then we spent quite a bit of time adjusting the camphor of the new carport. So the original carport is on the right, and then the new is on the left. That's part of our work that we're doing. I'm going to go through these pretty quickly, and if you have any questions, we'll come back to it. Just by a matter of overview, 374 square foot addition for the carport, 700 square foot addition above for the primary. Sort of overview of a floor area. We're a total of 5,700 square feet with 6,400 square foot available. Ground area coverage, we're at 5,401 out of about 7,875 available. So by no means are we going to the limits here. This is the existing conditions. You can see the size, scope, and arrangement of the country club next door. These are the two houses immediately to our east. And as you go down North Greenway, including the former mayor's house, you see these are all two-story massings. This is what we're proposing here. And I'm going to take you to the elevations where you could get a clear idea of the proportions of what we're doing. And just to preface the elevations, we do agree with the staff conditions what they're proposing. This is the existing terrace here. You see it on the lower left. We were going to add a parapet just for waterproofing purposes to modernize it. Staff would like us to go back down to what it looked like originally. I'll show you in the front elevation, and we're okay with doing that.
Okay.
Here you can see on the left-hand side the addition, which is in the darker hatching, carport on the left, and sort of like a service entry vestibule on the right. So you're going to enter at ground level because we didn't want to have a big set of steps on the exterior. You enter the house at the driveway level, and then once you're inside, you go up. Some of these images show the guest house. So this is the roof of the guest house. The portion on the right we do not believe is original, and that is the portion that we're going to be installing the nanowall. Here I think is one of the best views of what we're presenting. You see the arches on the lower right-hand side. Those are the original arches. The addition you see is the two-story composition with the chamfered carport. The guest house on the left, obviously, that other arch, that's not original. Originally, it was like a cantilevered balcony there. So here you see the installation of the nano wall system on the right side. And that's what we have for you.
Great. Are there any questions of the applicant?
Great.
Silence. Oh, wait. Ms. Alvarez? Ms. Alvarez?
Any concern about the proximity of the existing and the new carport that are, I don't know, I guess the shape of the arches are so different and then so close to each other, it seems.
Yeah, so we actually, in the discussion with BOA and the previous proposals, they had mimicked the arch, and then because the proportion of the opening is larger, it wasn't working as well. So that's when BOA had requested looking at the other angles and arches that exist on the property. So if you see, sorry, it's not showing, there's kind of like at the front entrance, there's another, that's where they're pulling that arch from.
It's got like a chamfered is what
Yeah.
we ended up with. And we did go through several proposals. We worked this one, maybe 3 different arches is what we went through in the iterations.
Right.
The
something like that.
proximity of the existing arch was one of the biggest considerations. Yeah, that one there.
Or even adding towards the rear without a carport wasn't explored? Like rear. Sorry?
It
Even
was.
adding towards the rear without that secondary carport wasn't explored?
It was something that we were trying to achieve with this is keeping the improvements elevated. So the original kind of footprint of the yard and the circulation of the yard could be retained.
Right, because there's a garage at the back, so they still would need access to get to the back of
Right.
the house. So they wouldn't have been able to drop the addition to like the ground floor to provide that.
Anna, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Question, Mr. Banos?
Yeah, Anna, so the issue that I had with this is,
Please don't speak.
I apologize, I thought I was. So the way the chimney comes out and the structure of the house looks today, it's very unique. Okay, I love the fact that the house sort of has a smaller envelope and sort of highlights that section of the house. By adding this addition to the right, especially because now you're changing the arch of that entrance in order for him to access to the back, it completely changes the profile, in my view, of the frontage of the house, okay? And it takes away completely from sort of the unique structure and the look that that chimney incorporates into the property. So I cannot think of this as nothing but a disservice to this property. Okay, I'm a no on this. I mean, I respectfully, I just don't see it working. But
I respect where my rest of my colleagues thinks otherwise.
Yeah, yeah, and then
Thank you.
other iterations, they actually had the addition pulled forward, actually
I get it. I
on the
don't-
chimney, so they have recessed it, but I understand that it is it is a major modification to the front elevation, because even though it's set back, it's
the elevation.
changing the mass.
I respect what they did. They tried to make it seamless, and it adds to the thing. But what you have the dichotomy of sort of the arch this way, and then the square on the other side, and then every detail of this house is just gorgeous. Okay, and it really, you get all, and then this sort of square box to the left doesn't add anything to it. It detracts from it. Okay, so, I mean, maybe I'm just not thinking of it as an architect, because I'm not one, but and I'm just looking at it as a layman. I just can't conceive of this, being a positive addition to the property.
All right, thank you. Are there any other members of the board that wish to speak? Mr. Garcia-Ponce.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. So I think, Mr. Banos, if this property weren't next to the country club, it would be different. But it's a civic use or commercial use next to it. There's an alley, so sort of extending it over towards that it affects the neighborhood less than if it were another single-family residential property. So I think the site makes that move a little bit easier for me to understand why they did it. I happen to agree with Ms. Alvarez. You talked about the chamfer on the arch. There's too many arches too close together. It would drive me nuts. I don't know if the Board of Architects is the one who requested that chamfer on that arch, but my inclination would be to simplify it and get rid of it. So not keep the arch if you want to, because I can see that it's a translation from the window, but having that and the window detail that has the chamfer, I think that is a special element. To do it again, I don't know if it works. I just think it's too much.
Our original proposal to the BOA was without the chamfer. We added the chamfer as a condition of BOA approval.
Right, so we can change that. So I don't know if Ms. Alvarez would feel that is a move in the right direction or not, but I think I would.
What would you change it to, though?
Just take the chamfer out? No, I'm sorry. You can keep the curve, because I see that it's a jump from the window, but get rid of the chamfer on it. So it's a single line. That would be my preference. If you want to make it flat, I think BOA was correct that probably wouldn't have worked.
I just think that kind of large two-story volume with that carport opening so close to the other carport opening, that's what I struggle with. I feel like the addition that corresponds to the carport portion, it's almost as if that could slide back, so you're not looking at this new two-story extension, almost as wide as the right part of the house. But I don't know.
I would have preferred a larger.
Let's go to the perspective.
All right, is there any further discussion?
We're not done with this one. We're not done with that discussion.
Oh.
But I don't know. I know it's not an easy solution, but
It
I think
sounds
it
like they've
changes
tried,
the house
right?
dramatically, like Javier was saying.
My issue with it is not what Mr. Garcia-Ponce says. I completely agree with him that it doesn't impose on the next door lot to do what he's doing. I'm just saying it just completely changes the look of the house. It doesn't add to it at all. It just detracts from it tremendously. That's just my opinion, but yeah, I agree with him that it doesn't impose on the neighbor at all. It's an alley.
Okay.
And I think also, what's the other option? I mean, they're kind of like stuck. I'd rather them do this than build or modify the front, or even the rear. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's important in the Gables, because I'm also raising my kids in the Gables, and these people love this house. Michael's family loves this house, and I don't think you know this, Mr. Banos, but he actually saved this house 10 years ago. It was in total disrepair.
Yeah,
and he brought it to what it is today. I think it's so beautiful that in the Gables you could raise your kids here and make adjustments to these homes so you could still live in it. rather than just sell them.
I don't take anything away from him. I completely respect him, and you know, and I understand that I've done that with my own property, which is also a historic home, to restore it to as much as I can to the original property and to save it. But what is the present living area of that home today? What is today without the addition?
Yeah, it's about 700 square foot less than it is from what
Right,
we're
but what
proposing.
is it today? How
You
much
want
home
the
does he have?
existing area?
Yeah, the living area on the property.
59.
I know. Oh, is 8:59?
No, we have 10 minutes.
Okay, you still have a question? Okay.
No, I would echo, I'm okay with the addition, with its placement. I think it sits far enough back that it breaks up that horizontal volume. The elevation's a little bit deceiving, and there's actually not a really good angle on the perspective. I do agree with Caesar that maybe we get rid of the chamfer. But other than that, I'm good with it.
I have a question. To me, the window above the addition is disproportionately small to the amount of wall area that's there, and particularly as you look at and read the rest of the facade.
You referring to the front elevation or the rear?
To the front. Mm-hmm. I mean, was there thought given to making that a little larger, you know, so that it would be a little more proportionate to that blank space? I mean, it's a large blank wall.
Yes. You see the large window in the front of the house, kind of in the center?
Yeah,
we thought of doing something larger of that proportion. That does look good there. And then maybe we split into two windows.
I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, maybe even a 40, 50% increase in size of the window, you know, would balance that blank wall a little bit more. That would be my recommendation to you. I mean, I'm sure there's a reason for the size of the window. Oh, there's no reason for the size of the window.
It's in the closet.
Well, then I would take a look at it. I think it would balance that massive space and make it a little bit more, you know, compatible.
We will.
But you know, to me, the addition is well done. And if you decide to flatten those out, you know, the arches out, you know, put a step at the end so that they're a little more, shall we say, Mediterranean modern.
Right. To answer your question I asked, so the living area right now of the house is 4,900 square feet of space, according to the tax assessor's office. And then adjusted with the garage, 5,000 square feet of just living space. That's pretty nice for any family. Okay. So I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to do an addition, okay, and whatever the size of his family, and that might be adjusted to him, but that argument doesn't quite play with me. I think I'm more concerned about the structure of the property, and I can't conceive of.
Okay, that's okay. I'm glad you told everybody. Is there any further comments? Is there any further recommendations? Okay, so we're going to have a motion.
Public?
Well, but we're going to have a motion after the public decides that they're not going to say anything because they're not here. Is there anybody on Zoom or do any of the chairs want to? Never mind. I'm trying to wake us up a little bit. Okay, I'd like to have a motion, please, if you don't mind.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the design proposal for additions and alterations to the residence and site work on the property located at 909 North Greenway Drive. And approve the condition noted above, the issuance of a special certificate of appropriateness with two additional conditions, one being the removal of the chamfer on the new addition, so it's just a single line, single edge, and working with staff to enlarge or rethink the window above that arch facing the front elevation.
We will.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, but Mr. Bonio, you seconded?
No.
I'm sorry.
Javier.
Oh, Javier.
No, they're Javier.
I didn't see you down there. We have a second by Mr. Durano. Okay. Are there any further amendments or anything? If not, please call the roll.
Ms. Alvarez?
No.
Ms. Rolando?
Yes.
Ms. Spain?
I have no problem with the window. I'm going to say yes.
Ms. Bain, please speak into the microphone.
I said I have no problem with the window the way it is, but I'm going to say yes.
Mr. Banos?
No.
Okay. Mr. Durana?
Yes.
Mr. Garcia Ponce?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Silva?
Yes.
And Mr. Maxwell?
Yes. Motion passes 6-2. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. Thank you. I hope that you had a cookie or two, and that I appreciate you very much.
Merry
Thank you
Christmas and
for
a Happy New
saving
Year.
that
Thank you.
house.
Yes.
I-
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Know your house well.
I have a.
Have a good night.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes everything that we
Where-
have today. We have discussion items. We have discussion items. Are there any
Really-
discussion items that you?
Really quickly, we did circulate to you all the draft meeting dates for 2025. As of now, the meetings will be held in this building. If
Can we
anything
do something
changes.
about the
Can-
graph? Oh, I'm sorry. Can we do something about audio visual and the placement of the screens? So it.
Why
I'm
can't-
gonna go ahead and say they will look into it.
Why can't we go back to City Hall?
No.
No?
No.
No,
we
don't
can't.
even worry.
Direction from the
Anna,
manager's office.
Anna, the issue that I have is the meeting is now Thursday,
Anyway,
and it's a second
let's
Thursday.
not
So
have too much
it actually
discussion.
jumps around from a second Thursday or fourth Thursday.
But Thursdays are horrible.
I've already made comment to the clerk's office and to the manager's office as well that this board was typically third Wednesday of the month. And that, I think prior to that, you all were on Thursdays.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The third Thursdays.
Right. The clerk has informed me because I asked him as well.
Right.
And he said, well, you know, the zoning board is going to be meeting apparently on Wednesdays.
Right,
here,
so
and so we have limited space apparently. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, don't put this in ink in your calendars because it's subject to change. And you'll know when, you'll know beforehand, shall I say. So I think we all prefer Wednesday. You know, I have it in my calendar a year in advance, so we'll change it. Other discussion items. I think that it would really be good if we began to look at a couple of things as per the discussion on the Mediterranean moderne. I think words mean things, and you know we're seeing quote experts come before us that are beginning to use words that we have against us, and so I think it would behoove us to take a look at those things. I think it would also be good to talk about the number of homes, not just the number of building, you know, not just a static line on building permits. We need to show people how few of the things that we're beginning to move to preserve that there are. And I think real numbers have more impact than blue lines, and that would be good. So with that,
Something.
we
Mr.
have-
Banos? I'm sorry?
Did you have something? No, you were just looking to leave.
I do have
Okay,
one
Mr.
request.
Garcia Ponce.
And one more, oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Just for staff, sorry for jumping in, is we did talk about at the joint meeting, and Mr. Maxwell brought it up today about, I apologize, yes. We did talk about it at the joint meeting, and Mr. Maxwell brought it up today, the idea of potential historic landmark designation national for the city hall, if we can come back with what's the process, and is there any possibility that could be done by the centennial? Thank you.
Okay, and I think the last thing is we're coming up at the next meeting for the resolution that we passed at our November meeting. And so, I mean, I'm happy to be there, but I think that
I believe we discussed that the chairs would be appearing on behalf of both boards at the
Okay.
joint meeting.
I would also like to invite anyone on the board to please attend. I think the more the better, and I think it would have more impact. So is there anything else that the staff would like to bring to
I
us?
do have one more thing that, just to kind of start planting into your brain, is the commissioners, and we've had discussions with a couple people from the public of expanding the TDR receiving and sending sites. I know that last year they had talked about, we had talked about this board doing some sort of workshop and discussing about, you know, what changes can be made so that that program has a little bit more teeth to it. So I just want to plant this in your brain, kind of start thinking about it. Maybe we could discuss it at the next meeting, or if you have any ideas that come to mind, email me, and that way I could put together maybe some bullet points to go over for January.
In terms of transparency, I have talked to several of the commissioners exactly about that, so that we can begin to save more of the area and then expand more of the the transfer.
Right, it would have to be, that's where we have to find the balance. You can't do one without the other, so
I understand.
that
We
was part of the
completely
discussion as well.
understand. So can Coco Plum take some of this stuff? Anyway, never mind. Okay,
We're-
anything
we're-
else, ladies and gentlemen? If not, there's no new business that has been brought up. I'd like to have a motion for adjournment, please. We have a motion by Mr. Silva.
Second, aye.
Thank